Hello, guys and gals, and welcome! Welcome. So I have something fun for you guys today. We're going to have some fun with crazy mechanics within Diablo 2. Something you may not have ever been aware of, and we're going to try and monopolize it as much as possible. You might be wondering what the hell I'm talking about. Well, it comes to the Shadow Warrior. The Shadow Warrior has some very interesting mechanics that do lead the Shadow Warrior to be, well, extremely powerful under the right circumstances. We shall see. Um, Without further ado, let's dive right in. Yep-boo. All right. So first off, let's outline our goals and what we're going to be doing today with the Shadow Warrior. So let's talk about some of this stuff before we get started so that you guys will understand what we're doing and how this works and what potentially we're trying to achieve. So if you go to Amazon Basin's page, which has some of the more advanced statistics for the Shadow Warrior, we end up with a very interesting formula right here. This is the formulae, which is max assassin level. So basically how this works is, so the assassin's level, skill level, this S level means skill level. You just type in skill level there. It doesn't really matter. But this basically means that the skill level of the assassin is divided by 2, and then the Shadow Warrior's skill level is divided by 3. And so what this would represent is something like, say, for instance, I had a level 20, I don't know, Lightning Sentry, right? So my level 20 Lightning Sentry is going to get divided by 2, which equals 10, and the Warrior level, like let's say I had a level 20 Shadow Warrior, which is divided by 3, which gets me, what is that? I don't even know what 20 divided by 3 is. My quick math has always been terrible, but that's an odd one. 20 divided by 3, it's probably like a point, yeah, 6.66666. So it's going to be like 6.6, maybe rounded up, possibly rounded down to 6. So you're looking at like a level 16 Lightning Sentry, right? So the Shadow Warrior will cast a level 16 Lightning Sentry. However, if you go down a little bit further, you're going to find this little interesting tidbit of information, which I've always known about but never really quite capitalized on. It says skill levels of the skill used are stored and can provide synergy bonuses to the skills used afterwards. Synergy bonuses are not restricted to a maximum of level 20. Very interesting. Not restricted to a maximum of level 20. So that means that, for instance, let's say I had a, I don't know, like a level 40 shockweb, which is a synergy of the, of Lightning Sentry, right? So we've got a synergy of Lightning Sentry that gets divided by 2, which equals level 20, right? Let's say that our Shadow Warrior is also level 40, and our Shadow Warrior gets divided by 3, which is probably something like 16.66 or whatever. Like I think that's what it is. 40 divided by 3, 13.33. So 13.33, which gives us a effective synergy level of, what is that, 33.33, which means that technically the Shadow Warrior can have a higher level and higher synergized version of the same skill that the actual assassin can use if things are done properly. And this is actually very strange because it's kind of like a game that you have to play, almost like a pre-buff scenario. And if done properly, you could potentially have a Shadow Warrior with the highest level possible. And let's Theorycraft really quickly what the highest level possible would be, right? So if you had +3 on a claw with +3 to the warrior, that would be a total of +6 per claw. So you could have 2 claws at +6. You could be using a level 3, a +3 helmet. You could use a +3 amulet. You could be using a +2 armor, and you could be using 2 +1 rings. You have the torch, the Annie, and of course you could fill your inventory almost completely. Why is my green screen messing up? What the hell's going on? Some sort of sunlight beam coming in from the outreaches of the universe over here. Boop, boop. There, fixed it. I lost my train of thought. Okay, so 6 and 6 on claws, 3 on amulet, 3 on circlet, 2 on armor, 1 and 1 on rings, 3 for torch, 1 for Annie. We can also get 2 from boots. The shadow dancers have +2 shadow skills on them, so we could have 2 on boots. We could also potentially have our full inventory of charms, so we could potentially even grab 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 charms at a maximum cast level of... Let's get our maximum theoretical cast level of 6 plus 6. Let's do this on the pad. It's easier. 6 plus 6 plus 3 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1 plus 1 plus 3. I did 22. Am I messing up here? Hold on, let me clear this. Clear. You can't fit torch if you have 10 skillers? You're right. You're right. So that would be 9 with 10 skillers. My bad. So 9. We would have 9 with 10 skillers. Alright, so let's do that again. So 9 plus 2 plus 1 plus 3 plus 1 plus 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 3 plus 6 plus 6 equals 37 plus the initial 20 skills that you would have in the ability, which would give you a level 57 Shadow Warrior. So let's replace this real quick with our level 57 Shadow Warrior. So this is assuming that we cast the Shadow Warrior at level 57. That gets divided by 3 for all results, right? So we know for a fact it gets divided by 3. So 57 divided by 3 gives us a maximum level of 19 to add to the skill level of the abilities when we cast them. All right. Then we can, of course, have a really high level on the abilities themselves. So these 2 claws would probably get swapped out after we cast the Shadow Warrior. Also, the 9 Shadow Skillers would get swapped out after we cast the Shadow Warrior. They would be there for nothing more than just simply casting the Shadow Warrior and getting him online, or her online. The +3 Amulet and the +3 Circlet also would get swapped out to something a little bit more interesting. And the really interesting thing about this is that once we pre-buff the abilities at the correct level, once you cast the Shadow Warrior and then pre-buff the abilities at the correct level, you have a situation where you no longer need to have the plus to skills. So you're in a very interesting situation here, which means that you can stack on negative res equipment instead of plus to skill equipment after you get the Shadow Warrior set up. So once the Shadow Warrior is all set up, you've precasted all your abilities, you can then take off the plus to skill equipment, and then you can put on negative res equipment. So you can put on things like Crescent Moon. You could put on, you know, for instance, like a 4-faceted shield. You could put on a like 4-faceted armor. You could put on, of course, a Griffin's Eye. Like this is going to be one bougie character, you know, with a facet, of course, plus facet, basically you could get your negative res up to a crazy level with these snapshotted plus the skills on the Shadow Warrior. So we cast the Shadow Warrior, we cast all the abilities to snapshot all of his abilities at what it's supposed to be at. We don't cast those abilities anymore because casting those abilities would cause an issue. And, man, the sunlight is just bugging the crap out of me today. I even blocked up the window and it's still coming in to, like, freaking with a vengeance. I'm just gonna, like, make this super dark. There you go. Alright. So negative res. Let's see how much negative res we could potentially get with this build. Okay, so negative res we could potentially get with this build is... We got 35 on the weapon. You could also have a perfect Griffins with a facet, which is 25, so that's 25 there. You could also potentially get, what is it, 20 on the shield. You could get another 20 on the armor. So that gives us, what, 100 total? So 35 plus 25. Wait, well, I think I might have done something wrong. Yeah, no. 35 plus 25 is Griffins. And then that brings us up to 60. And then 60 plus 20 for the armor. Yeah, so we would be at negative 100% resistance. So every single monster within the game would be at negative 5, because if you're talking about a 95% immune monster with a lightning thunder, you're going to bring that monster down by 100%, which is going to bring them to a negative 5% resistance. And any monster that's not immune to lightning, like for instance, just a regular monster that might be like 50% immune to lightning, is going to go down by 100 to negative 50%. And if you happen to run across that one monster that's 0% lightning immune, they're going to go down by 100 to negative 100%, which makes this build a build that's going to clear through immunes like nobody's business. If everything works out properly, that is. Yeah, we could add in a CTA, but I'm not really sure we've got the room for it. I mean, we're doing a lot of swapping back and forth already, and swapping in more stuff is going to make it even more crazy to like keep track of. I mean, we've already got to swap in a helmet, an amulet, and potentially an armor as well. And and an armor. And then we have to swap in all the charms too. I mean, we could potentially do it just for the extra plus the skill to see how far we could go. But is it really going to give us anything extra on the Shadow Warrior? Like, if we had 58 divided by 3 instead of 57 divided by 3, it only goes up to 19.33. I don't think it's going to give us any bonus because it's probably going to round down from 0.3, which means that we're talking about less. Even if we grabbed a shrine, because Nico said, what about Battle Command and shrines? So let's assume we had a shrine too. So that's 58, 59, 60 divided by 3 brings us to 20. So if we had battle orders, a Battle Command, and a shrine, we could get to 20 skills. So we'd get one extra bonus skill on there. I'm not sure if all that prep is really worth it, though. Because then you'd have to put all your stuff on. You'd have to go find a skill shrine. You'd have to buff up, cast your Shadow Warrior, go back to town, take all the charms out of your inventory. It's gonna be painful. All right, let's go ahead and get our charms here real quick. We'll put a cube in here for use later, just in case. We gotta start getting this character set up so we can actually get in the game and we can test this. We can find out how well it works, if it works at all, which is another thing. Not exactly sure how well it's gonna work. You know, like we need to test this and find out. So let's go ahead and get the uniques. Where's my uniques? And the wrong. I'm in miscellaneous. Boop. Alright, so we got a Nihilus. Now we need a charm. Class items. Assassin. Hellfire Torch. Alright, then we need skillers. We need a lot of skillers. This build comes down to... Thankfully, shadow skillers aren't really that hard to get your hands on. So, like, that's... And they don't have to be anything special because you're not actually going to use them. Like, so they don't need anything special on them. So that part's probably cheap. I don't have any, like, non-life ones on here, but it doesn't really matter anyway. So we're just going to fill up our inventory with shadow skillers for the purposes of casting the abilities. Then we need another set of skillers, which is the trappers. These are the ones that are going to be expensive, because you need the trappers to increase the level of the abilities when you cast them, which is going to snapshot them to the level that you want them to be snapshotted at. So let's grab... just some entrapping of Vita. It doesn't really matter. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then on top of that, we also need merc equipment, but we'll have to figure that out on another character. We need some rather hard to get claws, so we'll probably have to craft those. We're definitely going to need Myrmidon Greaves, so let me go ahead and put the Myrmidon Greaves on the character. Myrmidon Greaves are going to give us +2 more levels to Shadow Dancers. There we are. So Shadow Dancers. We're also going to be using Arachnid's Mesh, which is going to give us +1 there. So that's going to be another +1 that we can add into the pot. We'll probably use... I mean, we're not going to be meleeing, but the extra life on Bull Kathos isn't terrible. I don't think we really need the mana, but especially if we're not going to be casting anything ourselves. So I think probably BKs would be better because they do come with 49 life each. So we get a nice little 100 life between the two BK rings, which isn't terrible. We could go with the Sojas as well because that's mana, one way or the other, right? As for the like baby charms, we'll probably just go with like all res. It doesn't really matter. Let's just go with MF res charms just for the lulz. To the gloves, there's really no skill gloves for this. We can't get traps and we can't get shadow skills on gloves, which is an issue. I don't really know what we put here. I guess we just need IA, well, resistance gloves or I don't really know. That one's kind of an oddity. We do need a Griffin's. Let's go ahead and grab ourselves a Griffin's Eye. The Griffin's is going to give us a large amount of negative res, which is going to be helpful to the way this build works. I need to put some thought into those gloves. I don't really know what gloves you would put on a character like this. I mean, you aren't really going to be casting traps. You're going to cast them initially. There's no way you can get plus the skills from gloves. So what really is there to give her in terms of like gloves? I don't. That's quite an interesting dilemma there. I guess you could just use the glove slot specifically for resistances. I mean, it certainly wouldn't be a terrible idea for resistances. Let's go ahead and pull in some lightning facets too, because we need lightning facets. And then on top of that, we also need a whole lot more stuff. Let's go ahead and pull in. We need a plus to skill armor that's going to help us for our +2. I don't really know what we're going to use for the +2 skill armor. I mean, I suppose we could just use treachery, but it doesn't really matter. That's the thing. Like the plus skill armor is just going to be there for us to cast our abilities and snapshot the effects. We're not actually going to use the plus to skill armor. So I suppose we could just use a treachery. Like it really doesn't matter. We'll just throw a treachery in there. And then we need just like a basic socketed armor, basically. Let's just grab a Archon plate with 4 sockets, and let's throw 4 facets into the Archon plate. I'm not really going to bother getting a J-mod anything. I don't really think it's important to mess around with that. One of these can go inside the cube. I'm trying to like maximize space here. We also need a shield with 4 sockets, so we're kind of stuck with a Monarch. I don't think there's no other 4-socket armor or shields that we can use, so we're just kind of stuck with that. So let's grab the... Where's my shields? Where are you at, shields? Shields. Elite. Light armor class. Monarch 4 sockets. Alright, so we've got our 4-socket Monarch. We also need a Spirit Shield just for casting all of our Dujinks, because there's a lot of swapping involved in this, like getting the character set up. So this is not going to be a quick farm character. Like you're not going to hop in, farm Pindle with this character, and then like move on. You're gonna hop in a game. You're gonna set your character up, and you're gonna farm like a whole zone or multiple zones, because it's not going to be worth the setup otherwise. So you're going to have fun doing a lot of like prep up work and then murdering everything in the game, and then you go to the next game and then you do your prep up work again. It's going to take you a little bit of time. There are some ways that we could potentially minimize the prep up work, but minimizing the prep up work also means lowering the negative res and stuff like that. Like for instance, instead of using a treachery for the +2 skills, we could lower the prep work by using an arcanes, which also has +2 skills, and then I feel like it's probably a good idea for us to do this. Yes, we'll lose negative 15% negative res, but it'll make our prep work a lot easier, so we have less swap in and swap outs, which is already going to be an issue with this build. There's going to be tons of swap in and swap outs. It's already like going to be nasty in terms of swap in, swap outs. So maybe instead of a 4-socketed Archon, we just go with the Arcanes. I mean, at least with the Arcanes, we get some life, and we lose 15% negative res, but like big whoop. At least we get to keep that armor on. We don't have to swap that in and out over and over and over again. We already got to swap in and out all the charms. We already got to swap in and out the amulet and the helmet. We already got to do a whole bunch of little swippy swaps here and there. So like having like 4 different armors, like just I don't know, it just doesn't really seem like a good plan. So let's do that instead. Let's just pull in an arcanes. Arcane's Valor is a decent option. You still get 1 facet and you get +2 skills, and it'll relieve some of the headache of having to swap everything in and out like 16 times, and you can still put a facet in there. So we get +2 skills and we get a facet. I don't know why I did level. Let's do die. Alright, we still need a spirit shield. So let's go ahead and grab a spirit shield. And we still need that circlet and the amulet, which we have to make, and we also have to make both claws. I'm just gonna make, and I don't really care. Like, let's just grab anything. It doesn't have to be anything special. There's a tiara right there. Okay. So let's go edit. Let's just add in a magical property that it has skills. So we need tab skills. So wrong one. Skill. It's tab levels, and we want +3 shadow. Where's shadow? Shadow. The shadow knows. +3 shadow disciplines. Alright, save to modified item. Then we also need an amulet. Doesn't matter what the amulet is. Let's just grab a random amulet, because we're only putting it on to cast the warrior. That's all we're doing. So as soon as we cast the warrior, we take it off. We don't really care. So I can just edit in anything. Doesn't matter what it is, and we'll just edit the plus to skills, wherever that is. There it is. Paladin skills. We'll change that to tab skill levels, and we'll change that to shadow disciplines at 3. Alright, so we've got our 3 shadow, we got our 3 shadow disciplines there. She's using that. We need an amulet to wear normally. Now we could do traps. +3 traps would definitely be a nice amulet. Do I play OG D2? Servers reset June 15th. Some can't handle the 25 frames per second. I can understand why. I don't really like the 4:3 ratio. It's definitely something that's always annoyed me. I was very happy when they went to widescreen. The 800x600 4:3 ratio is always kind of like just made me not want to play. Again, we could go with ease of access here and just do a Mars or something. But to maximize out the damage, we need traps. So maybe just like a +3 traps amulet. I don't know. I mean, we could just take something. It doesn't really matter what it is. Let's just take that same paladin one with the all res on it. And just for the time being, and because this is really just a test to see if this actually works, let's just replace that with. I know it's impossible for this to be this way on a rare amulet. Just bear with me. So let's save modified item, and then so now we've got our +3 chaps and we've got our +3 Shadow Master. So Arcanes is going to go on her. I don't know why there's a Griffin's Eye diadem in her hand slot. All right, so we need her general setup for actually casting stuff, which is going to be a crescent moon. So let's go ahead and grab a crescent moon. We actually want it in a phase blade, I think, because of the speed cast. But for this particular build, it actually doesn't matter. I mean, I think, we'll be fine putting it in a phase blade, but it doesn't have to be in a phase blade. We can also throw the monarch on this hand. We have the spirit shield. And that's going to go in for the summoning. We also need the special claws that are going to be used specifically for summoning the warrior. This is one of the reasons why I thought maybe CTA would just be a little bit too much. There's a couple ways that you could go with this. One is less than the other. So a super rare +3 Shadow Disciplines +3 Shadow Warrior Claw would be the optimal claw to summon the warrior with. That is the optimal. However, the suboptimal version, which you could also do, is a +2 Plague Claw with +3 Shadow Warrior, which would still get you +10 if you did this route versus +12. So it's not like a huge difference, and the Plague one is a lot easier to get than the +3 Shadow Warrior. It definitely is easier to get this version, which is only 2 skill points off. So we're going to be doing this version just simply because I think this version is the superior version in terms of like getting the damage output that we're looking for. But I do think that in reality, this version is the one you're probably going to go with this build if you actually built it. Let's just pull in some base claws here. They don't have to be elite claws. These are just for casting, but I do believe they have to be exceptional at least to be able to get skill points or skills on them. So let's just do some greater claws. Let's edit the greater claws. Let's add in tab skills, same as we did before. So we're going to go tab skill levels. Shadow Disciplines 3. And then we're going to go skills. Class skill level. And then Shadow Warrior. No, not that one. That's the wrong one. We want, what is it? Is it just skill levels? Yeah, it's just skill levels. All right, so Shadow Warrior. All right, and then +3, save to modified item, and then we copy them, so we have 2 of these in our inventory, and I still don't know what to use for the gloves. I don't know what the hell to use for the glove slot. What do we put in the glove slot for this character? There's no traps. You can't get traps on gloves. You can't get shadow skills on gloves. What's up, Steven? I don't know what to do. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what to do. I don't know what do 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 do. I mean, I guess we just put something here for resistances, or maybe we throw in something for I mean, what are our options for gloves? We've got I don't really think it matters, like one way or the other, what we throw here, but we set. There's unique. So let's take a look through the unique gloves real quick, just for fun. I mean, we've got Mage Fist for cast rate. We don't need that. Frostburn gives us mana. I mean, I guess we could use those. We could just use Chanseys for, like, Magic Find and Gold Find. I mean, like, I don't really think Chanseys is a bad play. Um, I mean, we don't need enchants. We don't need crushing blow. Like hellmouths are useless. Grave palms are useless. Ghoul hides are useless. We don't need life tap. Lava gouts are useless. Soul drainers, steel rends are all useless. I think it was pretty much just chances. I think we just throw chances there for magic find. Like that's pretty much the end of that. Okay, so we have everything that we need for this character, but we don't have everything we need like for a mercenary, for instance. I was thinking for the mercenary, we just go with a super tanky mercenary that can just not die. Like that's basically what I was thinking about. And I think the easiest way to do a super tanky mercenary that doesn't die is probably something like an ethereal guardian angel Templar coat, like upgraded, I don't know, something like that, like an SG angel, and then maybe throw in like a I don't know, like a crown of ages. Let's just let's just do something really stupid and get like the most ridiculously tanky character or little merc that we can, basically, is what I'm thinking. Just so tanky that God himself can't touch our tanky merc. Because honestly, the mercenary doesn't need to do damage. He only needs to just not die. Like that's all he needs to do. He just needs to not die. And like I'm thinking of like a really epic not die setup is probably going to be something like Crown of Ages. And you guys are going to laugh at me, but we're going to do this anyway. I'm totally making this build 100% viable, guys. You shush. Y'all just are poor. That's all there is to it. Y'all are poor because you can't afford burr runes to put in all your equipment. So we're just going burr, burr, burr. Burr, burr. And then we're also going to put a burr inside the guardian angel. Shush, okay? Shush. All right, this is totally legitimate. You guys shush. All right, there's nothing wrong with this build setup. Everybody can afford 3 burrs, a crown of ages, a guardian angel Templar code. All right, everybody can afford that. There's nobody who can't afford that. Okay, there's a couple people who can't afford that, but you guys are poor. That's all there is to it. You guys are just poor. All right, I'm sorry to let you guys know, but you're poor. I can't keep a straight face. Um, let's see. What else can we do here? I need a weapon for him, obviously. I have a bunch of weapons left over from the mercenary stuff testing that I did, so we could probably just pull some weapons from the mercenary stuff. I'm sure I have something. I was thinking like Holy Freeze Merc with a and you guys are gonna laugh at me, but Holy Freeze Merc with a God bless it, why is it leaving my Reaper's Toll? I was thinking a Holy Freeze Merc with a Reaper's Toll. That way he's got like massive slowest target by and everything just gets like locked down so that nothing will interfere with us while we're doing what we're trying to do. And then that should keep him alive very easily. And then on top of that, his resistances should be capped out. We should be looking at a pretty tanky mercenary all in all. If I don't have a Reaper's Toll, we'll have to bring one in. I think we're pretty much ready to copy this character over and go. Let me pull up one of my little mule characters that I like to transfer items with, and just in case, let's throw a where is it? Here, uniques. Weapons, polearm, elite, F Reaper's Toll. We'll throw F Reaper's Toll in here. And then, of course, we want to socket it with something. What do we want in F Reaper's Toll? Like socket-wise. What the hell do you put in there? We just want him to attack faster, so he, yeah, I think honestly that's the play. We just want him to attack faster so that he procs the Decrepify more often. So nothing too fancy here, just like a shale rune. What's up, Bob?
Nothing. What's going on, man?
I'm doing a crazy Theorycraft.
I saw that. I was looking for you in the voice chat when I saw it. I was like,
I
he's
thought
not
I had
there yet.
joined. I thought I had joined voice chat, but I guess I might have like clicked the button and it didn't work. Alright. I don't know if this is gonna work. It may work. It might be the most ridiculous thing you've ever seen, or it might be just not ridiculous. I don't know. We'll see. I may have found a hack to have unlimited synergies. Alright, so I just need to copy over these characters and we'll be ready to go. Alright, so first off, let's get GGM Shadow.
Superior Shadow Bow, huh? You gonna be 4 sockets?
And then let's grab
No.
video items 3. Copy. Paste. Alright, boys, we are ready to go. Let's get the game booted up and let's see if we can play around with this.
So, am I seeing new character day?
I don't think there's any way that I could build this without like a massive fortune laying in the wings. Unless everybody wants to just gift me the equipment.
I don't know what you need, to be honest.
A lot. Let me just say, a lot. I don't know how long you've been following the Theorycraft. Do you understand like the basics of what I'm doing?
I have not. I literally got on like not even 20 minutes ago.
All right, so let me do a quick explanation for you, and it'll be a refresher to everybody in the stream as well if you showed up late. So basically, the Shadow Warrior has a snapshotting ability where when you cast an ability, the level of the ability is snapshotted at the level that it was last cast at, and this also works for synergies for abilities as well. So, for instance, if I cast Shockweb, and for instance, let's just say I had like Godlike plus the skill equipment, and I cast Shockweb at like level 60 or something, right? Then from that point on, like if I'm using, say, Lightning Sentry, then the Shadow Warrior will count the Shockweb at level 60. It has no limit. The Shadow Warrior has no limit on synergies. It doesn't stop at 20 like regular players do. So if you cast an ability at level 60, it then functions as a synergy for level 60. But there's a whole formula involved. So basically, how it works is your assassin's skill level is divided by 2. Then the Shadow Warrior skill level is divided by 3, and then the two are added together, and you get a maximum skill level for that particular effect, right? So, like, I've already calculated out a level 57 Shadow Warrior, which means that she's going to add 19 skill points to whatever ability I cast. Then, if I get the skill level of the ability up as high as I can possibly get that, then that ability will be at, like, say 50 or 60 or whatever, and that gets divided by 2, and then they get added together for the total skill level. So the general idea is that you precast all of your abilities, snapshotting them at the maximum level that they're possibly at. You get a bunch of stuff. You cast the Shadow Warrior as high as you can possibly cast it. You precast the abilities so that they're snapshotted at their highest level. Then you put on negative res equipment, like as much negative res equipment as you can, which then sets the negative res at a ridiculously low level, which the Shadow Master also gets benefited by. Or Shadow Warrior. And then when the Shadow Warrior casts the Lightning Sentry will be basically at like level 50 with a level 50 synergy in all of the synergies. Dishing out potentially, I did a little bit of quick math, and the potential quick math is 23,846 damage per sentry, for a total of 119,232.4 damage for all 5, and that's not including the negative res. So once the negative res hits, you can potentially bring the monsters much lower than negative 100, 0%, bringing the damage up even higher, which means the Shadow Warrior should be pumping out some lightning sentries, if everything works out properly, that will literally probably one-shot God. If it works. We'll see. Alright, so I got my Shadow Disciplines. Okay, there we go. I got my Spirit Monarch. I think the only thing I forgot to give her was... I forgot to give her a plus Traps Claw. Or something that would give her, like, as much trap skills as she can possibly get for the pre-buff, or for the precast of the abilities.
The cheap option is Plague, right? 2 Plague Claws with +3 Lightning Sentry.
Yeah, the cheap option would be 2 Plague Claws.
So and then obviously the +6 would be ideal, but good luck.
Oh yeah. Obviously, one is easy to get, while the other one is obviously going to be a lot more difficult to obtain. Let's go ahead and put this Thresher in here because I'm going to use that later, and then.
Do I got to put my faster run walk character back together?
Let's put a couple of soldiers in here for killing Uber Diablo later. Let's get those 2 claws crafted too. Hold on. Let me go craft up these 2 claws. It'll take me a second. Because we need to get
It's going to be pre-buff claws, right? So you want them with probably like fade and
we don't need anything on there really special. They're just for pre-buffing, and then we take them off to put on the negative res equipment. Because we're not actually casting Lightning Sentry. Once we cast the ability, that's it. We just keep it on the bar for the Shadow Warrior to cast, but we don't actually cast it ourselves. Shockweb is also going to be crazy because I'm going to put Shockweb on the left button, which might mess things up a little bit. Well, actually, I won't cast it, so it doesn't matter. But basically, the whole thing with Shockweb is we don't want the Shadow Warrior rushing in there, so I figure Shockweb on the left button will prevent the Shadow Warrior from running in mostly because she'll just stand back and throw Shockwebs. The Shockwebs will also be like level 50 synergy, by the way, which is going to be crazy. So let's make 2 of these claws real quick. They're just for pre-buffing. It doesn't really matter. Ideally, like if you had the most ridiculous claws ever, though, they would be some nutty looking claws, because technically the synergies count too, kind of like how the summon druid works. So you would be looking at like +3 traps, +3 lightning sentry, like +3 shockweb. You would want all of them because all of them would contribute to the damage output.
Are you?
I'm just gonna grab
5. Maybe the 5 would be better because you'll snapshot other stuff with another +2 skills instead of.
So like just go with
traps.
Plague instead. I think
that one would have to. That one would take testing. I'm pretty sure.
Well, here let's
to actually figure out.
I think you're right because you would get +2 in all the synergies, and lightning traps has what, 3 synergies. So yeah. three synergies of +2 skills. That would be what, 2, 2, 2, 2, which is 2, 4, 6, 8. 8 plus the skills. The claws at 3, 3 would give. Well, 3 would still give 3 to all of the traps.
Well, the 5 claws also add to Shadow Master instead of not.
Well, that would be if you went like the cheaper route, so you can pre-buff and do it at the same time without needing the claws. Yeah, I think I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So if you found a pair of like Lightning Sentry Shadow Master claws, and then made a Plague in it, that would be
the most efficient way to do it, right?
It wouldn't be the best damage, but it would be the highest. It would be the easiest way to, without like massive swap in, swap out, basically.
Yeah, instead of putting on 7 different claws.
You know, that's a good way to do it. Let's do that. Here, hold on. Let me delete these for a second because I can't guarantee it's going to be a +2 claw. The only thing I can do is just simply create the claw. So let me just go ahead and edit the claw first. We'll go ahead and put the magic effects on there. So what would be like an ideal claw? We would want
well, it's Shadow Master Lightning Sentry, and then
So we would definitely want Shadow
What are you going to be
Master.
casting,
Nothing.
if anything? You're not going to
Nothing.
cast anything.
Well, see, the thing about the Shadow Warrior is if you is he needs the Shadow Warrior has to have your skills on the bar for him to cast it. So anytime you take your skills off the bar, he's gonna cast whatever you have on the bar. So we don't want him casting anything. We also can't recast the Lightning Sentry because once we switch over to the negative res equipment, we're in a
Oh, so you get
situation.
to cast Death Sentry.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I guess we could cast Death Sentry, but basically we just don't want to cast anything that would mess up the synergies. Because if you recast Lightning Sentry during that time period, you're gonna mess up the synergies, and it's gonna default back to the lower synergy, and you're gonna lose damage output.
Yeah.
All right, so I've got +3 Shadow Warrior, and then we would have Lightning Sentry. Okay, and that would be
Do you just
+3.
add to your fade?
And then, well, I was thinking Shockweb because Shockweb is probably going to be pretty heavy damage for the Shadow Warrior too. I don't know how much synergy bonus it gets, but doesn't Shockweb get a lot of synergy bonus?
Yeah.
So like, I figure if we did Shockweb, it would add huge amounts. It would add huge amounts to the to the overall damage output, especially since they fixed it, so it doesn't have the next hit delay problems.
I'm not sure that you can get Shockweb and Shadow Master on the same claw.
Shockweb is a 2. I can't remember what the spread
Shadow
is.
Master's a 5 or a 6.
What is the skill spread? I know you can't get 1. I know you can't get 1 and 30. I know that's a thing that you can't get. So 1 and 30 is not possible, but I think you might be able to get the second tier and 30. Or is it only the third tier and 30? Well, in which case, what would be the other option? It would be Charge Bolt Sentry because it's lower down.
Yes.
So Charge Bolt Sentry would be the... Oh, I guess I crashed it. Ha. Time to redo it.
Ooh, what's the highest defense on a Bone Visage?
I don't know, a lot. Isn't it like 150 or 160 or something?
I just found a 3-socketed 156. I'll keep that.
Hold on, we gotta craft up these claws real quick. My apologies. I know we said we were almost done, but we were almost done until we realized there was a better option. I mean,
Bob's got some ideas sometimes.
there's too much swapping. Like, there's already going to be a lot of swapping. I already got to swap all the Shadow Skillers in, cast the Warrior, swap all the Trap Skillers in, and then cast all the spells, and then, like, it's a lot of work already swapping in and everything. I got to swap in the +3 Amulet, the +3 Circlet, and then swap that back out. So there's a lot of swoopy swappies going on, like, already. So
I got a trap bandy for you.
That's one of the reasons I went to Arcanes with a lightning facet instead, because it simplified a lot of the swapping a little bit. Yeah, I lost 15% negative res, but at least I didn't have to swap in a treachery to like precast and then like swap back in the like 4-faceted armor for like using the thing, and like it's like you would have to take the treachery, put it on, cast the warrior, go out of town, cast all the traps, go back to town, swap out everything, swap the armor back in. Like, at least with the arcanes, you don't have to worry about swapping that in and out anymore. It's just one less item. Like, you can fit a helmet and an amulet in your cube relatively easily for swap in and out. But, like, you can't fit a helmet, an amulet, and an armor in your cube easily for swap in and out. Like, that's when it starts to get silly. I think the dual claws also help simplify things a lot too, so that'll help tremendously.
Did you see the jewel I just got?
What'd you get?
I got trolled so hard.
Oh, it's level 18.
I know. It's just, it could have been the other one, and I would have been super happy. But it's still a perfect jewel, and it's like, I could probably still sell it.
Okay, let's do this again. Yes, dang it. All right, tab skill levels. Oh no, not tab skill levels. What am I doing? No, we need just regular skill levels. And then I need a Shadow Warrior. Three. And then we need Lightning Sentry. Oops. I passed it. Hate when that happens. I gotta go all the way back around the mulberry bush. Alright, and then we need, the last one is, we're gonna do what? Charged Bolt Sentry. So, skill levels, Charged Bolt Sentry. Three, save, close, oop, copy it multiple times. We need to copy it multiple times because we need to make it multiple times, unfortunately. Oh wait, hold on, it's not socketed properly. Dang it. Specific functions, socketing, remove sockets, specific functions, socketing, and make item socketed. There we go. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, and then what's the rune word? It's Cham Shale I think. Plague. It's really early for a Theorycraft. I was freaking dead sleep and this car drove by with the radio blasting so loud. I don't know what the hell was on the radio either. It was like one of those songs that's more like a conversation than it is like a song. And there was like a girl like yelling in the song. And so when the car drove by just at the right angle, it blasted through the air conditioner vent and like it sounded like somebody was outside screaming at somebody else. And freaking woke me and the lady up like really early in the morning. Freaking pissed me off too because I couldn't get back to sleep. Y'all people blasting y'all radios at 8 trillion freaking decibels with your windows down. Y'all suck. Okay? Y'all suck. Y'all suck balls, and I hope y'all get a flat tire on
Balls
the way
and
to,
wieners.
I hope
Balls and
y'all get a
wieners.
flat tire on the way to work. That's what I hope.
That's rude.
Well, that's just the way it is. You know what? Double blowout. How about that? And you can't pump it up. You gotta call a truck or something. Or your brother that hates you. That last one was just that was uncalled for. I'm sorry. All right, Cham, Shale, Cham, Shale. You might be wondering why I'm making multiple of these. The reason why I'm making multiple of these is because the I can't guarantee that they will be 2 sockets or +2 skills, and I need the +2 skills. Unfortunately, that is a prerequisite of this particular build is lots and lots and lots of +2 skills. So if you had these perfect claws and they rolled like +1 skills, then I'm sorry, you're gonna hell it out and you're gonna re-roll it. Like there's no option. You're not gonna sit there with your claws that take like trillions of attempts to try to obtain these magical claws of godliness with all the +2 skills that you need in the world on them, and you're just gonna like settle for +1. That's not happening.
You could have just made it a blue claw, right? A blue claw can roll all the same things with the +2 assassin
Yeah,
skills.
but then I would have had to like sit there and I don't know if I want to do that. Then I would have had to sit there and like map out like all the stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I made what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 claws. So hopefully within 7 claws, 2 of them will roll +2, and I'll be set. Like that should be enough. I certainly hope it's enough.
Yeah, you don't care about any of the other stuff on it. You just want
Yeah,
the
the
+2
damage doesn't
skills.
matter. Like none of the other stuff. You just want that +2 skills. They knew what they were doing when they made the frickin' plague claw and they put it at 1 to 2. They knew they were gonna piss some people off. You're like, oh yeah, you got a perfect claw, yeah, +1. Oh yeah, that claw's worth like 10 trillion frickin' burr runes, yeah, +1. Reroll it. You're rich. Reroll it. What are you talking about? Reroll.
Yeah, if
Re
you have that claw, you got to be rich,
re
right? Like,
reroll. What's the matter? Reroll.
unless you spent,
Just
90 plus hours shopping.
just reroll. What are you talking about? Just reroll. It's not that big of a deal, buddy. Bro, it's not that big of a deal, bro. Bro, you're not even that fast.
Calm down, bro.
Calm
You're not
down.
even that
Calm
fast.
down, bro. You're not even that fast. Okay, let's take a look and see if we got play. What are the odds that all 7 claws rolled +1?
Pretty bad, actually.
Okay, we got 1 +2. There we go. We got a lot of +1s. We got out of all of the claws, there was only 3 +2s.
Almost 50%.
So we ended up with 4 +1 claws out of the lot.
God,
Out of
that's
those claws,
identified.
one of them rolled 300% enhanced, and one of them rolled 296% enhanced,
Dang, that's
and 304% enhanced. Wow, that's that because it was a 15% base, I think. Okay, so we got the claws. I think we got everything we need now. Let's get this party started, boys. Are you guys ready to see the fruits of our labor? Are they rotten fruits, or are they are they dirty, nasty, rotten fruits, or are they good, delicious fruits? We don't know. We're gonna find out. We might bite into the sweet and succulent fruit of life, only to find that it has turned foul and tastes like the doo-doo that once came from the bowels of Andariel herself while she was on a 3-week binge with many, many men that did bad things to her. It's oddly specific, but shush. Like, bro, that's oddly specific. Like, that's really that's a little too specific. Okay, we need the cube. Actually, we can't even use the cube for this because we got like way too many doojangs. We don't need the spirit anymore because spirit doesn't matter for what we're trying to do. We actually don't even need these shadow discipline claws anymore because we're going to use the plagues instead. Let's go ahead and put some points into strength so we can actually put our armor on and our boots. And then I think we need like 115 for that. No, we didn't even need 115 for the claws. That was a waste. But everything else can go into vitality. It doesn't matter. Alright, for skill points, so basically what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be capping out the Shadow Master. So we're going to go down to her. We're going to cap out her. So she's at level 54 right now. It's pretty impressive. And then we're going to cap out all of the lightning skills. Might as well 1 point Death Sentry. So we cap out Lightning Sentry, cap out Charge Bolt Sentry, and then we also cap out Shockweb. Oh yeah, I forgot. They removed the synergy and then they normalized it all, didn't they? So, like, they took away the 12% from Death Sentry, but then they added it to the other two. So I'm running off of old math then. So it wouldn't be 12%. It would be 18%, but it would be less. So what would the damage output be then? Well, let's figure out what level we're casting everything at, and then we'll go from there. So we've got okay, so we got Lightning Sentry capped. We got Charge Bolt, Shockweb capped. Those two go. Shockweb goes on the right, and we want to make sure that Lightning Sentry is on the right. Lightning Sentry is on the right, Shockweb on the left. We'll go ahead and put, I'm not going to put Shadow Warrior on an easy to press button because we don't want to accidentally recast her because we're doing pre-buffs. Okay, so for pre-buff, we put in our Tiara and our Amulet with the 3 and 3, which brings us to 56 Shadow Warrior. So let's go ahead and cast our level 56 Shadow Warrior.
I am overburdened.
Then we pull back in our Griffin's Eye Diadem and our +3 Traps Amulet. Alright, then we have to go outside of town and we need to cast all of our traps to pre-buff them, basically, is how we're going to do this. So let's put Shockweb on F5. Might as well precast Fire Blast too, and it doesn't really matter. Well, let's put Warrior. We don't want to accidentally cast Warrior, like, at all. So, hold on. Let's do 3, 4, 5, and then we'll put Shadow Warrior 6. Let's put Shadow Warrior on F8. Alright, then we go to the Cold Plains, and basically... I always get ambushed at the Cold Plains waypoint. I don't know why. Alright, so now we just need to we need to cast all of our abilities. So we just cast... and then we cast our lightning. Why am I missing one? I'm missing the charged bolt sentry. Fire blast is on here instead. We need to cast the lightning sentry too. Too many buttons. Okay, hold on. Alright, so F2 for Shockweb. F3 for Fire Blast. F4 for Lightning Sentry. F5 for Charge Bolt Sentry. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, so now we've pre-buffed everything, and the Shadow Warrior now has access to all of the skill levels that we're currently inhabiting. And we can calculate this damage out real quick. It actually won't take but a second. We could also grab Fade, too. I don't know if we need it, but we don't really have much else to spend our points on. We've already capped the synergies. We could cap out Death Sentry, but we're already at level 18 Death Sentry.
You want your Shadow Master to be able to cast Fade, right? Because you don't want it to die.
Well, Fire Blast gives Shockweb extra spikes. So maybe we do Fire Blast so that when she's casting Shockweb, she gets better Shockwebs. Does the Warrior get weapon block?
Pretty sure it gets all skills, right?
Well, she gets whatever you've cast. I'm not sure if she gets weapon block. I could check. I think I know the Master does, because the Master just gets all the skills. But I don't know about the Warrior. Let's check Amazon Basin and see what they got to say. Does not use Claw Mastery or weapon block.
Ouch.
So yeah, she's not going to get that. So I guess, honestly, our best bet is probably to cap out Fire Blast and then grab, like, Fade or something for ourselves. Just for, like, our own personal use. So let's just throw all the points into Fire Blast so that Shockweb gets the full synergy there. And then we could just throw the remaining points into Fade. I mean, that gives me, like, a ridiculously high Fade. I think she'll cast the Fade if I have it on right-click. Yeah, so if I take her out here and put it on right-click, she'll cast it. Alright, so let me recast Fire Blast to get the higher synergy for Fire Blast. Alright, so what skill level are we looking at? So we're looking at 43 Lightning Sentry. Let's write this down so we can actually do the math in a little bit. So 43, I think it's 43 everything. 43 Lightning Sentry, 43 Charge Bolt Sentry, 37 Shockweb, it's lower, and 37 Fire Blast. We can figure out the math later. Okay, so now that we've got everything pre-casted, we swap over to our Crescent Moon setup, which unfortunately we messed up because we don't have enough dexterity for the Phase Blade. Okay, time to reset.
when you roll an F thresher and it rolls 4 sockets. Nice.
Okay. Can we have everything? Okay, we've got everything. Now let's do this again. Alright, so max, 1 point. Max, bump, and then put the rest of the points in fade. Alright, and then we cast the Shadow Warrior. Oh wait, no, wrong setup. Cast the Shadow Warrior with the equipment. We can put Fade on, and she can cast Fade. It should help keep her alive. There we go. Then we just need to precast everything. So we need to precast all the abilities. So F2, F3, F4, F5, and now she's pre-buffed with all of her abilities. Wait, no, because we did that wrong. My bad. Because once we cast her, we need to swap out the Shadow Skillers for the Trap Skillers. Yeah, I totally forgot. That's going to increase for the level of all the abilities massively. So now we're looking at level 52 Lightning Sentry. Yeah, totally forgot about that swap out. And I think I forgot to swap for the other stuff too. Hold on. God bless it. The swap outs on this. The swap outs on this are stupid. Like, it definitely takes a little bit of setup, and you'd have to get into like a rhythm with it where you'd know exactly what you're doing and swippy swapping in and out. Because like I forgot to throw in this when I cast the master, and I forgot to throw in this when I cast the master to get my +3 there. So hold on, let me swap these back in. Let me recast the master with our +1 Shadow Disciplines. This is not a build for the faint of heart. It definitely is not. Okay, then we swap out the Shadow Disciplines. Swap back in the traps. Swap in all the trap skillers. Then we go out here and we cast our Fade. Of course, we could do our Fade before we swap out the things, but it doesn't really matter. One way or the other. Like, I think she needs a target to actually hit, but that'll be fine. Alright, so put this back up. Lightning Sentry. Okay, so we cast 1, 2, 3, 4. And we get everything nice and boofed up. We put our Shockweb on the main click. And I think we're ready to go. So we swap back over to the lightning setup, our negative res lightning. And now let's go somewhere and see how well she works. Oh, she's not. I don't have lightning sentry on the swap. My bad. Cast the lightning. Okay, hold on. Once she gets into melee range, she starts doing stupid stuff. I got all baby potions. Why do I have the baby potions? Okay, her lightning sentries are kicking booty cheeks. Am I on P8? I am on P8. That was P8. She just annihilated those guys on P8. That was actually very impressive. We can calculate out... I hate every time you make a new character, they give you a little row of the baby potions.
Hello.
You go outside and you're like, and you drink like all 4 potions and they do nothing. It's like, well, thanks. But what is this? For babies? These potions for babies? These are baby potions. Okay, did we get the weapon? We didn't get the weapon on the Mercenary. That'll help out for survivability of the Merc and the Warrior. We want the Mercenary to go in there and tank so that the Warrior doesn't have to tank. That's basically what we want. We don't want her to have to go in there and do anything. Let's put this on P1 real quick just so I can get an idea of what she would do on P1. Because obviously that was P8. Let's take her to Canyon of the Magi where there's lightning immunes. I don't have a lightning sunder, do I? Do I have a lightning sunder in my stash?
Is your Merc using Infinity?
I do have a lightning sunder in the stash. Okay, so we take one trapper out and we put in the lightning sunder. I don't think I need it. The amount of negative res I have is massive. I'm using Crescent Moon. I got a 4-faceted shield. I got an Arcanes with a facet and a Griffin's with a facet. So I'm sitting on what, like... I mean, it's almost 100%. It's 15 shy of 100%. So it's like, what, 85%? Negative 85% res? Most of the monsters should be almost completely broken.
Would it be better to self-wield an Infinity?
I mean, you could. Yeah, because the negative res, you're right. The negative res on the Infinity is what, like, what,
Negative
55?
caps. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I got an Infinity just sitting in the stash. Let's just throw it on. There
And
you
can
go.
test it both ways, see which one you like better.
There you go. Because that gives, what is it, 35, 20, 40. So that's only 45. So Infinity is 10% more. And you get the negative res from the Conviction aura. Well, this just got silly. Alright, go out there and do your business. Here. Well, she just wrecked that elite pack. Oh, I accidentally cast Shockweb. My bad. I swap over, recast it with the equipment. It's not going to be as good as casting it with, like, the max gear, but... Dude, she's kind of insane. The Shockweb hurts a lot. All I gotta do is stand here and let her do her work. I wonder how Charge Bolt Sentry would do as well. These guys are lightning immune. Of course she runs in there and she wants to attack everything. I don't know why she does that. You're equipped with traps. Use them. There you go. Use those traps, Do-si-do. Come on down and let's go. Well, P1 is a joke. I don't know how much the traps are doing, but it's a lot, and everything's dying really, really fast. Let's change it back up to P8. Let's go inside one of the tombs. Merc is putting in some work. Poor Shadow Warrior. She's so dumb. She doesn't know she's a god. She's over there meleeing stuff because that's apparently what she's good at. Big flaw in the plan. Shadow Warrior is stupid.
Shadow Warrior, big dum-dum.
Shadow Warrior, no smart. She use big thing, not good.
I just want to bonk things.
I just need to bonk, bonk. She's like, I know I have god tier traps, but I'm just going to not use them. Oh, she cast that one so horrible. That was such a horrible trap cast. Stop casting horrible traps. I'll block the door so she can't get through. Cast the stuff or else. It casts the lightning traps or else it gets the hose again. I was hoping that having a mercenary to tank would fix the issue of her always wanting to run in there and tank, but she just keeps running in there to tank. Like, I don't know what's wrong with her. I think she's done. When she does cast her lightning trap, it freaking wrecks everything on the screen. But she's stupid. Will you come up here? Come up here. Come up here and stop being a dumbly dumbly. Look, see, you're an idiot. Maybe in tight, enclosed spaces isn't the best place for her, unfortunately. Here, hold on, let me pre-buff all these things again real quick. Alright. Kill those guys. No, I don't want you to go attack them. Stop attacking them. Don't do that. Cast the trap like you're supposed to, or else you get the hose again. Strong like bull, dumb like moose. That's right. How you know this? You know this? This you know. Dude, she's worse than the Act 2 merc. She just runs off and just melees things. Both of her skills are ranged skills, but yet she is more than happy to run off and just start meleeing things. And the only thing I can do is run away and hope that she runs away, but then the monsters run up to her like idiots. She has a bigger aggro range than the Act 2 merc. Like, I don't even know how to explain it other than that. Like, it feels like the Act 2 merc is having a harder time aggroing things than she does. She just runs straight over to the monsters and just starts aggroing them, and there's nothing I can do about it. The Act 2 merc, on the other hand, is like sauntering over slowly, while the Shadow Warrior is being a complete and utter douche. Cast your abilities and stop being stupid. We're trying to do a test. I don't need you to stab the...
Ginger,
There.
do you have any amulets from TZ saved up?
Nah, I crafted with all of them.
Dang, I'm gonna have to go find some TZs, I guess. Dang.
The sad thing is that once she gets within melee range, like, it wouldn't be so bad if when she was in melee range, she actually used the abilities. But once she's in melee range, she ceases to use the abilities. So, like, she just stops using the abilities at all. Maybe... I hate to suggest this, because the build is already ridiculously expensive. But maybe Enigma is the answer, because then you can micromanage where she's standing on a more, religious sort of setup. So you can just sit there and you can just micromanage her over and over and over again and keep her from being able to, move around, right? So, like, that way, if she goes into melee range, you can just immediately suck her out of melee range and force her to do whatever it is that you need her to do. And... being able, because, I mean, obviously if you're relying on a mercenary, or sorry, a minion to do anything, it just doesn't really work very well. At least this way, she's actually doing what you want her to do. Where do I have an Enigma? I probably got an Enigma somewhere around here. Boom, 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 boom. I think that works when we lose 5% negative res, but I think it'll be worth it just to...
Yeah, you put the infinity on though, so...
Yeah. I mean, the infinity made up for a little bit of the negative res getting lost. It's not bad.
Because it gives, what, 67 to the immunes? Minus 67 to the immunes? With the aura?
I don't know if I have a frickin'... I guess I could just edit one in. I don't think I have an Enigma just, like, sitting around somewhere. Which is odd, because I thought I had at least a couple here and there spread out between some of the characters. But then again, I just don't really put Enigma on a lot of characters, do I? But in this particular case, trying to micromanage a mercenary who's not behaving, I feel like there's very little option. Like, you're gonna have to... There may also be, I don't know, there may also be a situation where it forces the Shadow Master to attack, because sometimes the minions have like a function where like after they teleport, they'll immediately cast an ability. So maybe I might be able to force her to cast an ability by teleporting, and then maybe that'll be my entire goal. Is like I just keep teleport on, whatever, and I'll teleport every now and then to pull her back in, and then she'll force cast whatever the ability is on right click. It might work. It might not work. Maybe she's just hopeless, and there's nothing I can do about it. I mean, I still get +2 skills at least, so I still don't have to worry about, like swapping in a +2 skill armor. Absolutely silly character. It's like, hey, do you guys like not want to play the game? Well, because boy, do I have a character for you. All right, you just do a little bit of this, a little bit of that, all right, and then your Shadow Warrior just kind of does everything for you, and then you don't have to worry about doing anything because your Shadow Warrior just kind of she's OP, and then you just it's like whatever. We'll have to go into cows and play around with this in cows. The hell was that?
That was my phone.
I thought it was like some random app I'd never heard before. It's like, wait a minute, what? Yo mama? Yo mama? Alright. We got our Enigma. Watch somebody who's like ridiculously rich, like actually make this build. They're like, oh, it just takes an infinity and like some magic claws that like are absolutely insane, and like, why not? I got that laying in the bank, like right now. Perfect griffins, like multiple trap skillers, like shadow disciplines. Those that's like 5 for them gold. Like before you know it, they've got like the whole thing set up, and you're like,
Why is your character better than my hero edited character?
your character's literally better than my hero edited character. Freaking hackers. Okay, so let's grab these. We gotta pull these out of here. Alright, so we pull all the trappers out. We put in all the shadow disciplines. Alright, then we gotta summon our super high level level 56 Shadow Warrior. And we'll write that down too. So we managed to get level 56. Why do we have 57 on the sheet though? Are we missing a plus to skill somewhere? Oh yeah, because we went with Plague Claws instead of going with the +3. So yeah, we're missing like 1 skill on each claw, which is not terrible. Like we're still at level 56. So that's not bad. Okay, so now that we have her summoned, let's go out real quick and we're gonna put Fade on. Because she can get like the ridiculously high level Fade. All we gotta do is just have like any monster walk near us. I think Cold Plains is probably the best for this. Because there's usually a monster right by Cold Plains. Alright, there. So now she's immediately casted Fade, which is what we want. Alright, and then let's put Teleport on Z. We don't have Teleport? Oh, we haven't actually put the Teleport on yet. Alright, let's put Teleport on Z. And then we need to swap out all these for trap skillers. Missing a trap skiller. Where's my... was it a stash? Where is it? Is it in here somewhere? Okay, there it is. Alright. And we need to go precast the abilities, which is pretty easy to do. You just walk outside of town. You just go cast, 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 and then we're done. So now we've pre-buffed the Merc and the Shadow Master. So she now has, or Shadow Warrior. So she now has all the abilities. Let's go ahead and swap. Oh wait, hold on. I didn't pull in the trap, Sammy. That's right. Hold on. All right, there we go. We got to do it again. Pre-buff. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Now she's pre-buffed. Now we grab the lightning. Throw that in there, and we are now we're set. So she's now maxed out to her best possible ability, and we're now set up properly because we're going to switch to the Infinity. And let's go back to Canyon of the Magi. Are we still on P8? We're still on P8, right? Yeah. All right. So P8, Canyon of the Magi, and now we've got teleport, so we can actually teleport her around and see if she does like the things immediately. Looks like she casts immediately as soon as you teleport, but she does Shockweb instead of the Lightning Sentry. It's like an immediate Shockweb as soon as you teleport her. That's interesting. So every time you teleport, she just immediately does Shockweb. I'm having a hard time getting her to cast the traps, though. She loves that Shockweb. Maybe it would be better if we didn't have Shockweb on the thing. Maybe then she'll cast the trap. Or maybe we can put, can we put throw on there to just prevent her from having access to anything? So that she'll just cast the trap instead. Like, this is going to take some fine-tuning to figure out how to get her to cast the trap. Oh, there we go. We got a trap cast. Maybe it's just a distance thing. Maybe we just need to be the right distance away. Looks like maybe teleporting around in a circle does it. Interesting. So maybe having her cast Shockweb isn't the right play, because if we put Shockweb, she prioritizes Shockweb over the other options, which isn't useful. But if we do it a different way, she doesn't prioritize Shockweb. Instead, she prioritizes... So she prioritizes the Lightning Sentry. Looks like we can guarantee her to cast one Lightning Sentry if we do it this way. Yeah, there you go. She'll always cast at least one Lightning Sentry if we do it that way. The Lightning Sentries are freaking killer too. Like, holy Jesus. Like they're not no slouch. Like, her Lightning Sentries are kind of hellacious. If you, oh god. Amp Spear Cats, let's go. Cast them Lightning Sentries, do-si-do. Yeah, get them. I don't even need to be over there. Cast the Lightning Sentries. Keep on casting them. Ow! Freaking amp, though. They all dead yet? God dang. That was beautiful for P8, though.
I can't carry anymore.
Dude, even one of her Lightning Sentries just, like, rips. Like, absolutely rips. Look at P8 Shank the Overseer just get annihilated from existence. Do we test this on P8 Uber Diablo? I don't think she's just gonna run in there and attack him and she's just gonna die. But I can always give it a shot. We can just sell a Soch and see what happens. What's the most optimal place for us to fight over Diablo with this? Like, we need somewhere that's large enough that she won't immediately go into melee range, but that's not, like, too crowded with monsters. Well, I guess the monster crowding doesn't really matter.
It's probably cold kill.
Gold, what?
Cold kill? Outer cloister?
So the mage?
Or the inner cloister?
Oh, the Bane Ash, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bane Ash would work. Let's do Bane Ash. Here, let's clear off this amp real quick. What's her damage? It's a lot. But we'll calculate her damage out in a second. Let's see how she does against Uber Diablo before we go any further. I just kind of want to see. It'll be hilarious. We'll have to teleport her out of harm's way. I'll just keep teleporting her around until she casts all the lightning sentries. It looks like there's a skill to it. Like, from what I'm seeing, it really comes down to casting, like, teleport at just the right distance. Because when she's in melee range at a certain distance, she always charges. And when she's at a range, she always casts the lightning sentry, but only when she's at the right range. So it really comes down to getting her properly distanced away from Uber Diablo.
Which the more you play her, you'll know the range.
Yeah, it's like an exacting distance. Hold on, let me get some more potions real quick.
I mean, there's probably a write-up on that on Reddit somewhere.
Of like the exact distance.
Yeah,
to,
where the range has been calculated.
So like knowing like the exact point to teleport to get her to auto cast the ability. She does the shockweb fairly well. Like that's easy. Like if you throw shockweb on her on the left click, she'll cast shockweb almost every single time instantaneously.
Yeah, it's like she prioritizes that like the Act 3 Merc prioritizes static when you're tellying. Because if you have the lightning Merc and you're teleporting, every time you teleport they cast static.
Well, if she can't get to the monsters, it seems like she'll cast the thing. Like I'm standing here in the way of the door so she can't get through and she's spamming the sentry. So maybe the key is to utilize the doorway here. So like let's draw Uber Diablo over to the doorway.
So then Arcane might be the best.
Like to like block them in.
Yeah, because there's a guaranteed doorway for you.
The damage output is ridiculous. The lightning sentry kills stuff in P8 as if it's P1. I don't know what the damage is, and we're gonna have to run the calculations here in a little bit, but it's a lot. Like it's a lot. I'm actually using Uber Diablo's cages to hold the Shadow Warrior in place. Deliberately to see, but unfortunately that didn't work because then she started attacking the cages, so that didn't really help. Unfortunately, I think Uber Diablo might have the perfect counter to my Shadow Warrior, an easily attackable object that she's going to run up and start meleeing. No, it hurts.
It's actually
so
a high
bad.
threat summon too, so.
Yeah, so he's like attacking her constantly. Let's deal with some of these other trash mobs real quick so these guys get out of the way too, because we got there's a lot of junk in here that she's messing around with. I mean, I suppose that I could switch over, cast like 5 traps to get things started. They wouldn't be as good as hers, but they'll still dish out some pretty significant damage. And then her traps will then come in and replace mine, which could also be a strategy. So I just simply cast my 5, swap back over to the infinity, and then try and get her to cast hers after I cast mine. Every one that she replaces of mine will also obviously have the massive damage bonus. I mean, I lose 1 trap, I think, by swapping and casting. I'm still getting... She still maintains the high synergy, but it won't be... It'll be like 1 skill off. But at least then I can guarantee that 5 traps are on the field, and then whenever she casts her god tier trap, which is way better than mine, hers will just replace mine, right? So, like, it's not that big of a deal. So we can just start it out with my 5, swap back over to the infinity. So let's do that. So where's hold on, let me get a lot of these regular monsters out of the way before we get started. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's get a lot of this like Felger carb out of the way. Let's clear the playing field so we can make sure we're doing this properly. I also probably need to tap Diablo, Uber Diablo with some prevent monster heal, but I kind of wanted to see like how good it was with his regeneration in place. Alright, so first off, where's he at? Where's he at? Is he over here? Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, swap. See if we can get her to cast. Of course, Diablo with his regeneration in place is just ridiculous. I don't think we're going to see any success with his regeneration in place. So how do we get a little bit of prevent monster heal on his booty cheekins? His booty tackins? I mean, I've got Hawannans. I could maybe stab him one time with the infinity or something. I don't know if I really have the AR for that, but I really only need to hit him 1 time.
The conviction's helping with the AR, though.
Yeah. Here, let's take some of these res charms out. I can put Hawannan in here for a swap real quick. And we'll grab... I'll just see if I can tap him 1 time. And if I can tap him 1 time, then his regeneration goes away, and then we'll get a better idea of how the damage is translating. It's kind of important to tap Uber Diablo at least 1 time with some prevent monster heal. Okay, I need to regular attack him. Oh, I'm on the claws. I'm on the claws. I guess it really doesn't matter which one I'm on, does it? Oh, no, you're right. Yeah, because the infinity is going to be a better... No, don't kill the Shadow Master. That's what I get for playing around. I didn't have my buttons set up properly. Okay, attack on there. Throw on there. We don't want to attack anything on there. I mean, she's pretty tanky. She doesn't die easily. That's for sure. Let me throw Fade back up real quick. She should self-cast Fade as soon as she sees Diablo. Okay, there we go. So she self-casted Fade. Switch back to Lightning Sentry. See if we can hit him 1 time. That's all we need to do. Okay, I believe he's been hit. Alright, now we just need to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cast over. This is so silly. I'm not even sure if she's casting anything, to be perfectly honest. Oh, down goes the Merc. See if I can block the door. Maybe get her to cast the abilities. She not casting? You're not gonna cast? She doesn't seem to want to. She's being rude. I'm gonna put Shockwave on her and see how she does with Shockwave too. 'Cause she is actually like casting Shockwave every single time, just about when I teleport her. Oh, never mind. Over Diablo killed me. Time to pre-buff everything again. God, she's so unwieldy. She doesn't want to do anything. She's so eager to run in there and attack. That's what she wants to do. Just run in there and attack everything head on with melee attacks. It's almost as if, as cool as what I'm trying to do is, it's almost as if it would be better to set her up with a melee type like setup so that she's doing what she does best, which is running in there and being an idiot and meleeing things. Which might sound kind of stupid, but there are ways that we could set up synergies for her to cast, I don't know, like melee attacks. You know, like maybe my Dragon Tail Sin. Maybe setting up a Shadow Warrior with like a Dragon Tail Sin would be like hilarious. That way she can just use the ridiculous levels of the Shadow Warrior or the Dragon Tail and whatnot. I don't know how well that would work. Yeah, let's see if we can get her to cast her Fade again. I swear if I could drag him down to that opening where the cathedral walls that have like the openings in them, I think that would be the key. I think that would work the best because it's open and I can block the door and then she can't get through, and then I can just lock her on the other side and she'll just spam the lightning sentries on that side of the thing and then I won't have to worry about it. Like I think if I did that, it would probably work. It's just a matter of positioning. Let's see if we can lure him down there. I bet you I could lure him down there. That's not that big of a deal. Oh yeah, let's grab the Merc too. Why not? He's helpful.
Welcome.
Alright, let's see if we can lure him down.
Impossible.
Oh dang, she's freaking going at it. She launched like several of them at him. Maybe it's just a distance thing. Maybe that's all there is to it. I think I need to hit him again with Prevent Monster Heal, unfortunately. Which is a pain in my butt. Oh, I don't have it on the Dujing. God, he's casted so many frickin' bone prisons. Dude, he's in love with them bone prisons, man. There's like 5 or 6 bone prisons out here. It's hilarious. Okay. Okay, so we got it. Alright, there we go. Alright, come on down here, Diablo. Come on. He's been do-janked. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I want to see how fast his HP goes down when we get him in an optimal scenario. Unfortunately, the only way to do this is to, like, pull him downward. Let's just keep casting. Okay, there we go. There we go.
I am overburdened.
Come on. Come back up here. Come here. Come get me. Come get me. Come get me. I'm stuck in your cage. I'm stuck in your cage, Diablo.
Can't.
So, you know how, like, I have an optimal range where she casts her ability? He definitely has an optimal range where he casts his bone prison, and I think it's the same range, because as soon as I hit the bone prison range, he just starts spamming bone prisons on me, and he won't stop. There's literally, like, 10 bone prisons in the inner cloister now, just, like, floating around. It's actually very, very silly. And I can't get him to... Oh, there we go. He finally chased me down a little bit. There's probably a better place that I could spawn him. I don't know exactly where, but somewhere that has a nice little opening like this is what I need.
I can't carry it.
Oh, I need to block you from getting through the doorway. It's harder to block Diablo from getting through the doorway than I thought. Well, there we go. Now she's spamming abilities. Alright, let's get her started with a little bit of free cast. Oh good, he can't cast through that. Nice. Alright, so you start casting your things. Come on, no. Stay right here, in the corner. Come on, cast your doojanks, do-si-do. Come on down and let's go. Alright, let's take this off the thing so she doesn't have access to Shockweb. Now she's stuck here with me. You're stuck. One, two. So, dude, the bone prisons are horrible. As soon as he casts the bone prison around me, she immediately just starts meleeing the bone prison and she won't do anything else. She's like, this is my life now. I will melee this bone prison. And you cannot tell me not to. There we go. Cast it up. Cast it up. Come on. Cast them lightning sentries, do-si-do. Come on down and let's go. Ow. She's too melee orientated. She really wants to be a melee character. Apparently I'm forcing her hands to not be a melee character, and she doesn't like it. So no matter what she does, she just has to be a melee character. Down goes the merc. I have a feeling that she could absolutely wreck Diablo in a matter of seconds if she actually just cast her abilities, but she just won't do it. Wait, there we go. Is that the magic spot? She's casting. When I teleport here, she starts casting her sentries. Or Diablos. It's a P8. This is a P8 over Diablo too. Like this is a really rough test for her. Maybe it would be better if we tested a P1 over Diablo, which is more realistic anyway. Wow, he can cast his things through the wall. I mean, he's already at half health. I could probably kill the rest of them just by like casting my traps. Where did he go?
Impossible. Impossible. I can't.
This build is so silly. You still want to know her damage? Alright, let's calculate out her damage real quick and let's see if we can figure out what she's doing.
Yes.
Alright, so for us, we have 1 to 11k lightning sentry, so that's what we're currently doing. Fire Blast might actually be better because she would actually cast it repeatedly. And I think she would actually spam it. That could be an interesting alternative to see how high we could get Fire Blast. I mean, Shockweb likewise has a really high damage output as well. Her Shockweb should be kind of insane. Like, I sometimes I'm wondering, like, if it wouldn't be better just to let her cast her Shockweb on Uber Diablo and just see how that rolls. I don't know if it would be better than lightning traps, but she does spam it, and she spams it very often, so maybe? Like, maybe? I mean, let's give it a quick check real quick just for fun. Let's go back there real quick. I'll melee my boy in the face and then okay, so we hit him with the first attack. Alright. Let's go back to Shockweb. Let's make sure we cast our Shockweb on our Doojank. So she throws a Shockweb like every single time we teleport. Man, that freaking attack he has is just insane. I can't take that damage for very long. Even teleporting around, it still hits me multiple times. Oh dang. And he killed the Shadow Master with the fire. That's unfortunate. Now we have to rebuff everything. We might let's change it out to P1 because P8 is a little bit of a rough like go anyway for Uber Diablo. Like most people aren't fighting Uber Diablo on P8 anyway. You pretty much always do Uber Diablo on like P1, 2, or 3. Like 3 like maximum. That's about like all you ever do. So I feel like that was kind of a bad test for her anyway. It's just not really fair. It's not really fair. So let's F it. Let's go ahead and get the fade proc. let's try P1. Let's see if that's how P1 does. Let's see how it does with P1. Okay. All right, we got our fade. Lightning Sentry. Swap these out. Swap. Wait, no, not that one. Swap these in. Let's go pre-buff her abilities. So F2, F3, F4, F5. So we pre-buffed everything. Let's grab this, put it in there. Let's throw that on just for the moment. I'm not sure if Inner Cloister is a good spot. I'm trying to like figure out like the best spot for her, but there's a lot of stuff going on in Inner Cloister. Maybe
The jail?
I mean it's super unique. Maybe an open area would be better. I don't know, like Bishy Bosch maybe, or
Bishy Bosch would probably work.
like or maybe. Well, an easier one to find would be Rakanishu. We could do Rakanishu. That might be easier. Because you got, like, the pillars, too. So I think the pillars block attacks, don't they? So I could use those to block the damage. I also don't need the Lightning Thunder while I'm fighting him, but... Alright, hold on. Let me make sure I put it down to P1. I did. Let's go to Stony Field. Alright, we gotta go poke him one time with the Hawaiians so we get the negative, or the prevent monster heal. Okay, there we go. He's been poked. Let me switch back to Shockweb. Let me go ahead and precast 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then let's go in. I think the rocks are blocking my traps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Frickin' Merc can't take a single one of them Shadow Blast, which is insane with the amount of damage reduction and stuff he has. I don't understand, like... Sometimes I don't understand how he does so much damage so quickly to... like, the Mercs, when they have so much damage reduction. Even with the 10 times multiplier, like, that they have, it still shouldn't be that bad. The silliest of builds. Poor Mercenary. Alright, free buff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Diablo P1 is dead. Painful. It's painful to get her to be able to do anything. She just doesn't do what she wants. She's hard-headed and she does what she wants to do, and that's it. Rakanishu has evolved. That's right. Yeah, Fire Blast might actually work better because of the damage. It's just simply the fact that she's willing to cast it more and all of the synergies that you can potentially get with it. But you'd have to go with negative fire res instead of negative lightning. but you could potentially do a very similar setup. It does get damage from Shockweb, Charge Bolt Sentry, Wake of Fire, Lightning Inferno, and Wake of Inferno, which is 5 synergy bonuses. It could be possible to set that up. You just need some more negative res. I don't know exactly what kind of damage output we could get to with Fire Blast, but maybe that is a better setup because that way she'll just spam cast Fire Blast. I mean, and then you could also have like Wake of Fire on the alternate. I mean, it's not much different of a setup than we're currently doing. The only difference is we would need a different source of negative res, like dual phoenixes or something. I don't know. I mean, it would still be really similar. I don't think we would have enough skill points to cap out everything, though. I mean, that's Fire Blast, Shockweb, Charge Bolt, Wake of Fire, Lightning Sentry, and Wake of Inferno. That's 5, 6 skills, and then you also need Shadow Warrior, which is 7. So you need 20 points and 7 skills, which is not possible. I mean, that the total number of pointages you would need there is 20 times 7, which is 140 skill points. You can only get 110 max, which is 30 skill points shy, so you would have to skimp on something. I mean, it would still be pretty crazy. I'm not gonna lie. It would still be nuts. I don't know how much the damage would be. Let's calculate out the damage that Lightning Sentry is currently at with our current setup. So, with our current setup, we're looking at 56 divided by 3, which gives us 18, probably rounded down. And then we currently have a level of Lightning Sentry. Oh, I forgot to load in the things when I was doing Uber Diablo, which means he didn't. So I wasn't even doing full damage then. So we're looking at level 52 on the traps. I'm missing that, and then I'm missing this. Yeah, so 52, 52, 46, 46. Yeah, alright. So the damage output for this would be... Let's go to Amazon Basin real quick and we'll run the numbers. I mean, for regular monsters in P8, it absolutely annihilates. I mean, we can definitely say for a fact it worked for that. For getting cohesive fire on a difficult target like P8 Uber Diablo, it's too difficult to get her to focus fire on that particular monster, which is a little bit of a pain in the butt. But it looks like for this, we are looking at a base damage of 16,222 for Lightning Sentry. So let's put that down. And then we need to figure out the level of each one of these abilities, which is going to be a little bit of a pain in the butt. So 51 divided by 2, or 52 divided by 2 is going to give us, what is that, 25, 26. So 26 for both of the LS, CBS, 46 divided by 2, that's 23 for Shockweb. Alright, and then we get the bonus here, so 18. So we add 18 to all of these to get the level, which is going to give us... Why do I keep closing the calculator? Oh, I didn't close the calculator. Okay, good. Alright, so 26 plus 18 gives us 44. So we're looking at 44, 44, and then we've got 23 plus 18 gives us 41, and then we've got Fire Blast, doesn't really matter, but Fire Blast should be 41 as well for Fire Blast. Alright, so then we calculate out the damage, which it's not 1,622 because the level of for this particular warrior, because it's only 1,270. And then we add the synergy bonuses. Now the synergy bonuses is where things get crazy because we have 18%. Yeah, it's 18% per synergy, so Shockweb and Charge Bolt are both going to give 18 points. 18%. So we get 18% times 44 and 41. So 44 plus 41 times 18% is 1,530% bonus. So we then take our 1,270 and we add 1,530%, which gives us an average damage of, well, not an average damage, but a damage output of 20,701 per century. And then we can multiply that by 5 if she ever casts 5, which would be 103,505 damage is what she would be doing if we could get her to cast 5 sentries. For comparison, if we cast the lightning sentries ourselves with a Sunder in our inventory, we are looking at 16k, but we basically have like no negative res because we're only using Griffin's Eye, which doesn't really help us out very much. But we're looking at 16k. So we take 16k times 5. You're looking at 16 times 5 equals 80k. But here's where things diverge greatly from this scenario. Okay, so under the assumption that when I swap to my infinity or my crescent moon and faceted shield or whatever I'm using, now I've got like a massive amount of negative res that's being applied to the target automatically, right? So that means that I'm running what is that, 80% negative res automatically. So this is 103,505 damage with an automatic negative 80% enemy lightning res plus conviction, which means that we're also running the, what is it, 86% negative from conviction. So you're getting a grand total of on a non-immune monster, you're getting a grand total of what is that? 80 plus 86 is 166% negative. So any monster that you come across is going to be negative 166% negative. And then the immunes are going to be negative 80 plus, what is it, 17 for conviction when it's against an immune monster. So 80 plus
12.5%, right?
Oh, 12.5, so 12.5%. So then that's going to sit at, why is it not doing the one? 92% for an immune monster.
Which is still fantastic.
Which
That's
is
100%
fantastic.
damage.
So that means you're going to get 100% damage versus immune monsters, and any monster that's not immune is going to go down probably to anywhere from, like, just take your average monster that's at like a 50% lightning immunity, and you subtract 166% from that monster. Minus 166, they're immediately going to be at negative 116, which is obviously over the cap. So they're going to be at negative 100% resistance, which means that your 103,000 damage or your 20,000 damage lightning sentry is actually going to be multiplied by 2. So you're looking at a 40,000. What is that? 20,701 times 2 is a 41,402 damage lightning sentry. And then you multiply that by 5, like I said, if you could ever get her to cast 5, and you would end up with 207,010 damage, like, per rotation of lightning sentries. I imagine that the damage output that she's doing would be enough, even in P8, to, like, one-shot most cows. Like, especially since it's a straight line attack, it would just simply go straight through. The cows have basically no lightning resistance anyway, so you just walk into cows, dish out massive amounts of damage. Let's do that real quick. Let's go grab a cow leg. Let's bring her into the cows and let's play around with that. I do think that using this method, Fire Blast might actually be better. And the reason why I think Fire Blast might be better is because of all of the synergy bonuses. And since you can have multiple synergies over level 20, you could potentially build up Fire Blast to the point where it's, I don't even know, at 11% per synergy. Let's just run some quick math on Fire Blast. Well, I'm not actually going to do anything super crazy, but so like if I'm using full trap skillers and I have my claws on, And just like as a guess here. So let's assume that we're at least at level 46 on all of the synergies for Fire Blast. Doesn't have to be all of them, but like because we can't really do all of them, we're going to have to skimp on one or two of them. Yeah, so let's just do that. We'll skimp on one of them, and we'll say that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So at least 4 of the synergies are at level 46. Okay, so 46 times what is that? 4, right? So times 4 times 11% gives us a total percentage of 2,024 enhanced damage. And then going to Fire Blast, Amazon Basin Fire Blast. I don't know if they touched Fire Blast in any of the patches, so I don't know if these numbers are correct. But assuming that we get Fire Blast at the same level that we currently have Lightning Sentry, which is 52, and then it gets divided and all the other bull crap happens, and it goes down to, what was it, 44? So if it goes down to level 44, let's take level 44. 44's damage is 797.5 maximum fire damage. Alright, so we clear this, so we go 797.5 times, plus 2,024%. 2,024%. We're looking at a 16,938 damage Fire Blast. And assuming we'd give the same treatment that we do to the Lightning setup, where we can get the monsters down to negative 100% fire res easily, which should be possible with, like...
No, that's beyond easy.
That's beyond easy
Dual
on
Phoenix
fire.
is,
Yeah, like Dual
is
Phoenix.
negative 50 right there, too, just like the...
Yeah, and then so, like, super easy to get the negative res set up there. Like, we can definitely get that done. Maybe even throw, like, a Conviction pole arm on the Merc or something, just for lulz. We were talking about multiply that times 2. So that's about, like, a 33,877 damage Fire Blast, and it's AoE.
It's a small AoE, but yeah.
It's not... It's like a little 3 yards or something. It's not, like, too bad.
3.5 yards or something like that.
Enough to kill multiple monsters with one Fire Blast, though. So it's like...
Yeah.
You're like, all the little monsters will pop their heads. 33,000 damage sounds kind of insane for each Fire Blast.
That gets cast on attack speed.
And what we also noticed is that she casts, like, you can basically force her to cast a shockweb, so it probably works the same way with Fire Blast. So if we test,
so you can just tele stomp.
Yeah. So if we
like,
let's test it real quick. So if we go to, like, Frigid Highlands and I'll just put Fire Blast on the left click. Like, how often is she just gonna spam Fire Blast? Like, if I just do a telly, yeah, it's like instantaneous. As soon as I telly, she automatically casts a Fire Blast. If I telly far enough away, it's like it has to do with distance. But here, hold on, let me grab my Merc so I can get a little interference, so the monsters aren't charging us directly. And let's go to Canyon. Yeah, look at her. She'll automatically cast a Fire Blast almost immediately. Like, all I gotta do is teleport, and a lot of the times it's just like an immediate Fire Blast. Like, sometimes I gotta wait a second for her to actually cast it, but it's almost like the teleport is triggering the Fire Blast. Like, I can force her to throw the Fire Blast with every single attack. It seems like it's the same way with the Shockweb. Like, if I force her to teleport and cast the Shockweb, she does the same thing. She throws the Shockweb almost immediately. It's a lot easier to get her to throw Shockweb or Fire Blast than it is to get her to throw the Sentry. Okay. Alright. Alright. Alright, so let's do it. Let's do a cow level real quick. I want to do a cow level. Let's go get the leg. I can't pick it up. Time to do the old pick up the leg and leave the game.
And leave the game.
Because that's the way, we do it. You know, there's still so many people that don't know that you can do this. And they literally will comment, like, on my live streams or my videos afterward, and they'll be like, wait a minute, you can... Wait, what? Like, you can just pick up an item and leave? Like,
Yes.
You didn't know
Yes,
that?
you can.
You didn't know you could do that? Let's totally pick up an item and leave. What's wrong with it? How did you not know? That's the question. How did you not know? You silly. What's up, Lobo? I have a feeling she's going to wreck the cow level. Like, because the damage of even 1 sentry is so high that all she has to do is cast like 1 sentry and that's pretty much it. Even if she casts like 1 sentry and a couple shockwebs, she's still going to pretty much wreck most of the stuff in there. Plus, the cows don't really have a lot of resistances anyway, so for the most part, she's just going to, like, obliterate them. She was doing pretty good in P8 just about anything so far, so... Yeah, go ahead and cast your Fade. There we go. Fades up. I'm using... Oh, no, that was with traps. Okay, that's not a legitimate do-jank. Hold on. We need to do a swoopies. Let's pull in the Shadow Discipliners. Recast my girl. Okay, let's go back out here. Recast Fade. What if I put Shadow Warrior on the bar and she casts another Shadow Warrior? I wish, right? I don't really need the Lightning Thunder in cow level. Alright, now we need to pre-buff all of our do-janks, just like we did before. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, so we've now pre-buffed. Swap over to our Infinity. And into the P8 cow level we go. Unfortunately, she likes to cast Shockwave too much. I might have to take it off of the bar to get her to cast the Lightning Sentries. Come on, cast the Lightning Sentries and stop being silly. There you go. Look at you doing a thing. This is TZ'd cows, too. He ate TZ cows. Alright, let me get some mana potions. I'm running out of mana potions to teleport. Maybe some Frosties would be good for this build, just so I have more mana for teleporting. Alright, so we're going to help her out with the initial lightning sentries. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... I mean, we have lightning sentries too. It's not like we're an invalid that can't cast anything. God, why does she just, like, run straight for the pack? Like, I don't understand. She has this tendency to just run straight in and do melee attacks. And it's not even like she's just walking over there. No, she, like, books it over there to run and attack them in melee. Maybe I just have to let her melee, but usually when she's meleeing, she won't cast anything. You gonna cast something? Cast something. You're not gonna cast anything when you're in melee range, are you? Not a dang thing. She ain't gonna cast not a dang thing while she is in melee range. What if I put Shockweb back on there? Will that change what she wants to cast? She won't cast anything. She does so much damage. She's literally a god among damage. Like, there's not a single trap sim that can do the same damage with a trap that she can do. But she just won't cast the stupid trap. She just won't do it. I mean, I can continually pull her back and hope that it allows her to cast something, but for the most part, she just seems content to not cast what she... Oh, there you go. She actually cast a couple things. And now the P8 cows are getting wrecked. She cast like two lightning sentries, and then like they went down like a sack of bricks. She has these moments where she goes into like a cast mode. Like I've noticed, where like sometimes she'll sit there and she'll cast 2 things before she goes in. I mean, and I feel like this build would have to be, you'd have to be like the Shadow Master, the Shadow Warrior Whisperer, basically. And you'd have to know exactly how to manipulate the Shadow Warrior to, you know, get her to cast the most number of abilities. And I feel like there's probably somebody who's already done this. Because isn't the Shadow Warrior used a lot in PvP for spamming things like Mind Blast, for like stunning stuff, and like there's a couple different ways that people use the Shadow Warrior to like, you know, like spam cast abilities. So somebody's probably already done this math. We just need to look it up and like cheat off of their math book. We just need to cheat. I need cheat codes. I feel like a little Mind Blast actually wouldn't hurt here. Like if I threw out some Mind Blasts to kind of get the monsters to all group up. Especially when I'm dealing with these super fast packs of like mighted, extra fast cows that are just like rushing us.
Yes. Good day.
Yeah, the Fire Blast version would work better, I feel like, just in general. So if we ran... Is it like the Valkyries and her skills and gears change each time summoned? Yes. The Master also changes gear as well as the Warrior, but the Master actually has rare equipment and the Warrior only has like magical gear. Her gear is actually terrible. So like her magical equipment is it's all blue. She's wearing all blues, which is like the worst thing you can do in Diablo. I mean, yeah, there's a couple good blue items, but you don't want to wear all blues. The Shadow Master actually has access to all of the equipment. I mean, I don't know if the Shadow Master snapshots the same way that the Warrior does. Like it's, let me check Amazon Basin, but I don't think she has the same snapshotting potential. Skill levels of skills used are stored and can provide synergy bonuses to skills used afterwards. Synergy bonus is not restricted to maximum level. Skill level stored is that when most recently used. So the Master does do the same thing? It does. But then we still can't control what she's doing, though, which is an issue. She will use...
The Master is smarter, though.
Yeah,
she
uses a lot more abilities, though. She will use the traps. She'll also use Wake of Fire and other random things that we don't want her to use, but... I mean...
She prioritizes skills with a higher skill level.
Yeah. Okay, well... I mean, we make some minor changes. Like, instead of Shadow Warrior, we go with Shadow Master. And then... I mean, I could change the claws real quick. It doesn't really take that much effort. I think I deleted all the claws, though, so I'd have to remake them. I mean, not really too big of a deal. It wouldn't take much of a change. I mean, we've got everything pretty much set up already. So it's pretty much just a matter of getting Shadow Master on the claw instead of Shadow Warrior. I wonder if we could just edit it on D2 Rune Wizard so we don't have to go through all this trouble. Let's just exit here. Let's go to D2R Rune Wizard. If you guys don't know, there's an editor in D2R Rune Wizard that you can use. It does work, but it's only online. So tools, hero editor, there it is. Okay. Let's load existing character. C Diablo 2 Resurrected. We want Diablo 2 Resurrected. GGM Shadow. We can just do like a quick edit on the claw. Okay, and then we're gonna... I think we can just edit the claw. Yes, good. Okay, we can just edit the claw to Shadow Master. Where's Shadow Master? We need the Master of Shadow. Okay, and that pretty much that pretty much does it. So then we just save that. I don't think there's really much else we need to change besides the Shadow Master. Let's edit the other one. I think the Shadow Warrior is just dumb. That's all I can say about her. She's an idiot. Like she just runs in there and melees. At least with the Shadow Master, or sorry, the Shadow Warrior's dumb. At least with the Shadow Master, like I noticed that like when she's fighting, she's constantly doing things, right? She's casting a trap, she's doing Mind Blast, like she throws like, you know, like a claw out or whatever. Like she's constantly doing things, and she does cast traps. I don't know if she's gonna cast enough to be useful, but maybe it will work. All right, so let's save to file. We'll just go ahead and download that. I'm gonna copy that into the folder. Boop, 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 boop. I mean, the Shadow Master should be able to do the same exact things that the Shadow Warrior was doing. It's just going to be a little bit more open for us. The problem with the Shadow Warrior is that we have to have the skills that we want the Shadow Warrior to use on our buttons. And if we cast any of those abilities, you know, like we basically just kind of have to keep swapping back to what we want her to cast. The Master's just going to do whatever she wants to do. Like she doesn't care what we have on our buttons. She doesn't care what we're casting. She's just gonna do whatever she wants to do, and it doesn't matter. Oh, Warsaxon, thanks for the sub, man. I appreciate it. Okay, so we need to respec. Let's do a quick respec so we can get the Shadow Warrior instead of the Shadow Master instead of the Shadow Warrior. Boop, I'll do that. So, bink. Let's go ahead and put the skill points in first. So, we're just going to 1 point fade. Let's go ahead and put points there. So, we want 20 points lightning, a 20 point charge, 20 point shock web. And then we want to go down to the Shadow Master, grab 20 points Shadow Master, which leaves us with 20 extra points. And we were using Fire Blast to enhance Shockweb, basically, is what we were working on. So that should still work pretty well. I mean, we still want a 1 point Death Sentry. We can cast Death Sentry ourselves. Like, that's not a big deal. I'm not really sure what we put on our left click. I'll put these in here. Okay, we need to put our stat points in. So, how much do we need? 76 for the claw. How much do we need for the man catcher? Is not the right play for this, by the way, but that's what I just had sitting in the stash. It's not really that big of a deal. Okay. And then we can just throw everything left into Vitality. So we've got level 51 Shadow Master. We could also throw 20 points into Fire Blast, or we could throw 20 points into Death Sentry. Fire Blast enhances Shockweb, which is nice. I think the Master will throw Shockweb. So that's not like a terrible idea. We could also cap out Fade so that we're like super duper tanky. I know the Master also casts Fade, which means the Master's going to get our skill level for Fade, which might not be a bad play either. I mean, Shockweb's not really that amazing anyway. So maybe we just 20-point Fade and get 45% physical damage reduction on Fade. And then she'll get the 45% physical damage reduction plus the resistances, and she'll be like freaking god tier ridiculousness. Okay, so let's put Shadow Master. So we precast the Shadow Master with all of our buffs here. She immediately casts Burst of Speed. That's unfortunate. I mean, it doesn't really matter. She can cast that whenever she wants to. We can't really control her, like, messing with that kind of stuff. So we should be able to still precast this stuff, so we can still go out and we can precast these abilities. Let's put Death Sentry on our button here. So let's go F1, F2, F3, F4. Oh, sure, hold on. We got Griffins. Dang it, hold on. I messed up. I messed up, boys. I messed up, boys. I messed up, boys. I forgot to put the +3 and +3 on before I did the summoning. So I summoned it at a low level. Okay, so now she's level 56. So now she's been summoned at her max level. Alright, so now we take these off. And we throw on the trappers. This whole build is silly, by the way. And I know it's silly, so you shush. Do not question the silliness. Okay, did we cast everything? Cast. Let's double cast it just to be sure. That sets all the levels of everything at the highest level they can possibly be at. Then we swap in the Doojank, and we're pretty much good to go. Let's just put that there. Alright, so let's go. We're still on P8, right? Let's see how good she does in P8 first. Let's take her over to Shank, just for lulz. First thing she does is Mind Blast everything. I'm gonna cast some Death Sentries. Of course, she's in there freaking meleeing things with martial arts skills. She does not want to do what I want her to do. Dude, she's strong enough to freaking do whatever she wants to do, though, ain't she? Stop casting Mind Blast. Well, I found a little spot where she's stuck and she can't get out of it. It's hilarious. Now she's just got to sit here and do what I want her to do. She gets stuck behind that torch. That's kind of funny. I didn't know there was a spot like that. That would have come in handy for the Shadow Master to make her do whatever I wanted her to do. I don't know, she's spamming Mind Blast too much. She's just spamming that Mind Blast. She uses shock web a lot. I think the Merc is putting in more work than the Shadow Master is. Hey, she cast a lightning sentry. Look at her. Oh yeah, I forgot to switch over to the negative res. She just used the lightning skill from the martial arts tree and annihilated the monster because I have massive negative lightning res. It seems like she's more interested in using martial arts skills than she is using the traps. I don't know. She's just kind of doing whatever she wants to do. I mean, she's powerful. I mean, I'll watch her just like annihilate a monster out of existence, but. Let me test. Let me go to Canyon of the Magi real quick. Would take 7 hours to do a bail run? Yes. Yes. You're correct. I mean, just watching her work, though, in P8, she actually does decent damage. I don't really know how
Hey,
to...
Ginger.
What?
You want me to keep the tiara? I got the Shadow Disciplines tiara.
Yeah, you got it, yeah. You got it. I think
I just identified it.
yeah, I think Fire Blast is gonna work better. Like, that's what
I think you should not slot a point into Mind Blast.
well, I didn't.
Oh, you didn't?
No, the Shadow Master doesn't care. The Master does whatever she wants to do. She can use all skills even if you don't have points in them. She's a troll like that. So that's one of the problems with going with the Shadow Master is that she kind of just has access to all skills. Yes, her skills are based on your skill levels, but she still has access to all of the skills.
I can't carry anymore.
You know, it almost makes me think that you could make, like, the most overpowered broken Shadow Master just by simply, like, one-pointing every single skill that you want her to have, like, massive amounts of skills with, and then just getting, like, tons of plus to skills, and then you just run out and you precast all the skills, and then the Shadow Master just has, like, basically, like, you know, level 40 or 50 or whatever you can get all the skills to with just, like, 1 point and everything, like, skills of everything. So she'd have... like 1 point Dragon Talon, Dragon Claw, Dragon, whatever, right? She'd have like all the synergies for Phoenix and like, because she seems to like to use Fists of Fire, Claws of Thunder, and Blades of Ice, like Tiger Strike, Cobra. You grab like all the traps and put like 1 point into them, and you just get as many plus to skills as you can. And then you summon the Master with all the plus to skills, and then you go use all those abilities real quick out in the Moor or whatever. And then she has all of those abilities capped out with like whatever you were able to get them to. And then she's running around with, you know, like ridiculous everything, so that no matter what she chooses to use, she'll be like smacking the crap out of everything. You can actually get her to slow down on Mind Blast if you put most of your skills in the Shadow Discipline tree. Let's try the Fire version. I think Fire Blast might be the better way to go, because Fire Blast scales higher. It does more like damage. She casts it more often. Like the only thing we need for that is a dual Phoenix setup, which isn't like too ridiculous. We can just put that in. I think I've got like a Phoenix sitting on one of these characters. Yeah, there's tons of these characters actually. Let's see. Boom Boom probably is running a Phoenix shield right now. And then I just need the Phoenix weapon. And then we need the Fire Sunder. I could even just steal her arcanes for right now, or well, I'd keep.
Good
We'll
day.
keep the teleport because I think we need the teleport to be able to control properly what's going on. Do we steal the Crown of Ages with 2 facets? I think we steal the Crown of Ages with 2 facets. I think that's pretty much it. Like, we don't want anything else on here, really. We just need the other Phoenix in a sword. So we need to, like, import 1 additional Phoenix. I don't normally make Phoenix in a sword, so it's not something I normally have laying around. And then we can edit the claws as well while we're at it. I think with the Fire Blast version, because she uses Fire Blast every single time when you teleport. I mean, it's like a almost like a 90% chance that she will use a fire blast. So yeah, my bad. It does that. Hero Editor doesn't like doing anything without making error message sounds, and I apologize for that. There's really nothing I can do about it. I've tried. I have tried to fix it, and the only thing I can tell you is that Hero Editor is broken. It must be made for some like super old version of the game of Windows, and it wants like registry entries for really old files. And so one of the problems is that you end up with like even when I try to get it to work, it still won't work, and I don't know why. Like it just kind of does whatever it wants to do. So what do we want to make Phoenix in? We just like do we just put it in like a really low base? I mean, I just need a 4-socket whatever, right? But I guess for traps or whatever or attack speed, we still want it. So maybe we still want it in a phase blade just for the negative 30. I think that's probably what we want, right? So we just get like the phase blade 4-socket phase blade. Phoenix is 4 sockets, right? And then it's I gotta import the runes. I have to make it because there's something wrong with Phoenix. If you make it, if you import Phoenix, it just doesn't work. The negative res won't actually work, so you have to make it on D2R. I've tried to import it. In fact, I might actually delete Phoenix from the pack because the current Phoenix that's in my item pack, the negative res won't work if you imported it in Diablo 2. And I don't really know why. It just doesn't work. Phoenix. Alright, it's low. FX Vex low jaw, right? I have great hopes for this. Judging by what we've seen, I have very great hopes that this will work. FX low. Let's leave the jaw rune out because we don't wanna mess with that. All right, let's close you out. Sorry for all the error messages. Yeah. Sorry. All right. Copy. Paste. All right. We also need to make one more change through D2 Rune Wizard. So let's go back to D2R Rune Wizard. And we need to do the hero editor again. So let's load. Actually, we can just use this one. We can just use this character, and I can just edit it from here. All right. So instead of Charge Bolt Sentry, we want Fire Blast. Fire Blast is a level 1 skill. Well, actually, you can't. You can't get Fire Blast and Shadow Master on the same item. Or Shadow. No. Okay. So we're doing with Shadow Warrior, not Master. So that needs to be changed too. Hold on. So let's change this to Shadow Warrior on both claws. And then we're changing Charge Bolt Sentry to... I think you can do Fire Blast and Shadow Master at the same time, can't you? I don't even know.
No, Shadow Master's the end and
No,
Fire Blast the beginning.
Warrior, not Master. So Warrior's lower. I don't know if it's low enough to mix in with Fire Blast.
I don't know either.
What are the synergies for Fire Blast? They're all 11%, right? But we're probably gonna do what? Wake of Inferno. Let's just do Wake of Inferno. I think that's the easiest one. Okay, so we got Wake of Inferno, Shadow Warrior. Even if we can't do Fire Blast and Shadow Warrior at the same time, we could still do one of the other synergies. What's one of the other synergies? What, Inferno? Wake of Inferno? We could do Wake of Inferno instead, right? So here, let's do that. We'll just do Wake of Inferno. It's not too big of a difference. We lose 3 skill points on Fire Blast, but we gain 3 synergies on Wake of Inferno. So that'll be decent. Oh, and I did Wake of Inferno instead of Wake of Fire here. Oh, okay, hold on. There we go. Wake of Fire and Wake of Inferno. All right, save. Can we just copy the claw? Can I copy it? Is there a copy button? Oh, upgrade, downgrade. 3 seconds. Now we'll just have to edit the other claw. It's not a big deal. Alright. Wake of Fire. Shadow Warrior. Wake of Inferno. Save. Alright, so did that do it? We got both of them saved. Wake of Inferno, Wake of Fire. Shadow Warrior. Yes, okay. Alright, and then I think that's all we need to do for that. So, save to file. We don't want the one there. Hold on, let me delete the original one. Save. Always with the error messages. Can't ever not have error messages. Boom! Every 5 seconds. Boom! Everything's got a bong. Your mom's a bong. How about that? Alright. Booting it up. Let's go. I think we've got everything we need. Yeah, that's what I did. I added the rune, the base and the rune separate, so I'm gonna create it here. That's what I'm gonna do. You tend to think your PC is exploding? Well, your PC's not exploding, you're just with me. Alright, so there we go. We've got our Phoenix Sword and we've got our Phoenix Shield. Let's go back to Shadow. Alright, let's go ahead and reset Shadow. Let's take the Infinity out, and we need to pull in... Let's take Griffin's Eye out. We don't need that anymore, because we're not using the negative lightning res. So we need at least 165 strength, and we need at least 136 dex for the double Phoenix. I think we need a little bit more strength. No, we don't need a little bit more strength for the Crown of Ages. Alright, we're set. So that brings us to negative 66% enemy fire res. Let's go ahead and arrange this so that the trap skillers don't come down here. I don't want them to come down here at all. Alright, so let's throw these up top. We still ended up with one there. Let's throw that there. There we go. Alright, pull these Shadow Disciplines. Okay, we need... So Fire Blast is going to be interesting. So we're going to cap out Fire Blast, we're going to cap out Wake of Fire, cap out Wake of Inferno. We got to go down and we got to grab our Shadow Warrior. Cap out Shadow Warrior. And then the synergies for Fire Blast are many. There are many synergies for Fire Blast. So I think we just kind of like figure out what we want to do first with these synergy points. We really only have a certain number of synergy points left to spend. Well, we only have 6 points, actually. Because we spent 20, 40, 60, and then 80. So that's 90, and then plus what we used to get to the Shadow Warrior. So we're not even going to have enough points to grab Fade. I mean, honestly, at that point, we pretty much just cap out, what, Shockweb? And then maybe go for Charge Bolt Sentry. Like 6 points in Charge Bolt Sentry. Okay, and then, so we cast her. We didn't even get 1 point in Fade. That's okay. Alright, we need to redo these synergies. So... Actually, no, we made a... no, there's an issue here. So we get synergy bonus no matter what, not even just for hard points. We get it for soft points, so we're an idiot. I should have put at least 1 point in every single one of these, and I didn't put 1 point in Lightning Sentry for the synergy bonus from Lightning Sentry. So we need to redo this. That's my bad. I wasn't paying attention. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, so we need at least 1 point in every synergy. So the synergies are Lightning Sentry, that's 1, Shockweb is 2, Charge Bolt Sentry is 3. It's all of those. And then it's also Wake of Fire and it's Wake of Inferno. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 synergies. And then we're going to cap out Wake of Fire and Wake of Inferno and Fire Blast. Those are the 3 that we're definitely going to cap out. We still have to go down and grab the Shadow Warrior. And then we have 23 points left, which we can spend on whatever we want to. There's probably an optimal distribution because of the, like, division of 2. Since it's just a synergy bonus. Trying to think here if, like, spreading the points out between the remainder would be better, or if it would be better just to stack them in one particular thing. Let me pull out the yay old calculator so we can get the optimal damage here. So, it's the skill level divided by 2. And if we switch over to trap skillers... Alright, so we switch over to traps. We've got, what, 52, 52, 46. We've got 27, 27, and 27. So if we put, like, 1 point in each of these up with 23 points divided by 3. So 23 divided by 3. That's 7.66 points in each. So one of them is going to have an extra point. But that's 27 plus 7 brings them to 34 divided by 2. Gives us a nice even 17, which isn't bad. We really don't want any, like, rounded numbers, though. So that 1 that's 27 plus 8 divided by 2 is going to be 17.5. So there's going to be a rounding going on there, which we don't want to happen. Can we fix that by... I do have an Annie. I've got an Annie. I don't think it really matters. So I think we just 1 point each one all the way up. We just get them all to their highest level here. I mean, we can throw that last point into Death Sentry. That's not a bad idea. So we just throw the last point into Death Sentry. That way we have DS for the build. 888. What am I missing here? I guess we could throw 1 point in Burst of Speed, just so we have something to cast on ourselves. Okay, so we're using trappers. Let's put these back. Let's grab the Shadow Discipline skillers. Cast our ridiculously high level Shadow Warrior. Once she's up, I can even give her burst of speed. I mean, not that she really needs it, but she should cast it. There you go. Now she has burst of speed. Then we swap out for the trappers. I don't have a Fire Sunder, do I? Before we go through all this to do everything, let me go grab that Fire Sunder. It's kind of important to make sure that the build works. Yeah, let me grab that real quick. I can steal it from Boom Boom. Big bada boom. It's interesting, Shrimp Father, the way that the Shadow Warrior's abilities works. That's why we're playing with this, to see what we can squeeze out of it. It basically is soft point synergies. Yes, there's no cap on the synergy levels that you can get out of it. It's written on Amazon Basin right here for the Shadow Warrior and the Shadow Master, both of them. It says skill levels are stored when most recently used, which means that you can precast them essentially, and then just like she has that ability permanently. I'm not sure if they transfer like later on, but we'll play with it. And skill levels of skills used are stored and can provide synergy bonuses to skills used afterwards. Synergy bonus is not restricted to a maximum level of 20. Which means that they go above level 20 in terms of synergy bonuses. It's something to do with the way that everything gets, like, multiplied out, or, like, it's like a divide. You take, like, the skill level of the warrior, and you divide it by 3, and then you take the skill level of the character, and then you divide that by 2, and then you add them together, and you get, like, a maximum level. And that ends up being the synergy bonus, which is then applied to the skill, and the skill also gets its own bonus. So, like, by the time we're done, we should have a pretty crazy Fire Blast. I'll calculate what level Fire Blast we have, like, when we're finished. So we'll play with it and see. Okay, so let's swap these out. Let's get our Shadow Disciplines back in here now that we've got our Fire Sunder. So pre-buff, cast our Shadow Warrior. Go to Cold Plains, let her cast her Burst of Speed. Which I think will help her cast her Fire Blast faster, because she's attacking faster, right? Alright, so we throw these in here. Grab our Trap Skillers. Now, the key to this is that you have to pre-buff basically all of the abilities that you want her to use, which is part of the issue. So what you've got to do is you actually have to go out and pre-cast all of these abilities. So I've got to cast Wake of Inferno, Lightning Sentry, Wake of Fire, Charge Bolt Sentry, Shockweb, and I have to cast Fire Blast. I have to cast all these. So I just need to go out into the moor, or Sony Field, or whatever, and I just need to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, so now she's set, and she has all the abilities properly set for what she's running. Alright, so now I can swap over to the Phoenix and the Phoenix, the dual Phoenix setup, and I can pull in our Fire Sunder, so that she can now be immune. She now has the negative resistance, and she has the skills. So she now should be set up properly so that she's doing everything that we want her to do. We're going to throw Wake of Fire on here. We're going to throw Fire Blast on here. And let's go somewhere and see if she will cast the abilities. Oh, she likes casting Wake of Fire. Oh, she likes casting Wake of Fire. Okay. Okay, she likes that.
She said, "This is my favorite ability." She says, "I love this ability. I love it. I love it so much. It's my favorite. Oh, beautiful.
Man, it's pretty.
Man, this is a pretty ability. Oh, I love this ability."
She's so stupid. Why does she cast Wake of Fire over and over again, but she won't cast the Lightning Sentry? Oh yeah, let me put the infinity.
You ain't even got to complain. That's gonna be
I know.
super good. They just buffed the crap out of
I
Wake
know.
of Fire.
I know. I know. It's amazing. Hold on, let me burp. Put this in here. Okay, now I got infinity on the Merc, so now we're really cooking with some bacon grease. All right, let's go to Canyon of the Magi. Let's play with this. Yeah, do your little wake of fires. Yeah. No, keep going. Keep throwing them little fire blasts. Yeah, get them. Yeah. Oh, she loves casting wake of fire. Look at her. Look at her going. She's going real good. She's doing it. She's doing it, guys. She's doing it. Doing it and doing it and doing it. Wow. Doing it and doing it and doing it. Wow. She's doing it and doing it and doing it. Wow. Look at her doing it and doing it. Wow. She's so amazing. Come on. I was just singing a song about you. Don't let me down. Come on. Fire blast. Fire blast. There you go. There you go. Get that in there. Yeah, get it in there. Get it in there real good. Yeah. Fire blast them. Blast them all. I found out a secret. You want to see my secret, Bob? Are you watching? I'm going to show you my secret.
I am not.
Oh, no. You can't see my secret then. I figured out that in Frigid Highlands, if you teleport down to Shank's area, there's a torch that you can hide behind, and she can't go anywhere, and she's forced to just do whatever you tell her to do. So she just stands there, and she just starts casting all the abilities. Yes. Look at my brilliance. Oh, she's meleeing stuff because it's walking within range. That's okay. It won't last forever. Your little minions shall fall to the wickedness. Now you have no choice. You have no choice but to fire blast. Shank, don't come over here and melee us. How dare you? How dare you? How dare thee? Yeah, get him. Get him. Don't punch him. Don't punch them. You have unlimited power. Stop punching. Just throw the bombs and stop. You literally have grenades in your pocket. Throw the grenades. You dang dirty non-grenade throwing grenade thrower. She do not want to throw the grenades. She is not very nice to me. Alright, let's go to River Flame. There's some little fun areas in River Flame we can like exploit. Let's see if she, like, if I stand right here on this side, like, she won't be able to get by, so she'll just cast her abilities, right? Well, you can't get over there. Look, there's Erdars over there. Don't you want to? Okay, you want to stand over here and throw stuff at the casters instead? That's rude. What did they do to you? They didn't do anything to you. Aha, now we're on a bridge. Yeah, throw your dujinks. Get him. Get him. Get him. What are you doing? Get him. Get him. Yeah, there you go. There you go. There you go. Cast it. Everything gonna die. Everything gonna die. Everything gonna die. I can go meow. I can cast too. There you go. There you go. Now I got some dujinks casting. Now you cast some stuff. No, it's your turn. Your turn to cast. Shadow Warrior is mean. If only I could lock her in position. I wonder if there's a couple ways that I could lock her in position. Like if there's any like, I know if you have like revives, you have like a big revive and you teleport, it locks all the monsters in position because the big revives lock the smaller monsters because they're too big and they take up all the space. But that doesn't really work with with the Shadow Master. It'd be hard for me to have revives with this build anyway. Ow. That's some rudeness. I mean, this is P8 that she's doing right now. If I swapped over to P1, it would probably be, like, pathetically easy for her. Especially with how much damage she's dishing out, like, on the, on each one of the Fire Blasts. I could also just swap over myself to the Fire Blast, and I could help out. I've got enough negative res even without the Phoenixes. Oh, I'm a newbie. I forgot to swap in my trappers. Look at that. I'm an idiot. I don't even have the negative res for my helmet, and I don't even have the trap skills on. Wow. I need to hold on. I need to go re-pre-buff because I totally messed that up. Hold on. So F1, F2, F3, F4, F5, F6. There you go. That's a re-pre-buffed. Let's switch it to P1 and let's see how she does in P1 real quick. Let's go to, we already went to River Flame. Let's go to Arcane Sanctuary. Let's see how she does in Arcane. I might be able to block the pathway. That'd be kind of interesting to see how, like, if I block the pathway, like how she does. Oh, she just threw one Fire Blast and the whole pack of ghosts just disintegrated. That was great. Yeah, get him. Get him. Get him. These guys are fire immune, so it'll be interesting to see how that does against the fire immunes. I don't know what her Fire Blast damage is, to be honest. It's probably really high. We can calculate it and see, but... So a bit of an issue with Wake of Fire not working on the steps. Which is fine. I mean, we could just... Come on. Throw the things at the ghost. Throw them. Throw. Throw the things at the ghost. Throw. There you go. Whole pack just got disintegrated. That was glorious. Okay, here we go. Now they're on the platform. Let's see how she does when they're on the platform. Let me block the platform so she can't get by. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. She ripped them to shreds. Okay. Alright, let's find another, like, big thick boy pack. Hold on. Oh yeah, we can see how she does versus the lightning spire. Here, hold on. I can teleport, like, right here, and I can block the pathway so she can't get by. You're not gonna attack the lightning spire? Oh, there you go. There you go. There you go. Yeah, yeah, hit it. Hit it. Yeah, you were firing some stuff there for a second. Come on. Come on. No. Come on, come on. No. Oh, it's dead. Okay. I feel like areas where you can guarantee that she doesn't go over there, like the steps and being able to manipulate her a little bit to attack in specific areas is kind of funny. Just to watch her just annihilate things with the Fire Blast. Look at that Fire Blast! Oh god, all the ghosts just died in one Fire Blast. That was great. This is like a cat never doing what you want? Exactly. It's exactly like a cat. You are 100% correct about the cat. Look at how ridiculous it is, though, when she actually does do what you want her to do. She's just in there just being mean to everything. Like, let's not even talk about the fact that, obviously, I'm a full-featured fire, you know, trapper. Like, I can do whatever I want to do. Like, I don't have to not cast things. This is really just trying to figure out whether she's going to cast stuff. Like, I could be sitting in the back, and I could just be You know, like, I could be firing Fire Blast too. So I can just be plopping off as many Fire Blasts as I want to plop off. Like, so I'm just hitting off mine while she's doing hers. You know, like, it's not really impossible for me to be doing mine while she's doing her Fire Blast as well. I'm going to lower her damage output a little bit by firing off my Fire Blasts because mine aren't as good as hers. But, like, she's basically just mimicking me, and she's got, like, my full damage output, and it just takes a little bit of work to get her damage output higher than mine. So while I can fire off Fire Blasts that are okay in damage, hers are going to be way higher than mine, like, no matter what. So, like, whenever she does fire one off, she's going to have, like, a Fire Blast, which is well in excess of the damage of mine. And we can calculate out her Fire Blast damage to see how much she's putting out per blast and how much she's putting out, like, per Wake of Inferno. I mean, synergy-wise, she's got to be, like, way past me. Let's do a little calculations and let's see. I mean, she's one-shotting whole ghost packs, so she's got to be putting out some decent amount of fire damage. So with the full synergy equipment on, she is sitting at... So let's write down these numbers real quick so that we can get... Sorry about your guys' eyes. Let's write down these numbers real quick so we can figure out what's going on. So let's put a Wake Fire Blast / Wake of Inferno. And let's write down these numbers. So it's 50, 50, 44, 32, 32, 32. Those are our numbers. So we need to divide those in half. So that's easy. So that's going to be 25, 25, 22, 15, 16, 16, 16, 16. Okay, so those are our numbers that we're looking at for the skills. And then she's summoned at 56, or she should be anyway. So she's the same level as before. So that's everything is plus 18. So we've got to add 18 to all of them to get our synergy values. So 25 plus 18 is 43. And of course that's going to be 43 again. And then 22 plus 18 is 40. Plus 16, so 18 plus 16. That's going to get us 34. And that's just 34, 34. Okay. So those are our synergy values, and now we need to figure out what our synergy percentage bonus is. So we ignore the first 43 because the first 43 is... Or no, the 40. So we ignore the 40 because that's our Fire Blast level. So let's put a little FB next to that so that we know that's FB. All the rest of them are 11%. So we get 11% for every level of all of the skills except for Fire Blast. So that's 34 plus 34 plus 34 plus 43 plus 43 gives us 188 synergy bonuses of 11% per point, which means that we're looking at a 2,068% synergy bonus to Fire Blast. That's massive. So 2,068% bonus. And then we take our base damage, which is 40. So at level 40 unsynergized, Fire Blast is... We need the level 40 unsynergized bonus. So it's 665.5. So 665.5 plus. So that's the percentage, and that gives us our total percentage damage, which is 665.5 plus 2,068%. Means that we're looking at a 14,428 Fire Blast. That's just the raw damage of the Fire Blast that she's putting out. And then we do, of course, have negative resistance, so we're going to be running dual Phoenixes, which gives us 66% negative. Which means that we're going to be looking at full damage. So we should get negative 66%, which if we take off 50 for like a regular monster, we're still looking at 16 under. So we can take that and we can add 16% to that, which means we're looking at basically around a 16,700 damage fire blast. 736. And then we can do the same thing for Wake of Inferno. So Wake of Inferno is, or sorry, Wake of Fire. Wake of Fire. So let's take Wake of Fire as well. So Wake of Fire is also getting this bonus as well, and Wake of Fire is actually doing pretty well. I noticed that when she's using Wake of Fire, she's getting some pretty decent damage. Wake of Fire has less synergies, though, so we don't get as much from Wake of Fire as we did from the others. We're only getting 10% from Fire Blast and 10% from Wake of Inferno, which means we're getting 43 plus 40, which is 83 times 11, which is 913% of that. And then our Wake of Fire is level 43, which is... We are on Wake of Fire, right? Yes, we're on Wake of Fire. Okay, so Wake of Fire at level 43 is 282 maximum fire damage. 282 plus 913% equals an average damage of 2,856. You know, this is a very interesting way to do the Shadow Master. You know how everybody would always complain that the Shadow Warrior would overwrite your traps, and the Shadow Warrior's traps were less efficient than your traps? Well, this is the opposite. The Shadow Warrior's traps are better than your traps. So in this situation, you want the Shadow Warrior to cast the traps. You can, of course, still cast yours, but because the Shadow Warriors are now better than yours, you don't care that the Shadow Warrior is casting traps. You want the Shadow Warrior to cast traps now. It's like the exact opposite scenario than the normal way that you would do it. All right, so Wake of Fire, my Wake of Fire on my character is only 1,386. So much better. So versus 1,386, that's like character. And then, of course, we get the negative 16% res guaranteed on like any target that's 50% fire resistant. So you can take that and just add 16% to that, which means we're looking at 3,313 fire damage times 5. Of course, she can make 5 of them. So that's total damage output of 16,568 if she casts all 5 of those. So she's basically running a 16,000 damage Fire Blast and 16,000 damage Wake of Infernos, or Wake of Fires if she can do it. It's kind of neat how this works, because basically all you're really doing is you're just optimizing for the Shadow Warrior, and then you're letting the Shadow Warrior cast their abilities, and then you can, of course, cast your abilities too. It does bring down some of the damage if you cast the abilities in the unsynergized mode, but not by, like, a huge amount. You're going to lose a couple levels off the damage, and the damage of the Shadow Warrior will go down a little bit, but you're still going to get a better Fire Blast and a better Wake of Inferno from the Shadow Warrior than you would otherwise, even if you self-cast. So if I go out here and I just go ahead and self-cast, let's go ahead and let's get my little do-jank running here. Let's get it, so she's got her do-jank running. So if I go out here and I self-cast, I could just self-cast everything. It doesn't really matter. And she's going to self-cast too. So I could just not worry about her, and we could just go into fights. I can cast my abilities, let her cast her abilities, and every time she casts hers are just going to be superior to mine. And she's also fire blasting everything too, which is pretty useful. Let's take this to P8, and let's see how well she does in P8 as well. So we already tested it earlier, but let's go to... Where do we want to test this at? Let's try somewhere with a whole bunch of little monsters. Let's go to, like, Flare Jungle. So you just teleport in, you drop your traps first. You don't care if she drops her traps. You just go ahead and drop them. And then just let her drop traps if she wants to drop traps. Her traps do more damage anyway, so every additional trap she adds to the pile is going to help out a ton. I mean, you can also just Fire Blast and let her cast the traps. I mean, your Fire Blast is pretty OP as well with this setup. I think these guys are naturally immune to fire, so they're actually taking a little bit. I wonder how fast she'd take out, like, the council. A lot of those guys are fire immunes. I mean, we can always test it. She ain't got no faster cast, though. Look at that really slow teleport. I guess I could always throw Mage Fists on just for the lulz to give her a little bit of faster cast. She doesn't really... Her gloves are kind of like a dead stat anyway, so a little bit of FCR on the gloves wouldn't exactly
Gives
be
you more
terrible.
damage too.
It does?
Yeah, +1 fire skills.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah. Because I switched over to fire, I wasn't thinking about that. It's been a little while since I was using.
This staff actually might be a decent obsession. You make a 200 FCR fireball frozen orb sorceress. It's got +2 frozen orb, +2 fireball with no sockets. That's
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we just spam. That amp on the Shadow Warrior. Nasty. Something's already dead. Was that got conviction? They got conviction, don't they? Yeah. That would explain that. That's where a fade would come in like super handy. Okay. Ooh, well, nice.
yeah. You should have got a point in fade. I would have sacrificed what's 10% damage for fade for sure.
Well, I threw one in burst of speed, but I mean, this is P8 Council I'm playing with here. At least with Wake of Fire, you don't even actually have to be in there. You can just cast your stuff and leave. You're like, bye. Wow, from back here, I can hit Ishmael Wildhand. Haha. Die, Ishmael. Shoom, 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 shoom. I'm pretty sure Ishmael's immune to fire, too. And I'm just, like, fire blasting him to death from, like, 10,000 miles away. She's doing it, too. She's actually going in there and casting it. I see her doing it. One, two, three, four, five. I thought this would be an interesting test because council members in P8 are pretty tough, and also I know half these guys are immune to fire, so I figured it could be an interesting test to see how well she does versus a bunch of fire immunes. I mean, this is like her worst situation. Oh yeah, freaking Torque just got wrecked. Let's go grab that. The wells come in handy for healing her up too. Like, I feel like if you were doing this build, you would definitely just like telly off and grab a well instead of letting her die, because then you'd have to redo all the synergy bonuses, which you don't really want to have to do. You don't. I mean, that was pretty painless. Let's try P8 cows. Do we still got cows open from before, or do we gotta go get the leg? I don't think it's open, is it? Nah, we gotta go get the leg. Alright. I don't want to have to leave because I don't want to have to resummon everything. So let's let's make sure I can pick it up and get a scroll so we can come back to town.
The order welcomes you.
One scroll to rule them all. Come on, Rockinishu. I know you're immune to fire. Oh, I took the Sunder out of my inventory. Definitely not helpful.
Good to see you.
All right. Where did I put the Sunder at? Right there.
Hello.
Into the P8 cows. Let's go. I don't really need the Fire Sunder, but whatever. It's not like it hurts anything. So many elites right by the door. Okay. Good test. That's pretty fast skill speed for P8. I mean, even just the fire itself. Like, not even the Mercenary doing whatever, or the Shadow Warrior doing whatever she's doing. I think it's interesting is that I don't necessarily notice when she's casting if I'm not paying attention. So maybe sometimes she does nothing, but maybe sometimes she does everything. I mean, like, there you go, she just threw down one of her traps. Dude, that trap was amazing.
Thanks.
Like, just her one trap is better than, like, 3 or 4 of mine. And every time she throws a fire blast, you can tell she throws a fire blast because all the monsters fall down in the vicinity of the fire blast. It's an interesting way just to, like, add damage onto these builds, though, don't you think, Bob?
It is pretty interesting, I'm not gonna lie.
Like, it's not necessarily, like, the build. Like, you don't necessarily build around the master. But how many times have you been playing, like, a trapper, and you're like, what do I put my extra points in, right? And then a lot of...
every time you make an assassin.
Yeah, and then a lot of times you're like, you don't want to put it in the master or the warrior because you're afraid they're going to overwrite your traps and lower your damage output, right? But like in this scenario, they're not lowering your damage output. They're actually... You're actually setting them up so they're increasing your damage output by making it so that their damage output is higher than yours. I think, and I'm not entirely sure, but I think even if you didn't summon the highest level Shadow Master that you could, if you were still focused on as many plus the skills as you could possibly get, I think their damage would still be better than yours. Or at least equivalent. Like
It's probably better. The synergy level is crazy.
Like let's do like a quick test or just a math on like how much damage it would be like with traps skills. So like if we were running just trappers and we didn't throw on the Shadow Master portion. So our Shadow Master would be level 33 with this setup. Which isn't as good. So we go 33 divided by 3, which gives us 11. So we would only lose 7 points on the synergies for each one of the abilities, which is a lot, but I think it would still probably end up being more than like 11. Let's put 11 traps. All right, so traps would be 25 plus 11 is 36. So 36, 36. 22 would be 33. I guess the only thing we need to verify here is it still more damage than the traps that you're putting out yourself? Because if it's more damage than the traps you're putting out yourself, you're still at an advantage to just simply run it that way. So what is that? 16, so 27. 27 and 27. With this being the Fire Blast. Okay, so let's pull those down here so we can do an additional calculation on like in addendum setup, or like if you were just adding in the trap skillers or the trap damage. I think it's still higher. I think we're still looking at a higher damage output than what we're putting out ourselves. So according to this, our Fire Blast is 33 and our Wake of in Fire is 36. So let me pull those two values. So Wake of Fire and Fire Blast. I need the base damage for both of them. At 36 and 33, so 212. And Fire Blast at 33, was it? 33? Yeah, okay. So 434.5, and then we just need to find out the synergies real quick for both of them. So synergy... we can calculate out the synergies real quick. It shouldn't be too hard. So Wake of Fire is only what 10% per, and it's only 2. So it's Fire Blast and Wake of Inferno, which means we're looking at 36 plus 33 for Wake of Inferno, which is 69 times 10. Which is 690, so it's a 690% synergy. And then for Fire Blast, it's a lot more than that. So we're looking at 36 plus 36 plus 27 plus 27 plus 27 is 153 times 11 is still 1,683. 1,683 synergy. And we can calculate out those numbers real quick. Alright, so 434.5 plus 1683%. That was not correct. 434.5 plus 1683%. Still gives us a damage output of 7,747 damage per Fire Blast. And then for Wake of Inferno, we're looking at 212 plus 690%, which is 1,674. So let's compare that to our damage that we currently have while using the Phoenix setup. So we have 5,885. So looking at that, like comparatively, 5,885 character. And our Wake of Inferno, our Wake of Fire is 1,386. So I think we've confirmed that in this setup, which is not utilizing as many shadow skills as we possibly can. So we basically went out of the way to remove a lot of the fire skills. We didn't use any of the skillers. We just left it as we currently have it. And of course we could add 2 here by doing like a +2 Maras instead of like a trap skiller. This amulet doesn't exist, by the way. You can't have +3 traps on a rare. It's just for testing purposes. But we're still looking at, if you max out the Shadow Warrior with as many +2 skills as you can get, the Shadow Warrior's damage should technically be higher than yours on both the Fire Blast and the Wake of Fire. And then we could run the same calculations for the lightning sentry, which we have up here. Lightning sentry was 44, 41, 41. That was Fire Blast was the last one. And I'm pretty sure those numbers are going to come out the same way because all the synergy bonuses are just going to make it massive. So you're going to end up with like, you know, like 44 synergies, like level 44 synergies, which is double what you're going to get normally. So at the very least, we've discovered one very important thing, which is maxing out your Shadow Master or Shadow Warrior and having your Shadow Warrior cast your ability is not inferior to yours. It's actually going to be superior to yours. And it's going to work better with your build entirely. So, like, any of you trappers that are running lightning, or if you're running fire, maybe even, well, they don't really cast blade stuff. I think they cast blade sentinel. They'll cast the sentinel. I don't think they'll cast fury. And I know they'll cast the shield. But, like, basically any of the trappers, if you just throw 20 points into Shadow Warrior and let them cast your abilities, they will do it better than you, which is kind of crazy. And if you start throwing in like a couple pre-buff items, like if you do like a pre-buff amulet with +3 shadow disciplines, a pre-buff tiara with +3 shadow disciplines, you know, like maybe you wear shadow dancers instead of whatever other boots you were planning on wearing, because that's +2 there. So you can easily get 2 there, you can get 3, another 3, which is 6, so you get 7, 8. You can throw on like +8, and of course you have to subtract whatever you're running in your amulet and helmet slot. But you can easily do a 2-piece pre-buff right there with like a helmet. You can just throw that in your cube. And then the crazy thing here is that any plus the skills that you get, and I probably should throw the mage fists on for this build, but any plus skills that you get at all is going to beef up your Shadow Warrior massively whenever they cast their abilities. I mean, as it is right now, she can pretty much just walk in here and murder like entire ghost packs, which is kind of hilarious. Boom, 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 boom. I'm just gonna let her do her thing. Let's see how she does. This is P8 arcade. And this is like me not helping her, basically. Just to see how she does. Burp, burp. Why are you running? Why are you running? Stop running. Stop running. Where's the ghosty pack? I need like a big ghosty pack. I want to see her murder the entire ghosty pack again. That was really cool. Get him. Come on. Boom. Boom. Come on, throw him. Get him in there. Throw him. Azid is doing his best to save your life. And you are not helping Azid. Why do you not help Azid?
I need a 210 Sork amulet with some good stuff on it.
It's terrible.
I want to
Plus-
put on my other SOJ to give myself more mana.
Did you see the crazy game I played last night, Bob?
Not a lot of it. Very little. Like, I put in chat to see if you were going to be off and on D2R at any point when you were done, and you were just playing that game the whole time.
Oh yeah, I beat it.
I was like,
gotta
alright,
beat it. I gotta beat it. I beat it. I beat it last night. No, it was hilarious. There were so many little funny lines in there. Like there was at one point where you got to go hunt a guy down who has a tattoo on his butt, and you're told that you need to bring like proof that you've killed the guy, and you don't want to kill him, so you just like lay him down on the table and slice his butt cheek off, and then cauterize the wound, and then you deliver the butt cheek to the bad guy, like you just straight up deliver a buttock.
One buttock.
And he's like totally like an old school medieval knight. So he's like, "Silence, knave!" He said, "You shall not die from missing a simple butt cheek, or a buttock. It's only one buttock. You shall live."
Might be a little hard to sit, but
Well, he can just put his wallet on that side, and it'll balance out.
yeah, he's got to get a pregnancy donut, right?
Get a fat wallet. And then there was another point where we're literally trying to find, like, they didn't even have a name for him. They just called him the Jew.
Nice.
And
Nice.
at one point he joins our party and it says, "You have obtained a Jew." And I'm like,
Oh. All right.
and then at another point in
They're getting away with that in this day and age?
and then at another point in the game, you literally
Yeah,
like rescue
kudos to them.
you rescue a what was it, a Turk or something? And he joins your party because you're taking him back to the thing, and it says, "You have obtained an Ottoman." And I'm like, "What?" So I have a Jew, an Ottoman. Like, what is going on here? I got a collection going on.
I'm just they're getting away with it in this day and age, and all right, man. Just fine.
Dude, it was hilarious. The whole game was hilarious. Like, I played through the whole thing. It was just it's an RPG. Like, you collect equipment, you level up. Like, there's like it's constant. Apparently, it's some sort of old folk story about like a drunken knight named Polvo or something. And apparently,
Oh, was it not a horror? It was
it was supposed to be horror, and it was kind of
pseudo
horror-esque.
horror.
It was kind of horror-esque. Like, there was eyeballs, and there was like a knight, and he had like a big toothy mouth thing, and like there was big creatures of evil that were getting converted. Like, it was like a comedy horror. I laughed more than I was scared of anything. Honestly, it was an absolutely brilliant game. 10 out of 10 would recommend. I got hooked on it. I was playing it the whole way through. Like, the mechanics, the moving around, the talking to people, the silly wording on everything. Like, they were, and the Lord was like, he was kind of interested in what was going on, but he always wanted to play games. Like, he wanted to play Memory. Apparently they called it Payexo or something. He wanted to play chess. He kept losing at all the games too, because he like sucked at every single game. So everybody he played against, he was losing against, and he was like, "Dang it, knave! Your white knights are too powerful for me." And then, like, we found him. He was getting upset because he kept losing. So we brought the guy with one butt cheek to him. To he's like, "This guy's an idiot. You can probably beat him in any of the games. He only has one butt cheek anyway. He probably won't be able to sit for too long." And we literally brought him the one buttock guy so he could beat him in chess and feel good about himself. And then there was a mission to go, like, steal the painting from the Lord's room as proof that we were evil. And we went to the Lord and asked him, was like, "So the evil people want us to steal some, like, nude girl painting you have in your room?" And he's like, "Oh, that painting." And then he takes me in there and shows me the fresco, and it's just, like, a man standing next to a woman who, like, has no shirt on, but her boobs are still covered. And she's wearing a dress, and then they're like, "Oh, what a naughty painting." Like, it's the naughtiest painting in the world. And then you bring it to the bad guys, and they're like, "Hush, knave. I will take care of this in the bush yonder, and then you will have your turn." Dude, the whole freaking game is hilarious. Like, it was absolutely hilarious. I cannot recommend the game more. And the graphics to the game were, like, so old, and like, it felt like I was playing an old
I saw
DOS
that.
game.
It was terrible. It was terrible. I loved it.
It's great. It's absolutely great. If you guys don't know what game I'm talking about, you should go watch it because it's amazing. It's I did the live stream last night. It was called Felvedek. That's the name of it right there. Felvedek. I will link it for you guys.
Just Google search for one butt cheek horror game.
Yes, one butt cheek horror game.
I'm officially unkillable.
If you guys don't like this game, I don't know what to tell you. It's hilarious. I was even doing voices the whole way through. Like, I was like, "What for, knave? What but one buttock? Hold him down."
Your paladin's unkillable.
My sorceress is unkillable.
Absolutely brilliant game. I can see why it has overwhelmingly positive reviews on Steam, and it was only like $10. Like that's the really cool thing. It's like $10. Here, I'll pull up the Steam page and I'll show it to you guys. See, it's only $10. It's $10.99. In fact, you know what? I'll do a giveaway for this game. Like I'll give it away to somebody. I think I need to be your friend on Steam.
Bob's gonna win. Bob's gonna win.
That's it. We're doing one
Rigged.
giveaway for Felvidek on Steam. I'm gonna do it right now. Here, let me put it on the Doojank. I'm gonna make it right now. You guys can enter the giveaway. I like the game so much, and I'm recommending it so much. I'm totally not involved in the developers or anything. I'm going to recommend this game by giving away a copy. Let's see. What is it? G-Create? G-Create. I think that's what it is. Or am I misremembering the command? What's the command for the giveaways, Bob?
G-Start.
Will you stop? Stop it. Don't autoplay. I don't remember. Hold on. It was
It's
down.
/G-Start. Right?
It's down here in the captain privileges. He has it listed. Oh no, it's /G-Create. Sorry, I was doing exclamation point. That's why that didn't work. All right, here we go. Let me delete all my stupid other comments. I don't know why some people have access to this channel. You're not supposed to talk in this channel. It's a giveaway channel. Bad cash it. Alright, let's do one giveaway for this. Whoop. Alright. Duration, let's do 3 days. We're going to do 3 days. You know what? Let's give away 2 of them. Why not? 1 copy of Feldivek on Steam. We got to be friends on... I think we got to be friends on Steam. Yeah, I think it's like 3 days or something.
Is it the same as Blizzard?
I might be able to pull some keys from something else too. I don't know. Maybe I can get some Felvidek keys from like a third-party website. Let me see. Steam keys. Looks like they're the same price on all these other websites. I don't know if I trust them, but maybe I could do it that way too. We'll see. I think it might be easier to let's just I'll just delete this. We'll collect information after you win. There you go. 2 copies of Felvidek, 3 days. So to enter, all you gotta do is join the Discord, and you just gotta click this button. There you go. It's up. So you just gotta click this button right here if you want to enter the contest. I will go ahead and make an announcement real quick on Discord. Oops, I meant everyone. New giveaway in hashtag giveaways. 2 copies of Felvidek. I don't know. I think anybody who enjoys an RPG would absolutely have a lot of fun playing that game. Or you can just watch me play it. One or the other. Depending on how you like to do it. Do you like to watch? Do you like to slice off buttocks? Is that your is that your preference? Are you a buttock slicer? Butt slicer! So, with this information in mind, I wonder how powerful my Shadow Warrior would be if I used them on my Dragon Tail Sin. Like, what would, let's run the calculations real quick for my Dragon Tail Sin, just for fun. In fact, let me save this so I don't lose this. This is a lot of math and information. So Shadow Warrior, testing. All right, let's do some quick checking real quick on what her level will be for like Tiger Strike, and Dragon Tail, or it's Tail, right? Tail. We can just figure this out real quick on my online character. So I want to see if it'll actually be any good for her online. I need to reboot Diablo 2, fortunately. Boop, boop. Because I do have like freaking like 18 points that I can spend on a Shadow Warrior if I want to, on my current Big Bada Boom character. So if it works out that she has a particularly strong, Dragon Tail, and she can do pretty much the same thing that I'm doing, I don't see any reason why it wouldn't work. The only problem that I can foresee is that if her boots suck, because it's an ability that's, like designed to work on the boots of the player, because the boot damage determines everything. Like what boots does she have? Is that listed in here in the shadow skills? Let me see real quick if it says anything about what equipment I know she uses magic equipment, but I'm not sure if there's any kind of upgrade to the equipment that she has on. Cannot be summoned at the same time as Shadow Master. Does not use Club Capella. Where is her equipment? Equips various items depending on skill level. Item level equals minimum 16 plus 2 divided by S level. Okay, so that's going to be weird. I'm not even sure if she has any boots on. It says that she has a cestus in her right hand, blade talons in her left, assassin helm, and assassin body armor. It doesn't say anything about boots. Is she not using boots? Because if she's not using boots, then she's got base kick damage. And if she has base kick damage, that means it's going to be really bad. But then again, the master would be the same way, because if the master is also using like random boots, let's take a look and see if it says whether the master is using like any better boots or not. Yeah, Shakos are for real. You can get my Shakos on the store. ggmentor.com. You can get yourself some Harlequin Crest Shakalaka Ding Dongs right there. Shika Luka Lika Ding Dongs. Get yourself a Shika Lo. A Shukalaka Lika Lak. No mention of boots. At level 1, she gets a superior helm. At 2, she gets an assassin's helm. At 11, she gets a rare assassin's helm. At 17, she gets an amulet. 1, she gets a body armor. 6, she gets a blue body armor. 11, she gets a rare body armor. 9, she gets a blue ring. 11, she gets a rare ring. At 13, she gets a rare ring. I mean, there's nothing here about boots. She gets blue ogre gauntlets at level 6. Rare ogre gauntlets at level 11. There's nothing about boots here. Like, what boots is she using? Because that's a really big thing for kick damage. So if she's not using like good boots, then neither one of these is going to be very effective as a kicker. I mean, we can always check them and see, and just like let them kick, but neither one of them has anything written down about boots. They're both the frickin' warrior gets like no equipment whatsoever. It's pathetic. I mean, how much damage How much damage would I do without boots? I guess that's something that I could find out. So like if I just take off my boots entirely and I just put those in the stash and I run out and I do some attacks on some monsters to build up my Tiger Strike. I'm still doing an 18k Dragon Tail with Tiger Strike, or with Dragon Tail, and that's with no boots. But with boots, I'm doing 47k, so the damage is massive. So if she at least has any boots whatsoever, the damage is going to go up massively from that point. So it's not, like, terrible. Let's go ahead and drop some points into her, why not? I gotta actually go down there and get her, though. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, so we've got 23 Shadow Warrior. Let's go ahead and redo her. Alright, and we can just test her and we can see how her damage output is. I mean, easiest way to do that is just we'll take off the weapon off my Merc. I'll let her just attack something and see how well she does. I kind of wish there was like a freaking training dummy you could do this stuff on. So you don't gotta like find the easiest monster that doesn't murder your Shadow Warrior. I think we also have to use both abilities to set the abilities on the character. Okay. Alright, so we've used both abilities. Now she should have Tiger Strike and Dragon Tail both at the same level as me, whatever it is, divided by 2, divided by 3, added together, blah 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 blah. Alright, let's see how she does by herself. Because she should be using my combination. So it should just be a matter of her running in, she's going to build the Tiger Strike, and she'll Dragon Tail kick. First she immediately Dragon Tail kicks without building Tiger Strike. I need... Oh, they killed her. Okay. That amp is just too much. Man, she builds attacks slowly. Yeah. And her damage is bad. I mean, comparatively, like if I just kick right now without any charges, I did about half that monster's HP with no charges. And I can kill it with the second kick. She doesn't do hardly any damage with it, which means she must not be wearing boots. I'm just gonna have to assume that she's not wearing boots. It's rather unfortunate. Yeah, it's really bad for Dragon Tail. It's just got to be the boot thing. She probably just doesn't have any boots on at all. I mean, if I take my boots off and I go in there and attack, I bet you my damage is probably pretty bad too.
Developer said we forgot to add boots.
I mean, yeah, it looks like that's about what she's dealing. She's doing about the same damage as a bootless assassin. That's what she's doing. She's doing bootless assassin damage. I mean, even if you build, like, all the Tiger Strikes and then kick, I mean, it still does pretty decent damage with no boots on. It's just, she's not building it quickly enough. She takes, like, forever to build, like, one charge. I mean, sort of, yeah. I've already done it successfully in 2 other builds. I think the Wake of Fire one was definitely more successful than the Lightning Sentry one, but I don't think either one of them was potentially, like, terrible. It was just she didn't want to cast the Lightning Sentry a lot, but when she did, the Lightning Sentry she cast was far better than mine, which was really nice. It was a nice, like, an addendum to my damage, but it wasn't, like, the main source of damage. And when I did the fire one, she actually liked casting Wake of Fire. She seemed to have some sort of priority on it, which was kind of nice. And her Wake of Fire was way better than mine, too. So that was kind of neat. And also her Fire Blast was way better than mine. So in, like, both scenarios with, like, the Fire Blast version and the Lightning Sentry version, it basically just made for, like, additional casts of whatever I was casting, and it actually did speed things up pretty tremendously. It didn't take very much effort to do it either. Basically, all you have to do, even if you don't want to do the pre-buff, and even if you don't want to do any of the other things, the only thing you have to do is you just have to go out and cast your abilities, all of them, before you start your whatever you're doing. So, like, let me go offline real quick and I'll show you. Because basically what happens is when you cast your Shadow Master or your Shadow Warrior, either one of them, they gain the skill of whatever you have recently cast. So basically when you cast the ability, so if you go over to like a spec that has plus the skills or whatever, and then you just walk outside and you go Wake of Inferno, you know, like you cast all your traps real quick and you basically cast everything, like one time. It'll snapshot the level that you cast them at, and then the Shadow Warrior or the Master will now cast those abilities based on the level of the last time you cast that skill. And then the last time you cast that skill is a really high level, and then you can switch back to, like, your negative res equipment or whatever. And now your Shadow Warrior or your Master is now casting those abilities at the higher level. And they're actually really, really good because they get, like, the massive synergy bonuses from all your plus to skills and whatnot, which is kind of crazy. Then your Warrior is doing, like, massive amounts of damage. Let me see if I can show you this. Let's go to Frigid Highlands. Of course, the first thing we run into is a bunch of fire immunes, but wow, 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 wow. I believe we're still on P8. Should be still on P8. Yeah, we're still on P8 right now. So you basically just cast your abilities. It doesn't really matter. You just get everything running. It helps if you have your Mercenary with you, which I forgot to do. I also didn't do any pre-buffing or anything, which has made her a little bit less powerful. So pre-buffing basically just involves, this is, like I said, if you wanted to do this part, it's kind of interesting, I guess. You basically just pull in all your Shadow Disciplines, GCs. So I got a Trapper in there. You summon your girl at, like, a higher level. You can use, like, some permanent plus to skill equipment right here. It doesn't really take that much effort. And then once you summon her, you take all that back off. And then you throw all that back inside your stash. Grab your trappers, put that back on. Get your Fire Sunder or your Lightning Sunder, whichever way you're rolling. Then you just go out into any of the places. You cast all your abilities real quick, set them to the right level so that your girl is getting, like, the high level Doojanks. And then we should be good to go. So let's go back and let's give this another try now that we've got our stuff set properly. And then basically she'll just cast the abilities for you. She's doing some really high level Wake of Infernos to the point where she can handle, like, P8 content with ease. Her Wake of Infernos are higher damage than mine. Like, I can cast mine. Mine are pretty good. Like, I'm not a slouch by any means. But hers are higher damage than mine. So I can cast mine, I can get a little prep work in, and then she'll start casting hers, and she does some pretty good Wake of Infernos too. And she does pretty good Fire Blast too. I was playing around with her in like Arcane Sanctuary with the ghosts, and she can pretty much just demolish the ghosts. Let me get like a nice ghost pack here. Let's see if I can find one. I mean, that's not exactly the biggest ghost pack in the world, but we've got some ghosts. Sometimes it's difficult to get her to actually use her abilities, but when she does... I wish it was easier to force her to use her abilities, but she just likes to do whatever she wants to do. If I pull her over here... Goodbye, Spectre. She can actually cast an Inferno on you, you're dead. Boop, boop. Sometimes she just doesn't want to do what you want her to do, though. But what I'm thinking here, though, is that it's not necessarily a bad thing to have her casting random stuff in the fight if her stuff is better than yours. So you wouldn't actually approach these fights from a perspective forcing her to, like, cast the abilities. You would approach them from this perspective, which is where you cast your abilities, and you basically just rely on her to cast hers at random whenever she feels like it. Which is what she's good at. Randomly casting things whenever she feels like it. Like in this scenario, she's kind of forced to do that. Like she's in a situation where she has no other choice. Like she basically has to cast the abilities on the monsters on the other side because she can't reach them. So like in this situation, she's just sitting there throwing off fire blasts and she's throwing off, you know, like Wake of Infernos, and she's doing her little thing. Like, because she literally can't reach them in melee anyway. And then I can throw off mine too, and I can assist. And then while she's doing hers and I'm doing mine, we get extra damage for all of us throwing off all of our abilities at once. This guy is fire enchanted right here. He's immune to fire. And even the immune to fires are not, like, impossible to kill with this build. Oh yeah, I wasn't even using Phoenix. So I'm an idiot. So she wasn't even getting the negative res. That's the other, like, really interesting side of this, is she has massive damage, and then she also gets the negative res as a result. So you can stack negative res with her, and I was stupid because I wasn't even using the negative res like an idiot. Oh. Now let's get her in there. Let's find another pack here. Hold on. Here we go. Okay. Let's try this with the negative res on the hook here. No. Get in there and do your thing. Come on. Cast your little doojanks. Cast your little doojanks. Yeah, all the ghosts are already dead. Wom, 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 wom. Alright, shoot this guy. Shoot this guy. Shoot him in the butthole. Come on, get him. Get him. Get him. Yeah. Alright. Now get this guy. Get this guy. Come on, get him. Look, he's shooting at you. He's shooting fire at you. You gonna get him? You gonna get him or no? Get him. I feel like I'm corralling a pet. Like I'm trying to get my pet to do what I want it to do. And it doesn't want to do what I want it to do. Come on, stop trying to melee. Come on. Throw some doojanks out. There you go. There you go. Get him. Get him. Throw some fire blast. Get him. Get him. Get him. Oh, look, there's a problem there. The fire, she cast a bunch of them right there by the edge of the thing. It was like 2 or 3 of them, but they weren't firing because I guess they were behind the teleport pad. That's kind of weird. Maybe this isn't the best place because of the awkward places where you have to, like, put the Wake of Fire things. Like, sometimes she's casting them in the wrong locations and they're not doing anything. I mean, she put like 2 or 3 of them down there behind the teleport pad, and none of them were actually doing anything because they were like stuck behind the teleport pad. I guess that's what you get when you rely on the AI for placement of your traps. All right, let's try some more fun. Let's go to Canyon of the Magi. Let's see how she does in there. Bye-bye, crushes. She actually did some casting. Here, I'll cast some too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, the way I see this is you teleport in, you cast your things, you kind of like micromanage your warrior, see if you can get her to cast whatever. It doesn't really take too much effort to get her to cast some traps or fire blasts or whatever. Like, she actually casts the fire blast pretty often when you teleport in. Like, she's usually pretty good at casting 1 or 2 of the fire blasts or 1 or 2 of the traps. Like, when you teleport in, as long as you don't teleport, like, directly in melee range. There's a little bit of a technique to getting it to work. Unfortunately, you can see sometimes she puts the traps in stupid locations, but there's really not much you can do about that since she's not very smart. Okay, don't judge my Shadow Warrior. She's not very smart. Okay, she's a little dumb, but don't pick on her. All right, I wouldn't pick on your Shadow Warrior. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. See how she does in the tombs. Tombs is a little bit more of an enclosed space. I'm curious. As long as there's a monster in melee range, she has to attack it. It's such a poor AI design. Dude, Fire Blast is freaking legit, though. Oh, look at that extra fast Ghosty Boy pack. Ghosty Boy's gonna make some noise.
What's up, Leo?
What's up, Leon?
What's up, Barney?
Or as Luli calls you, what's up, Leonard?
Leonard.
What's up, Leonard? Leonard, what's up, Leonard? I need 40 life on all the skillers or it doesn't work? I don't think so. Like, you don't need that. I mean, I got 2,251 life. It's kind of stupid. I'm playing around with really dumb stuff today.
What? What's the new project?
Shadow Warrior main.
Good evening.
Interesting.
You know what I haven't tested with this one yet? I haven't tested to see how she does on like Uber Diablo or something. I could always Could always do that. I don't know. I could throw this on there and then I could go punch Uber Diablo in the eye. I mean, who doesn't like punching Uber Diablo in the eye? Let's go punch him. I'm not gonna do P8 over Diablo. I don't think anybody fights P8 over Diablo. Not unless you're doing like EXP or something. I bet you the Shadow Master
Afternoon.
or the Shadow Warrior. I bet she gets her booty cheeks clapped. That's my bet. She gets her booty cheeks clapped.
I always forget the difference. One copies her skills, another one just has their own.
Yeah, but the Shadow Master is like way tankier. She has better equipment. Her resistance is cap higher. But she does like whatever she wants to do though. Like that's her like her motto. She's like, you don't control me.
On my own.
I'm my own warrior. You don't control me.
Yep, this first anti-run is going awful because I can't find level 3. There it is. Where's usually to the
Oh
right?
no. Shadow Master already bit the dust. Or Shadow Warrior already bit the dust. I figured as much. I figured she wasn't probably going to do very well versus Uber Diablo.
You have her like what? Just mixed out. Is there a synergy? Like, does the one?
She just doesn't get very tanky. That's her problem. Like, it doesn't really matter what you do with her. She just never gets very tanky. Well, Uber Diablo is dead though, so I guess this build is more than powerful. I don't even think I had open wounds. Like, do I even have? No, I don't have open wounds on anything. I don't have open wounds. I wasn't using. Well, I used prevent monster heal, but does prevent monster heal transfer with traps? It doesn't. No. That doesn't work, does it? I mean, we could always try it again. Is there a world where putting a point in all skills and maxing Shadow Master would work with a bunch of plus skills? Yeah, we just talked about that earlier. We were like, since the Shadow Master snapshots all the abilities, like, at their current level, if you just put on, like, a massive amount of plus the skills, the only catch to that is, as far as I understand it, she doesn't actually get your skill level unless you use the skill one time. So you would have to go out of town, and you would have to just use every single ability. So it would be some really silly thing where you like. I mean, I don't know if we could make this happen right now, because it would take some doing. But basically, you would put 1 point into every ability, because she gets every ability, as far as I understand it. There's only a couple abilities that she doesn't get. So you would 1 point every single ability. Then you would go out of town with your plus the skill equipment, and you would use every single ability on the tree. You would cast Blade Sentinel once, Blade Fury once, Blade Shield once, Fire Blast, Wake of Fire, Wake of Inferno, Shockweb, Charge Bolt Sentry, Lightning Sentry, Death Sentry. You would cast the Tiger Strike, Cobra Strike, Phoenix Strike, Fist of Fire, Claws of Thunder, Dragon Talon, Dragon Claw, Dragon Tail, Dragon Flight. You would cast them all. And the reason why you would cast them all is because you want them to snapshot at whatever the plus the skills are that you have for all of the abilities. And then once you cast all the abilities, your Shadow Master should technically have the full meaty arsenal of basically every single ability at that point, with full synergies and synergies above level 20. Because I'm assuming if you're running like as much plus to skills as you possibly can, you're probably going to be running, you know, enough plus to skills where even stuff that you're not using is probably going to be nearly like level 20. And then you've got enough points to spread between whatever you want to spread them through. So you would spend a little bit of time spreading your points out to what you want to try and make your character actually viable. I don't know what kind of character you would want to make, but, I mean, with 1 point in everything, I mean, you would have Fade, you would have Burst of Speed. I mean, she's going to get your Fade and your Burst of Speed levels, too. So, like, casting those would also be important, depending on which one she's using at the time, because she actually does both for some reason. Like, sometimes she'll cast Burst of Speed and then Fade, and sometimes she casts Fade and then Burst of Speed, and they just overwrite each other. It's stupid. But, I mean, theoretically, if you did that with the Shadow Master would have really high-level skills in every single ability. So no matter what she chose to use, whether she was using, like, you know, the like Claws of Thunder or Phoenix Strike or something, or whether she was using Dragon Talon or Dragon Claw or Dragon Tail or Dragon Flight, or whether she cast one of your traps, whatever it is that she uses, you're going to see a really powerful Shadow Master, like, on all of the abilities. I mean, the general gist of it is just to get her as high as possible, 1 point everything, and just see how it works. I mean, we could try it right now. I don't exactly have what I would consider the ideal setup for this, but here, let's do it. Why not? I mean, we have a somewhat ideal setup. So, I mean, at least we have at least some of the things that we need to make it work. I think the only thing we need to change is we need to change the Shadow Warrior to Shadow Claw, or yeah, Shadow Master on the Claw. I think that's the only thing we really need to change. So let's go to D2R Rune Wizard. I don't like some of the suggestions they put up here. Like, there's some of the suggestions that they put up here are so weird. Alright, so let's edit this character real quick. We just need to change Shadow Warrior to Shadow Master. I don't know if we need to change any of these, like Wake of Fire, Wake of Inferno. Honestly, they can just stay. Oops, I did not mean to delete the item. Undo, undo. Okay, so that one's already done. Let's do the other one real quick. Okay, they're both on master. Alright. Save the file. Do 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 do. I mean, this is going to be silly. I don't think our character is going to be very viable. I don't. That's the one thing about this particular way of doing the Shadow Master is that I don't know if our character is actually going to be a very good character to utilize. I mean, we'll certainly have every point, and I suppose we could go with some kind of build. Something with low synergy requirements is what I would guess. Maybe Wake of Fire. Wake of Fire has low synergy requirements. It's only 3. I mean, after we spend all those points in every single thing that we're going to spend our points into, it's going to be a little difficult to actually like max out anything specific, but we can try. Let's see the best we can do. We need a 1 point everything first. Like that's our first goal is just 1 point everything. So let's go to Shadow here. Alright, so now we have the Shadow Master claws. We've got our trap skillers, but let's pull out the trap skillers and let's just put in the Shadow Disciplines, because we're gonna cast the Shadow Master at the highest level that we can possibly cast the Shadow Master at. For skill points, we need to reset everything. Did I accidentally delete the Phoenixes? I did delete the Phoenixes, didn't I? It doesn't really matter for the way we're building, because I think the way we're building, we want to just use the Plague Claws, so we'll just keep the double Plague Claws on anyway. Okay, and I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, alright. We want more plus to skills, though, so let's go ahead and grab the Shadow Disciplines. Shadow Disciplines. Okay. So we've got 1 point in everything. We need 1 point in everything. So 1 point, 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 1 point. Just 1 point everything. So that her Mind Blast, I mean, even her Mind Blast and like the Venom that she casts and like whatever abilities she has with our plus to skills, she's gonna get like a really high level in all of the abilities. So we've got 1 point in everything now. And then from here, we can focus on specific abilities that we might think that she's going to utilize, or we could just focus on abilities for ourselves, one or the other. Did we max out the master yet? We didn't we didn't put anything in the master yet. So we cap out the master. She's level 56. So let's grab, where's it? Look at all those freaking skills on the bar. God bless it. Holy Jesus, that's a lot of freaking buttons. Okay, there we go. So we've got a beefed up, ridiculous Shadow Master with level 31 burst of speed. I mean, her skill levels aren't going to be quite that high because it's mine divided by 2 and her level divided by 3. So she's looking at 18. So it's 18 plus half of whatever my skill level is. So at the current point with burst of speed, for instance, she's getting 15 plus 18, which is 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. So she's getting level 33 burst of speed, which is 2 levels higher than what I currently am using. I only have 61 skill points remaining. 20, 40, 60. That's just enough to cap out Wake of Fire and Wake of Inferno and Fire Blast if I wanted to do that synergy. Or I could do Lightning Sentry. So I could go the other way and I could do Lightning Sentry. I'm currently set up for Lightning, I think, with the Griffin's Eye. So let's go with Lightning. So we 20-point Shockweb, 20-point Charge Bolt, and 20-point Lightning, which would give us Lightning Sentry and Shockweb to use. Okay, but now we're in a really weird situation where we've got to do some silly things. So to get her to actually utilize, let's put the rest of the points in Death Sentry too while we're at it. Why not? To get her to actually utilize the skill level of all these abilities, I have to actually force her to use them. So I've got to go use them all. Basically, is what I've got to do. So I've got to go to like Stony Field, and I've just got to like sit here and go like. Let's do all the traps first. They're the easiest. So we got to do like a Death Sentry, a Lightning Sentry, a Charge Bolt Sentry, a Shockweb, a Fire Blast, a Blade Sentinel, a Wake of Inferno, a Wake of Fire, a Blade Fury, a Psychic Hammer, which we need a target for. You can't use Psychic Hammer without a target. We also got to use Cloak of Shadows. We got to use Mind Blast. We literally got to go through the whole 9 yards here. We got to use Burst of Speed so that she uses our Burst of Speed. We got to use Fade so that she uses our Fade. We got to use Venom so that she uses our Venom. We got to use Dragon Talon at least once. We got to use Dragon Claw at least once. We got to use Dragon Tail at least once. I mean, this is exhausting. Like what you got to do to get her skill levels up on every single ability. Fist of Fire at least once. We got to use Claws of Thunder at least once. We got to use Blades of Ice at least once. This is silly. And we got to use a Phoenix at least once. Where is Phoenix? We're gonna use Phoenix. So Phoenix at least once, and then we can release them all. Alright, so now she should technically be, because I've used every single ability on the tree, she should be the most tanky boss freaking Shadow Master that ever existed, with like really high levels in every single ability, with the ability to pretty much punk most of the stuff with ease. We're currently on P1. Let's see how she does against like Eldritch real quick, like without my assistance. So let's just see how she does on Eldritch. She will have the assistance of the Mercenary using a Reaper's Toll. And so she starts out with some traps. The traps are actually doing pretty good, to be honest. And she threw some shockwebs. Okay. I mean, she kind of OP, not gonna lie. I mean, the Mercenary's doing pretty good too. Like, I'm trying to watch like the Mercenary, and I'm trying to watch her separately, although sometimes they're attacking the same target, and the target gets like obliterated. Let's teleport right into the middle of Shank, and let's see. Let's see how she does at Shank.
P8 or P1?
We're currently on P1. We're going to test P8 in a second. teleport. Oh, I forgot to put in my vitality points. Okay, that was kind of impressive at how quickly she just annihilated that entire pack of Shank. I don't want to reset the game because then I gotta redo everything. I don't want to redo everything. Let's go ahead and we'll do P8. We'll go to Canyon of the Magi here. Well, Canyon's got a pretty dense package. Alright, let's let her do her thing in there. Go ahead. What are you doing? You gonna use something? What are you using? I don't see you using anything. Hit a button. Why are you running over here for? Attack. Yeah, there you go. Throw a wake of fire. Those are nice. Yeah. Oh, sometimes she just uses weird things. Like she just threw out Inferno. Like, okay. And now she threw out a Mind Blast. What are you doing? What are you doing? You gonna kill stuff? There you go. She just threw out a freaking Claws of Thunder. That looked like it hurt. Throw out another Jujang. There's a possessed Hellcat. These guys were tough. Can she throw out Death Sentries too? She is throwing out Death Sentries. I'm seeing some explosions happen. She's got Inferno traps out. She's doing all sorts of stupid stuff. I don't know why she seems to favor the fire traps. I noticed that both of the warrior and the master seems to favor the fire traps. I mean, this is a particularly spicy pack. Let me add in my 2 cents here. Not like it really helps by the lightning immune steel scarabs. My mercenary is kicking butt. But I did notice there were several times where they were separated and she was kicking butt too. It was kind of like they're just like duo in the monsters pretty easily. You're sitting in a bath watching a stream, you're living the life there. You're living the life, my friend. I don't even think she knows what she's doing half the time. Like, sometimes she runs away and does like a kick. Sometimes she like runs. She ran away and came back just to kick something. It was really weird. And then she just did a dragon tail. She's got her blade shield up. She just did like Claws of Thunder. It's actually a pretty good Claws of Thunder too. It's crazy. Sometimes she does really good attacks, and sometimes she just stands there like an idiot, and she looks like she's being busy. She's like, I'm a brick. Like, here's this giant pack of Urdars right here. Let's see how she does in a giant pack of Urdars. Come on, you're right in the center of the pack. Kill some stuff. Ah, you're all frozen and they're decrepified. It's your best possible chance. Come on, let's go. Uh-oh. What the hell's going on? Did I break the game? It started lagging up all of a sudden. In P8, she's not really that impressive. I mean, she is doing decent damage, but I don't know if she's doing P8 levels of damage. Is Shadow Master my favorite skill? Nah. Not really. Literally just playing around with the idea of certain types of things. Yeah, let's bring this back down to P1. Not really sure she's super capable of P8. Let's go to Arcane and let's go like over here. I haven't been over here yet. Can't even see her half the time. Oh, there you go. She just threw out some shockwebs and just annihilated those ghosts. It's just so random. Like, half the time she doesn't do anything worthwhile. And then sometimes she throws out, look, she just threw out a lightning sentry, and the lightning sentry is just ripping things to shreds. Her lightning sentry doesn't suck. Like, it's actually pretty darn good damage for her. But she just doesn't cast them very often. She does whatever she wants to do whenever she wants to do it. She even has the frickin' dragon flight, so you can't keep her away from monsters. If she wants to melee, she melees. You're not stopping her. Like, with the Dragon Master, there's almost like no way to properly control her because of the dragon flight. There's a big old pack of ghosts. Let's see how she does on the ghosts. I don't think my Merc can do very much damage to these guys at all. Oh, she just annihilated like half the pack with one kick. That was beautiful. Maybe she chooses the weakness element of the enemy? I don't know. Alright, here we go. We got another big old pack of ghosts. Let's let her have at 'em. Let's see how she does versus all these ghosties. So she converted a couple of them. I mean, she looks like she's doing pretty darn good. The Mercenary is doing nothing because he was just attacking the ghost. So that was all the master. I saw the Mercenary. He was attacking a ghost. He was doing no damage to the ghost. He was basically just not doing anything. And somehow she managed to basically annihilate the entire pack of ghosts and basically all the monsters by herself. That whole pack of ghosts was completely her as well. I think we found the secret to why the Shadow Master and the Shadow Warrior suck. The secret is that you have to precast the abilities so that they're actually using the abilities at their proper strength. It seems like you have to snapshot the abilities to make sure that they're using them properly. In other words, if you want to get the most out of the Shadow Master that uses like all the abilities on your tree, you have to actually like put a point in each one of the abilities and then use the ability so that when she uses the ability, she's getting the full version of the ability. From what I can understand, is it basically works like this. Because it is a direct divisor, basically, right? So in this case, she's level 56, divided by 3, which is, I think it's what, level 18 or whatever, or 19? Which means that she's got level 18 skills, right? So in this particular case, if I have her at level 56, she has level 18 skills. And if I don't have a point in the ability, or I don't use the ability, they're just stuck at level 18. However, if I have level 31 Fade, and I use level 31 Fade, you divide that by 2, and you end up with 15 plus 18, which means that her level of Fade now becomes... what is that? 35, 43, right? So 43. So her Fade becomes level 43 as long as I have at least 1 point in Fade and I use Fade. Which is kind of insane. Or what was it? Why did I say 43? 20, not 43, 33. 33. My quick math is terrible. So level 33. She has level 33 Fade as long as you put 1 point in it and actually use it. But if you don't use it, she doesn't get that. She gets the crappy level 18 version. So there's like a massive difference in her power level in just simply using an ability. In other words, even if you don't use Burst of Speed, like let's say that you're a Fade user, right? And you have a Shadow Master. Well, you probably still want to cast Burst of Speed before you cast Fade, because if she casts Burst of Speed, then at least she will get the full version of Burst of Speed and not the crappy version of Burst of Speed, which is just the level 18 version. And if you have like a lower level Shadow Master, so like say you're not level 56, say you've only got like 1 point in the Shadow Master and then you've got maybe like 15 plus the skills or whatever, so your Shadow Master is only level 16. Well, 16 divided by 3 is garbage, right? So, you know, at that point you're sitting at... what is that? 16 divided by 3 is only level 5.33, so it's probably going to round down. So that means that her skill level is only 5. So she only has level 5 skills, which means all her skills are going to suck, right? And if you don't use the ability, then you're not going to add your portion of the skill to her ability, and so she's just going to have the level 5 sucky ability. But if you cast your Fade, like say if you have level 31 Fade, then your 31 Fade adds 15 to that, and so instead of being at level 5, she's now at level 20. And you can see the power difference between the level 5 and the level 20. That's massive, right? Just having you pre-buff the ability is going to change that massively and make her into a much tankier, you know, character. Like, and that works for everything basically. So like just using the ability one time lets her have a tankier version of the ability so that she doesn't suck. Even just the 1-point version. But if you have like the really high level version, then you get the 18 plus whatever your skill is, and then it starts adding up to some serious numbers, which works out to a lot more damage output. Let's see if I can find another pack of monsters here. Let's try River of Flame. Oh yeah, we got maggots. Okay, we got those guys. Let's bring them all over here in the corner. There we go. I'll just let them work. Just let her work. Chaos Wolf the Slayer. Where is she at? She's over here. Can't see her sometimes. She's so freaking dainty, and she's also using Fade, so. Oh, there we go. She used some Wake of Inferno. Now she's just throwing shock webs. Yeah, get him. Get him. Throw them shock webs. Throw them shock webs, do-si-do. Come on down and let's go. Why is she in like, she's in like caster mode now. Look at her. She's throwing shockwebs. She's throwing fire janks. I don't know what she's doing now. Does she just teleport away? There you go. Claws of Thunder. She just put some, what was a charged bolt sentry? No, that's a lightning one. She put a lightning one down. Here, let's teleport her in there. I do confuse Wake of Fire and Wake of Inferno all the time. I do indeed. I do indeed. I indeedly do. I doodly deedly doodly. Doodly. And doodly deedly doodly doodly deedly I doodly. Huh. I don't know about this Shadow Master version, but I guess it really doesn't matter because it looks like you can still max out Lightning Sentry. And you can still max out Wake of Fire if you're trying to go that route. So it's not like you can't get that build. And if I swapped out Shadow Skillers for Lightning Skillers and then grab the Lightning Sunder, I could still be a very effective Lightning Trapsin on top of this. So it's not like she's the only damage that I would be dishing out. I'm still a fairly effective Lightning Trapsin with negative lightning res and able to do pretty much everything that I need to do. Like I'm not a failure of a character by any means. All I did was put a bunch of points in, you know, random stuff, and now I still have Shockweb maxed out, and I still have maxed out Lightning Sentry. But I also have a God tier Shadow Master for no reason. Cause whatever. I mean, cause why not? Just let the Shadow Master be a god. And I can just sit back and do my thing. I mean, let's see how bad it is on like P8. So let's bump this to P8 and let's see. Like if I'm helping, you know, obviously because I'm part of the equation, right? Like I'm part of this world. That's from a movie, by the way.
Wasn't it you're part of this world?
I think so. Wasn't it? It's like she's like really sad about it. Sam. No, it was Lord of the Rings. It's Lord of the Rings. Remember? Because he's talking to Treebeard, and he's like, "You're a part of this world," or something like that. I can't remember the quote.
Yeah, I think it's you. I think it's your part of this world.
I'm messing it up terribly. I mean, honestly, it's just a trap sim level with like extra Shadow Master. I mean, the only thing holding back the Shadow Master and the Shadow Warrior from being the most amazing things that ever were created is their terrible AI. Like, I feel like with the way that I had them set up earlier, with the ridiculous Lightning Sentry and the ridiculous Wake of Inferno and the ridiculous Fire Blast, the only thing holding them back is the fact that they wouldn't use their abilities. Otherwise, they would have literally just demolished everything and laughed at me because my DPS was inferior. I'm like, you only have 10k on your Lightning Sentry? Well, I got 20. I'm pretty sure the Lightning Sentry was like double mine. They seem to prefer melee over anything, which maybe you could set up a halfway decent, like, I don't know, like Tiger, Phoenix, whatever, strike version of the same thing that I was doing. Just like rely on the fact that they love to use the same thing. One thing I am noticing though is that Mind Blast, she loves to use Mind Blast, and I leveled up. I basically gave her a higher version of Mind Blast, and so she's converting everything now. I think that was a mistake. I definitely should not precast Mind Blast or put 1 point into it.
What if he used bone prison charges
For what?
to keep them from meleeing?
It might work on the warrior, but it wouldn't work on the master. The master can dragon flight. She'll dragon flight out. She likes dragon flight out. It seems like whenever she's in a situation where she can't reach a monster, she dragon flights. The warrior, on the other hand, she's a little weird. Sometimes even when she can't reach the monster, she'll just sit there and like pace back and forth like a caged tiger or something, and I don't know, it's a little strange. I mean, that was not painful at all. And the Shadow Warrior seems invincible. I don't know what's going on. It's like she can't die. Like, I'll put her right in the middle of a pack of monsters. I just put her right in the middle of Neelathak, and there was bodies all over the place, and Neelathak's corpse exploding. And she didn't even flinch. Like, I didn't even see her HP go down. She just kind of laughed it off and, like, moved on with her life. She was like, whatever. I mean, my Merc, on the other hand, is not having the best time, but poor guy. Like, he's nowhere near as tanky as the Master is at this particular point. Why are we eating houses? Don't eat houses. Ants are easy to get rid of. You just go to the store and you get yourself some taro, and you put little taro strips all over the place, and in about a week or 2 weeks all the ants will be gone, and you don't gotta worry about nothing. I usually do it once every like summer or whatever. The ants haven't been too bad this year. Yeah, just that. Well, the ants are so good at taking stuff back to their nests. They just take it back to their nest, and then they're like, "Here, everyone, I found some sugar," and everyone's like, "Yay, sugar!" And then everybody eats the sugar, including the queen, and then everybody dies.
Arrow is magic. I don't even know how that works, but it works better than anything I've ever seen.
From what I understand, it's basically borax mixed with sugar in like a specific way, and what it does is it when the ants eat it, it like ruptures their stomach or something. It takes some time before it works, but it causes their stomach to explode or something like that. I can't remember. And it takes a long enough amount of time that usually the ants bring it back to the nest, they share it with all the other ants, and eventually it gets shared with the queen, and that's when the hive dies. So once it gets shared with the queen and the queen's tummy explodes, she no longer makes eggs, and so it just takes a little bit of time for the ants to die off naturally. Like, because once the queen's dead, it doesn't matter, like, whether the tarot even kills the rest of them, because the queen's dead and she's not making any more babies, and it's just a matter of time before the ants are all gone. It's not even poison. Like, I don't even know. It's not like it's a pesticide or something like that. A lot of the times when you deal with, like, things that usually work really well, it's usually not poison. It's something else entirely. Like, the flea medicine is kind of the same way, or the flea spray that I use. I was looking into it, and apparently it's just a chemical that sits on the outside of the flea's shell or something and causes them to be infertile. It doesn't actually kill them. It doesn't poison them in any way. They're not really harmed. They don't slow down. They just can't reproduce because it sits on their shell or something and causes some sort of problem with their reproductive system, and then they can't make any babies. And so the same way that the ants die from the taro, the fleas eventually die as well. It takes about like 1 to 2 weeks because fleas have very short lifespans. And if they can't reproduce and make babies, then once the 2 weeks is up and all of the adults have essentially died out and there's no new eggs, then again, same thing as the ants. Like, once the eggs are gone, it doesn't take very long before all of the adults are gone, and then there's no more. Seems to be the best way to deal with a lot of the bugs is just to prevent them from making babies.
Alright, what's the cockroach strategy?
uh, we had cockroaches for a very short period of time. Somebody must have bombed their house, is what it was, and they just showed up randomly one day, and we were like, oh hell no. And we got we put a bunch of the little roach traps out and all sorts of stuff. We weren't playing no games. We didn't let them little bastards get no foothold in the house. They weren't even in the house. They were like in the laundry room.
Yeah.
And we were like, you ain't coming in. You ain't coming in. You
Yeah, they
ain't
go after
not,
like the washer machine and stuff.
you are not coming in. Yeah, cockroaches are a different beast altogether. That's why when people tell me they got ants and they're all like, oh no, we got ants. It's so terrible. It's the worst thing ever. No, we got ants. I'm like, ants are not that bad. Okay, like, first off, ants aren't disgusting like freaking cockroaches are. I mean, ants are generally like cleaners more than anything. Like, when there's something on the ground, they come in and they pick it up and they clean it and they take it away. Cockroaches are disgusting. They're not cleaners at all. They poop on everything. They're just like they're horrible in like every way, shape, and form that they can be horrible. Oh, Bob got a freaking unique unearth wand over here.
No way. From Mandario?
That's why I tell people spiders. I know
Yeah.
people don't like spiders, okay? Like, I know you don't like spiders. There's lots of people out there who got like arachnophobia basically. But like, leave the spiders alone. Like, just leave them alone. Like, they eat cockroaches. Like, if you hate cockroaches, like, which one do you hate more? Like, choose. Like, pick a struggle. Do you hate cockroaches more, or do you hate spiders more? Like, which one do you hate? I know which one I choose. I hate cockroaches more. Like, if I had to choose 99,999 times out of 100,000, it's going to be I hate cockroaches more than I hate spiders every single day of the week. Unless we're talking about, like black widows or something, or like black recluses. Like, unless we're talking about like the most poisonous spiders in the world or something, I'm still gonna choose the cockroaches probably, like, over most of them. And depending on where you live, most of the time spiders are not really that bad. Oh, that's really good. Plus 244. It's not bad. Could have been a +1. The poison and bone rolls +2 as well.
Yeah.
So you didn't get a 2-2.
Nope.
It's still pretty good though.
It's still a D-web.
So what'd you roll? You rolled mid on the poison. You rolled good on the plus to skill. Oh, well, actually, no. The plus to skills always rolls 2. That's right.
Yep.
Hmm.
And then right after that, I find a 71 Rotting Fisher.
Oh man, you got
Who wants to
bottom
make a
roll on
Nova
both the
Necro?
mana after each kill and the life after each kill. 7/7. I mean, that's not really that big of a deal, but
No, those are just, nice to have.
And then she drops me a rare diadem instead of a unique. Wrong color, man.
I don't know. One day my girlfriend got really upset because she saw one of those big palmetto bugs, and I'm like, babe, them palmetto bugs ain't nothing. I'm like, those things don't even really come in the house very much. Like, even when they do, they don't even want to be in the house. They want to be eating rotten wood. Like, that's what they do. I was like, yeah, they're kind of scary and they're big, but like comparatively to like your regular cockroaches that infest a house and are absolutely disgusting in every way, shape, and form, I'm like, the palmetto bugs are like mild by comparison. They're not even. I wouldn't even rate them in the same category.
Yeah, we got lots of those because of the palm trees.
Well, they're actually really good. So there's palmetto bugs are actually really good, and I'm gonna tell you guys why. Palmetto bugs primarily eat rotten wood that is wet. They want wet, rotten wood. That's what they go after. Okay. If you see a palmetto bug in your house, that means you have wet, rotten wood somewhere, which means that there's a leak, either like in a pipe somewhere. You've got some sort of like, maybe your toilet's leaking and it's rotting underneath of the toilet. Or maybe your roof is leaking and you have like wood rotting in your attic, because they don't come into your house for dry wood. That's disgusting. They don't like that. That's disgusting wood. They like wet, old, rotting wood. That's what they want. So when you see large amounts of palmetto bugs in your house, that is a sign to you that something is wrong. You have a leak of some type in your house and you need to get it fixed. And so basically what you do is you fix the leak, you find out where the rotting wood is coming from, and as soon as you fix the rotting wood problem, the palmetto bugs leave because their food source is now gone. They don't want to be in your house unless there's some nice wet rotting wood that they want to eat. So you fix the problem and then they go bye-bye along with it.
I'm gonna go buy a bunch of rotten wood. I'm gonna put it all around the neighbor's house.
Good day.
I mean, that's basically what like a fallen tree is. That's usually where they are. Is like when you have like a tree that falls down and then it starts to rot and then it rains and so it gets nice and wet, and they're usually in there eating the rotten tree that falls down. So like when you have a lot of dead trees around your yard, that's where the palmetto bugs like to live. Cockroaches are just pure Satan. I don't know what to do about those guys. Those things are satanic.
Move.
I think Satan actually created those. Pretty sure it was Satan.
No, they outlive Satan.
I think Satan's house is infested with them, actually. And he's upset he can't get rid of them. He burned the house down like 3 times. They're still there. Somehow.
Gotta call the men in black.
I strongly believe that, like, even if, like, we go into a nuclear apocalypse, ice age, like, whatever, like, maybe the planet starts to burn off because the sun gets too hot and it's, like, 200 degrees, somehow the cockroaches are still going to be alive.
Gonna get those Fallout cockroaches.
Like, the rad roaches. They're just going to be alive somewhere, just hanging out. Just living their best life, eating eating glue off of stamps or something. I don't know what the hell's going on.
I'm gonna need one of those dogs.
Did you ever see that, what is it called, with Mulder and Scully, the X-Files? The episode where they suggested that cockroaches were actually, like, biological robots that were sent to Earth specifically for the purposes of scouting?
Oh no.
Like, there was a whole episode on X-Files where they analyzed cockroaches and basically found that cockroaches were, like, alien to the planet and didn't seem to have any characteristics of any other creatures, like, on the planet. And that the only solution is that they had been sent here from another planet, basically, to, like, spy on us or something like that. And I can't remember the whole gist of, like, the final part of the episode, but I remember there was a scene where, like, he's holding the cockroach is like on his finger or something, and he's looking at it, and then, like, you know, it, like, flashes to, like, a image of, like, a computer screen where it's looking through the cockroach's eyes or something. Here it is. Robotic cockroaches. This is the X-Files episode. Robotic cockroach is a metallic insect along with a swarm of cockroaches were responsible for terrorizing the town of Miller's Grove, Massachusetts. Much of their terror, though, was the result of mass hysteria over a series of deaths connected to the cockroaches. The robotic cockroaches were believed by Agent Fox Mulder to be alien robots, while others thought the government was behind their creation. Ultimately, it seems they were probes from an unknown alien civilization. When Mulder gave one of the robotic cockroaches to a robotics expert, Dr. Alexander Ivanov, he inspected it under a microscope. A profound look crossed his face as he turned to Mulder and said, "It's beyond my comprehension." And that was it was a very weird episode with the robotic roaches. I wonder if they've got a picture of one of the robotic roaches. I think what they did was they accidentally they crushed one, you know, because that's what you do with roaches, you crush them. And then when they crushed the roach, they found out it had, like, a metallic shell or something. I can't remember exactly what was going on. And they were, like, eating people and stuff. It was pretty crazy. It was a crazy episode. It was
Did
a
you
very...
say what year that was?
I don't know. I could pull up the episode number. It is called The War of the Coprophages, episode 12 on season 3, January 5th, 1996.
Wow, so it was right when Men in Black came out with the cockroach thing. That's kind of crazy. The Men in Black, I think, was 97 or 96.
Wah, wah, wah. Wah, wah, wah.
He steps on him, he's like, "Don't do that." Come on, Andy, give me something good. Don't only give Bob the good things.
Oh, yeah. I woke up
Don't
way too
worry, it
early
wasn't
this
good.
morning. Tardigrades are practically immortal. Yeah, I heard tardigrades were actually found, like, in space floating around, and they're still fine. They're like, it's cold out here, I guess. I guess it's cold out here. A unique ring?
It was trash.
What,
Yeah.
another dwarf star? A dwarf star?
I found Manald, Nagel, and SOJ. I haven't found any other unique ring.
I found, like, several dwarf stars this season.
Not a one.
They keep giving me
Not a
dwarf star every
Ravenfrost. Not a nature's piece. Not a nothing. It's been Manald, Nagel, and then a SOJ.
Well, good. You got an SOJ, though. Congratulations.
I'm getting Eye of Edlich and Mahim Oak over and over again.
Alright, well, at least you haven't gotten a, what's it called? The fire one. Dang it.
Nokazan?
Yeah, Nokazan. At least you didn't get a Nokazan yet. I got a Crescent Moon. That was actually a halfway decent unique amulet find. Those are usually really nice early on when you're struggling on Mana Leech and stuff. I'm starving. I need some
This character is really good. I don't have to use potions anymore. Ever.
My character's broken. I need to stop making these characters that are like ridiculously OP because I don't want to play them anymore because I'm just walking around like one tapping everything and it gets boring. This character is kind of ridiculous. Like, I'd say she's on the same level as a Mosaic Sim without even needing mosaics. Like she honestly might actually do more damage if she just used another Phoenix. It would be a little wonky with the AR, like trying to figure out the AR, and I'd have to build more charges, but she would dish out more damage with the second Phoenix than she would with the Claw. It's just easy. It just makes it easier to run around and like kick stuff without having to build multiple sets of charges all the time. It's convenience more than anything. It kind of just adds to the OP-ness of it though, because you're pretty much just running around one tapping everything.
He said penis.
Penis. I said convenience, sir.
You said,
Not-
oh, penis. I'm
Not
just saying.
penis.
And we know what you got on the mind, Bob.
You're the one who said it.
Giggity.
Giggity.
Oh my god, that reminds me of this article I read the other day. And I don't know like what to think about the article. So apparently there was a famous Twitch streamer, I can't remember the name of the streamer. And anyway, she had an editor who was supposed to be doing like shorts and things for her. And apparently he was like constantly behind, he wasn't delivering on time, and then it got worse and worse and worse, and eventually she had to like have like a conversation with him about like why he wasn't delivering on what he promised. This boy straight up admitted that the reason why he was having trouble delivering what he promised was because he had a crippling addiction to masturbation. Like, he told her this. She fired him. Like, and I'm like, and apparently it like went around the internet and people were like, why would you admit that? Like, I mean, okay, like whatever, you have a crippling addiction to masturbation, but like, why would you admit it to the person why would you admit it to your employer? Make up an excuse, tell them anything. Tell them your hand has a cramp, which is probably true. I mean, but like, don't tell them that. I'm sorry, boss. I can't come to work. Why can't you come to work? Are you sick? No, I have a crippling masturbation addiction. You're fired.
I have a steel carapace, shadow plate, a blade of Ali Baba, and a crown of thieves from that one. Go.
Now you're rich.
Meanwhile, I haven't made it to my first Andy, okay? I just got to level 3. Alright, leave me alone. I'm too busy clicking on everything like a raccoon.
No, your hand is sore from what you've been doing.
It's
Yeah.
actually just not worth it to do that. It's just worth it to go as fast as possible to Andy. Her
Well-
drops are the most insane drops in the game.
Yeah,
It's
she
like
does
by
have
a
she
lot.
does have insane drops. She does.
Well, it's because she's always quest bugged, so her drop rate is like 1 in 1200 for most things now instead of 1 in 5000.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I know. And then with the TZ, her her drop table goes up dramatically, so you can drop like everything basically in the whole game. Everything.
How many runs did you get in so far, Bob? Well, it's almost over.
I mean, I wasn't fine with it. I just started the campaign.
Yeah, but I figured Bob's probably on his sort with crazy TPs and
Yeah, I did 40 something.
40.
Oh, I got a hex fire.
I started a little late too. I probably could have got to 50.
I mean, if you got like a 200% FCR sork, you can just telly around and find the entrance. It's even faster if you want to grab a map pack for it.
Ah.
I don't need that.
Well, it's kind of difficult to find 4. It's easy to find 2. It's easy to find 3. That one's easy to read. 4 is the hard one.
Yeah, there's no reading it.
Yeah, you can't really read.
You just
4.
have to know tiles.
You can read 3. You can read 2 to 3. 2 to 3 is readable. That one's
Yes, to
that
the right
one
of it.
has a pattern.
Yeah, it's just to the right of it. Super easy.
It's the opposite of Mephisto. I always mix them up.
I've been watching an anime that popped up on Netflix recently called Ippo. Ippo
Cows,
Makamichi.
Amy.
Nice. It's an anime about boxing.
So today is just the day, apparently,
Mhm.
for me to find everything I haven't found all ladder.
We can't let Bob play anymore.
Yeah, Bob's not allowed to play.
Someone tackle him.
Tackle him. He's found too much stuff. Bobby Billions is coming back. We can't allow it.
Put that man on the ground.
Oh, I've heard that with Vidine said about the egg sacs and cockroaches. It's actually something that you guys need to be aware of with like cockroaches. That a lot of people don't know. Is that let's say you're at somebody's house and a roach like comes out from underneath of like a countertop or something, and you're like, ew, and you step on it with your shoe. If the cockroach has an egg sac on its back, the eggs can get stuck to the bottom of your shoe. And when you go back to your house, the eggs can hatch and you can end up infesting your own house if you step on the roaches. It's actually advisable to like never step on the roaches, and because you'll transfer them to other parts of your house. Like, kill them, of course, like if you can, but like a lot of the times if you kill them with something that you can like throw away or flush down the toilet or something, so that they go away in case there is like an egg sac on their back. It's like a whole thing. You can look up the details of it if you want to. I think it's disgusting. But basically the moral of the story is... Ooh, Trav. The moral of the story is do not step on them and bring them back home.
Naughty.
That's basically the moral of the story. Do not step on them and bring them back home.
Yeah, with ants, it's one central colony, and they lay the eggs in one central place. But the roaches, they span out and make outposts and carry the babies the entire term. And yeah.
Oh, and another interesting thing that I learned when I was, like obsessively compulsively trying to get rid of the cockroaches from my house or from my laundry room is don't get rid of the dead bodies of the parents. So apparently, that's like something that they do is they eat the adults. The babies eat the adults. I don't know. I guess it's just cockroaches are just terrible family members. But they're just terrible family members. They hate their family. I hate you. I'll eat you when you're dead.
I'll eat you when you're alive.
So basically what happens is, like, say you have like a poison system running or whatever, like you got like some of those little pods or something like that. Like if you clean up the dead ones, you kind of like remove part of the life cycle of the cockroaches, and one of the life cycle is that they eat each other. And so if you poison the adult and the adult dies, the babies will eat the parent, and the parent is poisoned, and then the babies will die because they eat the parent. So like while you have an infestation, you don't want to clean up the adults when they die to the poison, because the babies will eat them and kill themselves by eating the parent. It's a very weird thing, but it actually works. You just leave them. You just leave their little ugly corpses right where they are, where they fall, and let the babies eat them, and then the babies die too. It's super effective. So you kind of like don't want to clean up after them until after the infestation is over, because it goes away a lot quicker if you don't, which is, you would think, is counterproductive, but it actually works out really well. It's like, when you have them, you become like a super scientist trying to get rid of them. You're like, haha, yes, I know all the tricks.
I figured somebody would say let the bodies hit the floor.
Pretty much. Alright, I guess I'm just gonna like farm this for a little while. So many people this morning. Maybe I should stream earlier in the day. 71 people on YouTube.
What happened?
Is Trav TZ?
Trav TZ?
Yeah, I'm doing Trav for sure.
Yeah, I'm in Trav right now. Sorry, do I have a Geeds on? I do have a Geeds.
Might be worth running.
I've got a Geeds. I was trying if I could add in any more magic fun, but... Didn't I have a pair of, like, magic fine do-janks? I guess not. I thought I had, like, a pair of magic fine blood gloves that had, like, 29% magic fine on them. It doesn't really matter. Does anyone need an inside cryptic axe? I got one in an F base that I found earlier.
I think somebody was asking in ladder earlier today.
I just rolled it too, so it's literally already... It rolled +6 on the crit too. It's kind of nice. It didn't roll high meditation, but it rolled 6 crit.
You can put it on your merc and let him stay dead.
No, my merc is using a Reaper Stone. Much more likely to stay alive that way.
Does anybody want to make a poison necro?
I mean, if you don't want that death spread, like, I will take it and put it on my jab, my poison jab, and use it for, like, swappy poison.
Could it just say sorceress skill levels?
No.
Oh, this game just irks me.
Well, it does it on purpose.
Did something happen?
I rolled a decent amulet. If it would have been Sork, but it's not Sork.
I've had some absolutely crazy ones too, like that. But then they roll like assassin.
That's exactly what it was.
Like all res, like 20% faster cast, like everything in the world you could ever want, like life, strength, dex. And then they're just like, and it's like +2 assassin, and you're like, okay, well, I mean, it's still a really good assassin amulet, but... I could have sworn I saw... Whatever. Keep forgetting to cast Fade. I forget I'm on a frickin' assassin. Cast your Fade or die.
Anybody got any lightning facets?
I haven't found any facets the whole season, I don't think.
Neither have I.
I found the one just now from TZ Andy, and that's it. And it just happens to be absolutely ridiculous.
A blue diadem. Hey, look at that beautiful diadem. Oh man, I know you guys are jealous of me. I just found a god tier diadem. Look at this. A +3 with another stat. Look at that. Look at that beautiful thing. I'm gonna post it in chat for you guys and everything. Don't be so jealous that you try and like
Swear to God, if you
hack
post
into
a
my
curses,
account.
you posted a curse.
Look at that beautiful thing.
Called it before you even
60%
blinked it.
extra gold from monsters and
How
3
did I know?
curses.
How did I know?
How did you know?
Put it on the ground, sir.
It
where
did
it
go.
belongs.
It did go on the ground. It did.
You're not allowed to even Charcy those things. Put it back in the dirt where it belongs.
It puts it back in the dirt or else it gets the hose again.
I found a curses GC with like 44 life. Threw it back on the ground.
Yeah, Runic Talons is fine for...
No.
I don't think you literally can't pick like a wrong base for mosaics in No Soy El Mosaic. It's like there's pretty much none that... As long as it gets 3 sockets, you're golden. The only ones that don't get 3 sockets are the can openers. The war fists. The slow boys. I don't know why those don't get 3 sockets. I don't know why the devs were just like, you know what? Let's just make a whole class that like you can't do anything with. Yeah, screw your stupid. You're casting hydras down here. Okay. Rude. A soul rune, a blue monarch. No J mod. The blue monarch was not a J mod. I feel gypped. Gypped. And D4 DLC new class just announced? Really?
Yeah, they said the announcement should be taken because they're doing like the Xbox convention thing, and now they're owned by Microsoft.
Vessel of Hatred, huge news, huge. Is it huge? Huge news?
I totally forgot about that until you just said it. Let's go. I guess you got to cover it. Yeah, there's a video.
What is it?
There's almost a 4-minute video on the official Diablo YouTube
20
channel.
minutes ago. And Diablo 4's first Vessel of Hatred expansion reveals cinematic trailer, release date, Xbox showcase. Okay, let's. Is this it right here? Let's
You want to do a
take a
trailer
look.
reaction?
No, stop it. I hit the wrong button. It asked me if I was old enough, and I hit no by accident, and now it said that it's age restricted. Great.
You're too young to watch the trailer.
Oh well, you
I
didn't know
just
the-
turned 40 yesterday. Oh. Dang it. Dang it. Now it just won't let me see the trailer because I hit no one time. Look, reload the page and let me redo it. I'm now denied. That's it. Denied. Denied. Let's see. Hold on. Diablo 4, Xbox, Dujink. Denied. Denied. Let me see if I can find the official video. No, I don't want the IGN version. Give me the regular version. Let's see. What is this? Is this it right here? Okay. Boop.
Akkurat. Cheers, chicha. Mini de cheese. Mini
Hey, look, it's the stupid girl that ran away with the soul.
Mini de cheese. Mini.
Boy, young one, are you all right?
Akkurat. Cheers, chicha. Mini de cheese. Mini de sud.
Mirel? Oh, you're not well. Please, 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 my child, let me help you.
Stay away from me! Nayrel!
We all knew this was coming.
How I raised you? No.
We did.
But
Yeah. We all knew Mephisto was going to take her
carry
over.
this burden alone. I must get to Akarat's tomb.
Of course, she would be strong enough to resist what
You're killing yourself.
multitudes of other people were not able to resist.
I don't know how much longer I can. I'm here, little magpie. I missed you so much.
She did, you killed her.
I'm so proud of you. But now, I need you to give up. No. Of course it's you! You monster! Let go of me! Let go? No. You made a choice. And I warned you, little magpie. There would be consequences.
She was the most annoying character.
Surrender.
No! I control the stone!
You hold the stone. You control nothing.
Maybe you're right. Maybe I could use some help.
Yeah, he's dead too.
You just say everyone's dead.
She's gonna be like the most annoying character in the history of Diablo. She just like goes off on her own. She's like, whatever. She literally knew what she was doing was wrong. She still did it anyway. Hey, we're going back to Kurast. I don't know why you're taking Mephisto back to Kurast. What are we gonna do? Lock him back underneath the temple again? That didn't really work well the first time. Let's be honest. It didn't really work well the first time. Premium, pre-purchase, and instantly unlock. Cat. What is that, for like Diablo 3 and crap?
10-8?
What the hell is this? Is that the character right there? Is that the new class? Looks like some sort of a lioness with like a spear. Where's the class release?
Maybe there's more to it. That's just the trailer.
Let's go back. Let's go to the Diablo page. Let's see if there's a trailer for the class. Videos. Pets are here.
Hi, I'm Brent Gibson. I'm the game director of Vessel of
He's
Hatred.
like, you fool.
Diablo
You
4's
hold the stone,
first
you
expansion.
control nothing.
Vessel of Hatred is a story of isolation and the impact
so
it has
glad
on you
Mephisto
when you're
put it in
trying
our
to protect
place.
the things that matter to you most. On October 8th, you'll get a chance to play
Dumbest
that next
decision.
chapter and a whole lot more. And now that we've shown you the first few moments of our story, let's talk class. On July 18th, in our live
Oh, so
stream,
the leak was
we'll
correct.
be revealing the gameplay for our all-new class.
So we already know what the
Spiritborn.
class is then.
Spiritborn are apex predators built for the jungle, with a flow and a feel I can't wait
What's the
for
class?
you to experience. Lastly, we wanted to take a moment to
Well, let's see
celebrate
if
our
it's
announcement
really
by going
close to
live
what
with
was
pets
leaked
who
first.
follow you on your adventure, picking up golden
Oh,
materials.
look, they added
along the
Diablo
way.
3 pets.
If you log in right now, like right now, there's a good boy waiting for you in Gyovashad. And if you pre-purchase the Ultimate Edition, you'll get our themed Nahantu pets, Warcat mount, and a host of other cosmetics. I personally want to thank you for being on this epic journey with us. Honestly, October can't get here fast enough. Until then, stay tuned on all of our social media channels, and I'll see you in Sanctuary.
So they didn't give any details about the Spiritborn? I mean,
Host of
we
other
already
cosmetics.
know about the Spiritborn. It was leaked a while ago. So the Spiritborn was what is it? They said you can get a dog pet right now. A doggy. You can get a little doggy.
What is this for D4?
Yeah, what was the Spiritborn? Hold on.
And they didn't just make a paladin?
Well, I'm gonna look at the leak information. The leak information was like a year ago, wasn't it? It was in 2023. Well, half a year ago.
I think it was late last year.
Let me see if I can find the leak information. Well, basically, how they explained the Spiritborn class, it was like kind of like a mix between like a druid and a necromancer, in that like they basically had like nature powers and they also had some powers over the dead, but it wasn't like a full necromancer and it wasn't like a full druid. It was like some sort of mix between the two. Is this it? Is this the leak? Yeah, here it is right here. The release of Spiritborn class opens up a whole new way to experience Diablo 4. The unique abilities and playstyle offer fresh strategies to tackling Nahantu's challenges, whether you're navigating through the Restless Canopy or battling in the depths of Kural sewers. Playing as a Spiritborn in Nahantu promises an adventure like no other. The Spiritborn is a class deeply rooted in the elements of nature and the spiritual realm. They are the children of the wild, born from the spirit of the plains. Sky, soil, and forest, their souls are intertwined with the world around them, drawing strength from the very essence of life and nature. Sounds to me like they're going to have a... You remember, was it the Demon Hunter that had it, where he had like 2 orbs, and they were like... It was like a split orb, and you had like one power on one side, one power on the other. Like, from the way they explain it, it sounds like this one's going to have like one part of the orb is going to be like the spiritual power of nature or whatever, and the other one's going to be like the spiritual power of like the other world, like the dead, basically. And so like they get like both options. And it says right here, the Spiritborn's power comes from 2 resources, vigor and allegiance. Vigor represents their physical vitality and endurance, gained from their bond with the earth and sky, and it fuels their physical abilities and allows them to perform feats of agility and strength beyond normal capacities. Allegiance, on the other hand, represents their spiritual connection to nature and its creatures, and is through this allegiance that they can call upon the spirits of nature for aid, summoning ethereal allies, or invoking powerful elemental spells. So they're going to have like 2 different resources. I mean, at this point, we can pretty much just assume that this entire thing is accurate, because like they must have leaked the entire thing. Maybe they made a couple changes here or there, but I mean, it says they're using glaives. Glaives was the leak as well. That was what they said they were using, was glaives. I don't know if they have any more information. It says you can get a pet right now. I kind of want to like hop on and see what the pet is. Is there an update for the game right now? Probably just runs around and picks up little loot for you. Picks up gold. Oh, here's a news article. Let's see what this news article is. We can pre-purchase today. Let me pull this over here. While this class remains shrouded in mystery, it'll also be revealed in time. We pretty much had it like fully revealed already. Mercenaries and endgame activities and updates.
Said mercenaries were going to come. Is this a thing?
I don't know.
Yeah, these profiles grow in progress. You share a couple of unique abilities to help you in combat.
Here, I'm gonna hop it here, and I'll do like a full thing on it real quick.
Yeah.
All right, we can do a video. Let's do a video. Why not? Hold on. All right, a video within a live stream. Hello guys and gals, and welcome. So we finally got news on the Diablo 4 expansion, the Vessel of Hatred. Some more news anyway. They also announced the class, which ironically was the class that we already knew was coming due to the leak. We were never really sure whether the leak was accurate or not, but apparently, yes, the leak is accurate. And it's actually, we actually have quite a bit of information about this Spiritborn. But let's go over the information for the new expansion. Apparently it was released on the Xbox, Gamescom or whatever. So prepare to embody the Spiritborn pre-purchase Vessel of Hatred. The Vessel of Hatred, the first expansion from Diablo 4, is now available for pre-purchase through the Battle.net, PlayStation, Xbox Game Store, and Steam will release on October 8th, 2024. Deep in the jungles of Nahatu, a conflicted Neriel, Neriel's such an idiot, is tormented by the malicious wills of her traveling companion Mephisto. I think we all saw that coming a mile away. Can you navigate the terrors that lay in wait to save her soul, or will it be already too late? Harness the powers of the all-new class to survive the deadly wilds and fight back the terrible power from within. Pre-purchase Vessel of Hatred Ultimate Edition and immediately receive Alcor the Snow Leopard pet. That's right, pets are apparently being added into Diablo 4. Natalia the Tiger pet and Heralti the Canine pet. Plus the Nahatu Warcat mount bundle. Wings of Faith cosmetic, 3,000 platinum armor, sets for each class, and more. For an overview of everything we've announced today, here's a message from game director Brent Gibson. So this is, he just kind of talks about releasing the pets. I took a quick look at it. There's really not a lot there. He talks about the Spiritborn, doesn't really give any information about it or anything. It's a very short video. Apparently you can pre-purchase the game today. It looks like there's some interesting like cosmetics and stuff that you can get, like this wings. They're kind of giving it like the Diablo 3 treatment, to be perfectly honest. Like with Diablo 3, you usually got like a pet, like some sort of cosmetic. Like you also get like a Kurost portal, and then there's like some armor cosmetics. This is a mount apparently that you can use. This right here is the new class. That's the Spiritborn class that comes with the expansion. It's a glaive using class. Not really sure if that's going to be any good or not. I do have some information on the actual class, and we'll go over that in a little bit. At least what was leaked. Not sure if the leak is accurate or not, but we'll find out. It looks like there's a couple different versions of the pre-order. At least with like the big version, you get like all 3 pets, like all the cosmetics, the portal, the mount. With like the minor version, you get 2 pets, like some of the cosmetics, and you still get the mount. And then for like the base version, you get 1 pet, like a single cosmetic. Like it's not that big of a deal. I mean, if you want the pets, I guess you can get the pets. I don't know. I don't really think it's probably not necessary to get the higher versions, to be perfectly honest. It looks like you can grab it today if you want to. They did say, the one thing that he did say in this video was that apparently there's going to be a pet available for everybody today. Like some sort of little dog or something that you can get by logging in today. I'm not sure when that's going to be active. Probably when the patch goes live. I guess we'll find out. The newest class. So the newest class, ranked upon the apex predators of the jungle, the Spiritborn is an entirely new class of the Diablo series. Battle-hardened mystical synergies that could only be awakened deep within the jungles of Nahatu, becoming one of the Spiritborn and embrace the ethereal spirits entwined with the ancient civilization. The class remains shrouded in mystery. Join us for our Spiritborn class reveal on July 18th, where the team will take an in-depth look on the groundbreaking class. Now, there is leak information for the class, and this was something that's been out for a long time. And when it originally came out, we kind of assumed that it was not factual and that it was kind of just made up because nobody was really sure whether it was real or not. And apparently it's been confirmed that it's real. So this is the leak information that we had. This was back in like November 2023, by the way. So the release of the Spiritborn class opens up a whole new way to experience Diablo 4. The unique abilities and playstyle offer fresh strategies for tackling Nahatu's challenges. Does that sound familiar there? Like, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what was said right here. Where is it? Class new to Diablo 4. Could only be awakened deep within the jungles of Nahatu. Right? So, like, it's kind of like the same exact writing even. So this has got to be something that was leaked directly from them. It says that the Spiritborn class is basically a nature/spirit character. And in here, of course, it says their weapon of choice is the glaive, which we have confirmed that their weapon of choice is the glaive. And it also says that they have 2 resources. So there is a similar character in Diablo 3 that has 2 resources. It's got like, like the bar, the orb is like split in half, and there's 1 resource on one side, 1 resource on the other. And so this one apparently has Vigor and Allegiance, which are going to control the 2 different sides of that. So that's going to have like the nature side and like the spiritual side, which has different abilities depending on which side you're going for. The Spiritborn are not really fighters. They are guardians of balance. They stand on the boundary between the physical world and the spiritual realm, ensuring harmony between the two. Their mission is not just to defeat enemies, but to preserve the natural order of things. In battle, the Spiritborn is a sight to behold. They move with the grace of the wind, their glaives dancing like leaves in a storm. Their attacks are fluid and relentless, like a river carving its path through stone. And when they call upon the spiritual powers, the air around them crackles with raw elemental energy. Whether you draw in their unique blend of physical prowess and spiritual power of their noble mission to preserve balance in the world, playing as a Spiritborn offers a truly unique experience in Sanctuary. It's like, it kind of sounds like to me, like when you read it, that it sounds like some sort of mix between like a druid and like a necromancer, in that it seems to be capable of pulling on the powers of like elemental. You've got like the elemental powers, and then you've got the elemental powers of nature, basically, or like whatever's going on with like the natural world. And then they also can apparently pull on the spiritual world as well, like kind of like the necromancer side of things. So they might have, I don't know, spiritual creatures that they can pull from. I'm not sure if it's more like the undead spiritual, or if it's more like, I don't know, like a lightning elemental spiritual, like, I don't know, something like that. Not really sure. I guess we'll find out when they do the reveal, but we did have this leaked like a long time ago, and we weren't really sure whether it was real or not. We're going back to basically Act 3, so for those of you who are unaware, we are going back to the docks. Like they have literally already stated that these docks from Act 2 in Diablo 2 are going to be in Diablo 4. And we're going to be going back to Travancore and like all of the areas that are basically in Diablo 3. So this expansion is literally going to be like a Diablo 3 expansion. Most people didn't even like Diablo 3, so it's kind of funny that they're using Diablo 3 as the basis for the expansion, when like Diablo I think Act 3 is like one of the most hated acts. I don't really mind it so much. I just don't like the jungle. Like, I actually like the city areas, but it's kind of funny that we're going back there to the place that everybody hates. I hope there's a bunch of dolls down there, and so that everybody can get exploded on and die. Because it won't be Act 3 unless there's a bunch of dolls. There's going to be more to the storyline. There was a really nice trailer with basically like her getting like ripped apart and stuff. It's kind of neat. Let me see if I can pull that up real quick. We can go to the Diablo YouTube channel, and I can pull up that trailer. This is the release trailer.
Cheers, chicham. Mini de cheese. Mini Mart Solan. Akra, cheers, chicham. Mini de
I still think she's an idiot for going off by herself.
Boy, young one, are you all right?
Akra, cheers, chicham. Mini de cheese. Mini de sud.
Nerel? Oh, you're not well. Please, please, my child, let me help you.
Stay away from me! Nerel! Is that how I raised you? No, Mother. But I must carry this burden alone. I must get to Akarat's tomb. But look at you. You're killing yourself. I don't know how much longer I can... I'm here, little magpie. I missed you so much. I'm so proud of you. But now, I need you to give up. No, no, no! Of course it's you! You monster! Let go of me! Let go? No. You made a choice. And I warned you, little magpie. There would be consequences.
Surrender.
No! I control the stone!
You hold the stone. You control nothing.
Maybe you're right. Maybe I could use some help.
Yeah, he did it. Dead fish. Nirella's so stupid. She's such a dummy. She's a dumbly bumbly, I swear. She's the worst. She's like... If only she didn't go off on her own. Like, if she didn't go off on her own, I think she would have been fine. So moving on to the next part, we got mercenaries and endgame activities and game updates. So mercenaries, it's not better to wander with a friend. Is it not better to wander with a friend by your side? Never fight alone, as mercenaries can join you on your quest to battle side by side with you in the dense undergrowth of Nahatu and beyond. These powerful allies grow in power as they progress, and each are equipped with unique abilities to help you in combat. So we're going to be getting mercs. I like that. I miss mercenaries from Diablo 2. It's one of my favorite things about Diablo 2 is the ability to have a mercenary, equip the mercenary, get everything set up, and customize that merc to help out your particular build. I think it's one of the really fun ways to make that happen. And apparently this is a picture of the mercenaries. I mean, it looks like we've got a shield-wielding something or other. Kind of looks like a Act 2 mercenary helmet there, but I mean, he's a lot bigger and beefier than a regular character. That looks like a barbarian. Double axes with tattoos. That could be just a barb merc. This looks like some sort of caster. See the fire in his hand? Although it's a demon. So we've got like a demon caster type. And then, of course, we've got an archer. I don't know what that is. What kind of archer that is. I guess we'll find out. So, an archer, a tank, a barbarian, and a caster. So, I guess we'll see about those. New PvP endgame co-op activity. Lurking within the shadows lies your next great challenge, filled with powerful tribulations, promising rewards, the first of its kind to Diablo. This dungeon will require eager warriors to team up and take down various perils together. More details on this game mode will be revealed soon. So this was another leak that we had. I don't know if I still have that open, but the leak basically said there was going to be a raid coming. Basically a big raid that you could do like 12-man or something, like fights in. And it looks to me like that's probably a raid. So first of the kind to Diablo, the dungeon will require eager warriors to team up. So I'm assuming that's the raid content. That was something that we had a long time ago. Base game update. At the Vessel of Hatred's launch, we'll also be introducing various updates across the game to improve and rework core systems that have been around since launch. Empower your favorite classes with new skills. Added Paragon boards and legendary glyphs. Explore new dungeon types and activities, rewards from the Tree of Whispers, and more. New skills sounds kind of fun. Are they going to add new skills to the existing classes? That sounds neat. Pets. They're adding pets to the game. So I think I talked about it already, but available in the game and now, all players in Diablo 4 can have a new companion to call their own, aiding with gold and material pickup. Pets will serve as your trusty sidekick throughout dangerous World of Sanctuary. Log in now to receive a quest, an in-game that unlocks your pets for your character. Upon completion, you'll earn a Shira, the canine, a pet in-game. Pre-purchase editions of the Vessel of Hatred will instantly grant you Alcor, the Snow Leopard pet, and Natalia, the Tiger pet, Hirati, the canine pet, with the Ultimate Edition. These are the pre-order pets. I'm assuming we'll get like a moo cow pet. And this is the one that you get for free, apparently. So you get a nice little, looks like a kind of like a husky-ish kind of a cat, little dog there. The Diablo anniversary celebrations. So the anniversary celebrations are still going on with the extra EXP. You can literally level up a character to like 100 in a day, by the way. It's kind of crazy. Let's go see if we can check to see if there's updates. And let's see if we can hop on and grab this pet real quick. Why not? No poop liquor? We need a Kubus the monster dog pet. You guys get on that. Put a petition in for Diablo 4 for them to make a Kubus the monster dog pet. And we can name him Poop Licker. Elbow Poop Licker. Poop Licker elbows. Let's see if we can get this pet right now or if it's not active yet. It said it was a quest when you log in, something a Shira or something like that. Let's see if it's on the list. The Wooden Wolf? No, that's the season quest. Horn of Trials, Field of Hatred. Ashira is in the Iron Wolves encampment. So maybe it's a quest, maybe I have to go to the Iron Wolves encampment to get it. I think Ashira is the leader of the Iron Wolves. Let's go check real quick and see if there's a quest in Ashira's camp. Is automatically unlocked? No, that's not it. I don't know if it's here or not. We'll have to check and see. That's Asa.
You can bind them again when I return.
Well,
I don't think that's it either.
I checked everywhere, sir.
Haddad.
Anybody's not in camp.
Not really sure where you unlock this quest at. Where is Ashira in Diablo 4? Kubus poops like your elbow. When he poops like your elbow, you just die. That's what happens when he poops like your elbow. You just die. Here, let me see. The information was in here. Let me see if I can pull it up in here. They did say where to go. I just so pre-purchase editions. No. Log in now to receive a quest in-game that unlocks a pet for your character. Upon completion, you'll earn Ashira's the canine pet in-game. So, a quest that unlocks the pet. That's what it says. It says it's a quest. The Wooden Wolf is the season quest, which is not the quest we're looking for. It's definitely not the Horn of the Trials or the Fields of Hatred. It's probably not either of these either. Let's just check Kovashad. Maybe there's a guy, like, in Kovashad that offers a quest, like, right by the door. Let's see. We've got coffers. Fresh blood. Velix eyes. Bunch of garbage. I mean, maybe it's already activated. Maybe we just go to the wardrobe, and maybe it's just something that you choose now. It's probably in what, like effects? Or items? No. Armor, appearance, accessories. Nope, nope, nope. Maybe it's not active yet. Maybe they lie. They lied to us, precious. Maybe it's at the mount. Maybe that's it. Let's go to the mount. Let's check there. Mounts, trophies. Nope. Not really at the mounts either.
Light shine on you.
Let's do a quick search real quick and see if we can figure it out. It may just not be active yet, which when it is active, I'm assuming we'll be able to do it. Let's see if anybody else has found a way to unlock the pet. Yeah, it just says log in now. Shira the Canine. They did zoom out. The camera is already zoomed out, AJ. That was in Season 4. The camera zooms out quite significantly when you're out of town. I don't know why it doesn't work when you're in town, though, which is freaking stupid. But as soon as you walk outside of town, the camera just goes beep. See? Like, literally as soon as you walk outside of town, the camera zooms out. I don't know why it doesn't work in town. I think it's the stupidest thing ever to have a feature that only works outside of town. I would like my camera zoomed out constantly, but it doesn't work. I'm just going to assume that it's not actually active yet because I can't figure out where to get this quest for the Wolfie. But I'm assuming it's probably soon. I mean, they said it was now. Like, it legitimately says, like, when you look at the article, it says now. So, I'm assuming it's coming today. See, look. Log in now. I do believe there's patch notes up. Let me take a look real quick. Isn't there patch notes up for the new version? For 1.42? And 1.42 launches, what, June 6th? Now that's the older one, or... When did this one go live? What build are we on right now? Let's see. 54053. 54053. So we're still on the previous version. So the 1.42 hasn't released yet. Is basically what I'm looking at here. So I bet you what it probably is as soon as 1.42 releases, that's when the pet probably becomes active. Well, that's pretty much it, guys. There's not really much more to cover on this. As always, I appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos. Sometimes these little videos inside of a live stream usually like mess up and then the live stream ends, but if that's the case, then so be it. I need to go to sleep anyway. Anyway, as always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. Alright, I don't know if it's going to kill my live stream, but if it kills my live stream, so be it. It loves to kill my live stream, so I guess we'll find out in a minute.
Am I still live?
Hey, I think I'm still alive. What do you know? At least on Twitch I am. Alright, I'm going to upload this video so people can learn about Diablo 4 expansion. I know they love that. I know you guys are so excited for Diablo 4. I know you guys are so excited. You guys love it so much. It's your favorite thing in the whole world. Mama baba. Mama 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 mama. Give me just a second, guys. I'm just getting this uploaded. Stream might get a little bit laggy while it's uploading, but whatever. Yo mama, Joe daddy, Joe greasy granny. How about that? Joe uncle, Johnny, Joe mama's left boopy. I don't know. And I'm back. Yeah, they had mercs too. Looks like they got 4 different types of mercs. Like a caster, a tank, like a melee. Looks like a barbarian-esque kind of a character. Tank has like a big giant shield. And then they got like a bow character. They're covering all the bases with the mercs. I missed out on some of the TZ. Trap teasing is one of the best. I like trap teasing. Does he smite with his giant shield? I don't know. I got a Diggler Dirk. Giggity. 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 Chop, chop, chop. Choppy, kick, kick, choppy, kicky, kick, 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 choppy, chop, chop, kicky, kicky, chop, chop, kick. Kicky, 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 chop. Wow. Freaking conviction aura and amp together. Awesome. Some petty little monsters murdering my merc like that. Bonk. What's up, Torque? Look at all them blues. Nothing but blues. Beautiful, beautiful blues. Man, there's not very many good ones in there either. It's like a bunch of junk. It's like, how's a Grand Charm? I didn't say that. 10% faster hit recovery. Alright, pork sniffer. Be a pork sniffer. When the outro goes, you wake up immediately? Oh, man.
Hello?
What's up, Ashira? Where's my pet? Where's my wolf? Ashira. Ashira, where's my wolf? Where's my wolf, Ashira? I need my wolf. I need my wolfie. Ashira needs to give me my wolf. Yeah, I don't think it's active yet. I think that's the problem. He said when you log in, you should just get the quest. And I don't have the quest, so I'm assuming it's not actually active yet. It's probably going to be active shortly, but I guess we'll find out. Oh, random small charm from a chest down below. What you got? 9% poison? That's not terrible. We need some poison rays. Yeah, there's gonna be a patch today. I figured that's probably when it's gonna happen, is when the patch hits. On here. You got Holy Freeze aura? Who's got the Holy Freeze aura? Can't freaking kick worth crap with this Holy Freeze aura on me. Finally. Painful. Check the mat jabs. Terrible. Bunch of junk. Nothing even worth looking at. The launch bar axe is not ethereal. No amp. Yeah, bunch of junk. Yeah, I figure as soon as the patch hits Thesis, it'll probably be live. Get a little pet, run around behind you, pick up your gold. I mean, they're cute. They're not really, like, super important, but whatever. They work. They do their thing. They pick up gold, you know. I kind of like picking up gold, but there's fun tactile sensation to it, you know, like the difference between a chest dropping like one pile of gold and a chest dropping like a bunch of piles of gold, you know, imagine the difference between, say, like somebody giving you $1 million, right? One person gives you $1 million in like $100 bills, and another person just gives you a singular bill for $1 million, right? Like, even though they're both technically the same amount of money, like the $100 bills is going to be more enticing in a certain way because you're going to have so much, you know, like in front of your eyes, so to speak. You're going to be like, wow, there's so much money here. I don't know. There's a fun thing. There's a fun thing to it, you know, having like all the money fall on the ground and you're picking it up and you're like, oh, there's so many gold coins. Not that I want to get paid in pennies, mind you, but you know, there's just something fun to it. Die, council member. Wow, what a terrible sword. 2 natural res, 2 increased speed, 10% faster, terrible. Longsword's not ethereal, so it probably sucks. Spike shield sucks. Ceremonial jabs, check those. 254s. Squeeze in one more, let's go squeeze in one more. I do my best, Kilomotus. Not always a 10-hour stream, but yeah, I do my best.
Hello.
What's up? Maiden javelin. Ethereal maiden javelins. Runic talons. Anything good? Nope. Most of the stuff is garbage. Codex is not ethereal. Bunch of junk. Kicking all the monsters right in their ugly face. Kicking all the monsters right in the ugly face. I need to make a thumbnail for this video. Let's make a thumbnail. It's still uploading, but whatever. I can make a thumbnail. Let's get, let's bogart one of the pictures from the news article. Brr, 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 brr. Beep, 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 beep. Let's use this one. I like this one. Gonna make a neat little wallpaper too. Open with paint. File, save as. You know, I've never had so much trouble, like, with file formats until I became a YouTuber and I tried to actually do things with those file formats. And WebP and HEIC, like, image file formats are, like, the worst to deal with in terms of, like, anything. Because they're never compatible with any other, like, programs. Anytime you try to use them with any program, it's like, oh, yeah, we can't use that. That's a WebP format, or that's a HEIC format. And, like, everything on the internet uses WebP and HEIC format, so you're constantly... you're constantly having to go through the process of converting one into the other. PNG is by far the most compatible. It seems to work with just about everything. Let's put a Diablo 4 logo on there. Boom, 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 on the magic school bus. I got a song stuck in my head, guys. Save me. I mean, who doesn't like a little magic school bus? Come on. Come on, a magic school bus. It's a nice thumbnail. I like it. Decent. It'll do. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Alright, that video will be up in a little while. Crazy said, even with nature's peace, my merc is still getting me killed with Neolithic. Neolithic is a whole fun little thing that you kind of really have to learn about, and if you don't learn all the mechanics when it comes to Neolithic, you're going to have a bad time. So, first off, if you have nature's peace, anything that you kill cannot be used as a corpse explosion or revived or anything, right? So it can't be horked, whatever. Neolithic also, you know, obviously can make his own corpses, which is something that you have to be aware of. So he can at any time whip one of his minions into becoming an explodey boy, which the explodey boy will then explode, creating a corpse. And I know this sounds really redundant, but he will explode a monster who is then going to leave a corpse that he can then explode a second time. And he can corpse explode any of those corpses, and there's nothing you can do about that. So if you ever see him whip a monster, the monster turns into an Explodey Boy, and the Explodey Boy blows up, then he can then corpse explode that corpse from the Explodey Boy, which is totally cheating, because he can manufacture his own corpses. He's the only necromancer that can do that in Diablo 2. And on top of that, your mercenary, if your mercenary kills something, and he doesn't have Slain Monsters Rest in Peace, then Nilthak can actually explode those corpses as well. On top of this, even if you do give your mercenary Slain Monsters Rest in Peace, and you are also using Slain Monsters Rest in Peace, there are certain abilities and things within the game that will not trigger Slain Monsters Rest in Peace, despite your best efforts. For instance, if you are a Holy Fire Paladin, a Holy Shock Paladin, or a Holy Freeze Paladin, or a Sanctuary Paladin, and your aura pulse, not the damage directly on your weapon, but if the pulse kills a monster within Nilithak's range, the corpse will not obtain the Slain Monsters Rest in Peace because you did not actually kill the monster, your aura did, and the pulse does not obtain the effect from Slain Monsters Rest in Peace. So your pulse can get you killed if you're a Holy Fire, Holy Shock, or Holy Freeze Zealer. If you're using Dreams, or if you're using Dragon or Hand of Justice, the pulses from those can also cause the monsters to not trigger Slain Monsters Rest in Peace. And there's other problems as well, because certain things don't count as you, and once you start to realize what counts as you and what doesn't count as you, and how Slain Monsters Rest in Peace works, there's, like, issues. On top of that, you have things like Redemption that can suck up bodies, but it does it on, like, an interval, so it can be dangerous. Solar Creeper or Carrion Vine can also suck up bodies. You can also consume the bodies by using Corpse Explosion yourself on a Necromancer. You can also do quite a few different ways. Like, you can also find item the corpses, which is dangerous, by the way. But if you find item them before he Corpse Explodes them, then you're solid. You can also wear a Cold Sunder and simply freeze the bodies so that they shatter. And if they shatter, then you have no corpses. And if there's no corpses, then, well, then he has nothing to Corpse Explode. Nilithak is a very complicated individual. Usually the best way to deal with Nilithak is to kill him before any of his minions. Do not kill his minions. Kill only him and him alone. And there are ways that you can achieve that relatively easily, like by teleporting in and killing him directly, by using the fact that his minions are often immune to cold, which is a whole thing. So, like, when you go in there, his minions are immune to cold, so if you use cold damage specifically to kill Nilithak, unless he ends up being immune to cold also, you can just simply kill him and not kill his minions, because his minions are always immune to the same elements. I like to just teleport on top of him, kick him in the back of the head. It's honestly one of the easiest ways to kill Nilithak, is just you don't worry about killing his minions at all. You just kill him. Like, for instance, I can go do that right now. I'll show you what I mean. With this particular character, it's super easy. I just teleport directly in, and I just kill him and only him. Ooh, what is that? It's terrible. Alright, so let's go ahead and hop over here. And I'm going to build up some charges real quick. Make sure I got 3 charges. And I'm just going to teleport directly in on top of Nilithak, kick him in the back of the head, and see how easy that is. Nilithak's dead, and his monsters aren't, and then I can kill all his monsters if I want to. And you pretty much just do that over and over again, and you don't really have to worry about Nilithak. There's a couple different characters that can do that. You can also off-screen him, like that's the whole thing too, because Corpse Explosion only has a certain range, and so as long as you're far enough away, you don't have to worry about Nilithak hitting you. Trapsins can do it. Bow Amazons can do it. There's a lot of different characters that can do the the off-screening thing, which is really effective. I mean, like, you can also do another method, which is a really simple method, which is basically by luring the corpses away from Nilithak. If I'm on a character that doesn't have any kind of teleport and I'm just a melee character, the easiest way to do it is actually to not kill his minions, or to kill them off the screen away from him, by luring them away from Nilithak. And I'll show you that method as well here. It's a little bit more risky if you do it the wrong way, but it actually works out surprisingly well on most characters. Basically what you do is you utilize one of your, like if you have a Valkyrie, you can utilize a Valkyrie, or you can utilize a Shadow Master or Warrior, or you can utilize decoys. You can also utilize conversions on a Paladin, or you can do Mind Blast. There's a lot of different ways that you can potentially work this. You can also use your Mercenary a little bit if that's helpful. But basically all you need to do is you just get the attention of the enemy in some way. Like for instance, like this, I'm going to put my Shadow Warrior right here, and I'm going to kind of like lure all the monsters as close as I can to this side. So I'm just going to keep casting my minion over here, and then once I've got my minion cast over here a couple times and I feel confident that most of the monsters have vacated Neelithak's presence, I'm going to go around, and that allows me to get access to Neelithak. And again, you still just want to go for just Neelithak. You don't want to kill any of his minions. It doesn't always work though, because sometimes they get these archers in the back, which are a pain in the butt. But luring them away from Neelithak is really easy if you don't have a teleport, and then it opens up an opportunity for you. If you can't kill Neelithak quickly, though, it's going to end up being, you know, like a pain in the butt for you. So, trying to think of any other strategies. Like I told you, the monsters there are always immune to cold, which is a whole strategy. So, like, depending on what element you are, you can farm Neelithak relatively easily as long as you stay in your lane, so to speak, element-wise. So, in other words, you can't... he won't be able to corpse explode anything if you don't kill anything, and you can't kill anything if the monsters are all immune to your specific element. So, if you're a cold sorceress, for instance, you can, like, blizzard him to death, which is really easy. Let me see if I can show you what I mean. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Stupid little punks. So anything you kill out here is fine. Like, and that's kind of another thing that you got to remember, is that you can lure things away from Neelithak, and you're fine. So, like, a lot of the times you just want to kind of, like, lure the monsters away from Neelithak. But if you look, the ice spawn that are surrounding him are always immune to cold. And Neelithak is usually not immune to cold, but sometimes he is. It depends. But, like, when it comes to Neelithak, basically you just use a different element other than whatever he's immune to, or whatever the monsters around him are immune to. You can usually kill him. I think that time I got unlucky and he was immune to cold. Let me try one more time. It does happen every now and then, and usually in that case you just reset. Because if he ends up being immune to cold the same as his minions, you don't want to,
Good afternoon.
you can't kill him. He's basically invincible at that point. For an immune to cold, like a cold damage character. Haven't got a single DK. Have not got a single DK. How many times I killed Neelithak, he ain't dropped me no DKs. He's a rude little punk. That's what he is. He's a rude operator. Boom, 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 boom. He's a rude operator. Boom, boom, boom. Get out my way. You guys are terrible. I said get. Okay, which way is the two check? Not this way. Not this way. This way. Let's see if we rolled a cold immune Neelithak twice in a row. No, maybe he's always cold immune. Maybe I'm wrong. punk. Hey, drop me a key. Okay, you're not a punk. I take it back. You're not a punk. You dropped me a key. I appreciate it. It's very nice of you. Punks. Yep, death traps are nice because you can explode the corpses before he has a chance to explode them, but you still don't want to be within range if he does explode a corpse because it's massive. And then we can talk about, like, how do you protect yourself against the corpse explosion. So corpse explosion is half physical, half fire. So if you're trying to protect yourself against the corpse explosion, the only way to do that is to beef up your fire resistance as much as possible, and to beef up your physical resistance as much as possible, which is your physical damage received reduced by quotient. So, like, if you have 75% fire resistance or higher, and you're running 50% physical damage reduction or higher, you're going to be more safe from an individual corpse explosion, but multiple is probably still going to kill you. Also, keep in mind that if he amplify damages you, if anything is cursed in there and you get amped, you're probably going to die, because it's going to reduce your physical resistance by 100%, and that's just going to not be fun in any way, shape, or form. Even if you can survive when your physical damage reduction is up, you're probably not going to be able to survive once he amps you. So that's like a no. So if you get amped and you're in the Neophax zone, you probably want to either kill that cursed monster if possible, so that he doesn't amp you again, and go back to town and like clear off the amp before you go in there. Because if you can survive a corpse explosion, like normally, you're probably not going to be able to survive it once they amp you. And most people can't. Amp is just too ridiculous. I mean, having your physical damage, resistance reduced by 100% is massive. Personally, though, the best way, honestly, is to telestomp him and dish out as much damage as you possibly can to him and him alone. As long as you can hit just him and you can dish out as much damage as you can just to Neophax, that's your best bet. Everything else is just strategy, like trying to hit the corpses away from him, consume the corpses in some way. But honestly, since he can create corpses and Slain Monsters Rest in Peace is not foolproof, honestly, the best way is just to kill him as quick as possible. You want Neophax dead first, and you want him dead as fast as you possibly can, because the longer he stays alive, the more of a threat he is. Since he can literally whip his minions into creating corpses to kill you, which is a whole problem. And I can kind of show you that. I really don't want to die, but maybe I'll die just for you guys, so I can show you what I mean by he can whip corpses into whip monsters into corpses that he can use to kill you with. Like, a lot of people get confused because they'll think they did everything right and then they still die. And the reason why you died, even though you thought you did everything right, is because he's got his own ability to create corpses, and then so it confuses everything. Like, you think you did everything correctly, but and you did. You did do everything correctly, but you still died anyway, and it's not really your fault because there's more than just one element to the puzzle. Alright, so these guys are mited. They had to be mited, of course. God bless it. I gotta run. Hold on, let me get these ghosties out of here. Yeah, this is the worst one to show anything off. Mited, ghosts, archers. Ugh. Spicy. Alright, I'm gonna, like, draw as many of them as I can over here. I'll suck up as many of these corpses as I can, too. Alright, so manufacturing corpses. See these guys right here? When they explode, he creates a corpse. That corpse that he creates, he can then corpse explode those explosions. See how he's like ripping me to shreds right now? There were no corpses on the ground. I had sucked them all up. But he basically commanded some of his little minions to turn into those explodey guys. It's like a little whip thing he does. And once he does that, he makes a corpse. Then that corpse that he makes can be exploded. So every single time he makes one of these frenzied ice spawns, they can be exploded as soon as they self-sacrifice. And it's a pain in the butt. It's definitely a way that he can create additional corpses that are not going to be subject to the slain monsters rest in peace rule. And he does it constantly. So the longer he stays alive, the more corpses he's going to have no matter what. He's just going to get more and more corpses for every second that he's alive. And he's going to send those little minions to attack your mercenary. He's going to send them to attack you. He's going to send them to attack, you know, like your Valkyrie or whatever. Like, it's going to be a constant little thing where he can just keep sending those at you, and he's just going to keep creating more and more corpses despite your best efforts. So the longer you take to kill him, the worse things are going to get for you.
Hello.
Oh, burp, burp, burp. And of course, you need those sweet, sweet D keys so you can farm your bosses. Alright, guys, I've been up early today, and I do have to work tonight, unfortunately. So I think I'm going to hop off for a little while. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals joining me for these live streams. It's been a fun Theorycraft. In fact, I went way too long after the Theorycraft was over. So, it was a fun Theorycraft, though. I learned a lot about the Shadow Warrior and the Shadow Master today. If you missed out on the Theorycraft, I do advise that you catch this one, because we learned some pretty valuable lessons on the way that the Shadow Warrior and the Shadow Master work, how useful they can potentially be, and why, you know, you might not be getting the most out of them, which was pretty neat. As always, thanks for watching, guys and gals, and keep watching.